I caught it! Hi everyone! Hello, welcome in! Fair warning, my throat feels like a wreck, so the hope is today I take it easier. No yelling, no possible screaming, and we'll see how calm we can make today.
Cat sat on keyboard, just
sure can do. And then we'll go ahead and do the roll call. Hold on. Hydration is all good to go. Thank you for that, Cat sat on keyboard. Thank you. And with that said, let's see. On YouTube side of things, we have our WQ. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. I love listening to the 16-bit spanker after a summer afternoon. For real. I'm glad you like the music. I do too. It's enjoyable. And let's see here. On on Twitch's side of things, we have here, hold on. We have Cat sat on keyboard, Ame, as well as Avi and Dimitri, and Moonraker. Welcome into stream. Did I say Ame? I think I said Ame. Ame X2. Welcome into stream. Welcome in and welcome back. I hope your week's been wonderful. Let me go ahead and slide up here and let me go ahead and read the messages now. We have fire. Mother. You know what? At that point, I think I think that emote should just be called Mother. Oh, my apples are apples. Very too. Yeah. Congratulations on being first RWQ, and so to you, indeed. And hi. Welcome in. And I love listening. I do read it. So lovely. And hi, Eris. Hello, Moonrader. Welcome in. Oh, timer. Timer's not timering, is it? Hold on. There we go. Okay, where was I? Hi, VOD watchers. An hour from them, she will not be taking it easier from now. I tell you, it's like, I'm trying at the moment to tamper myself, but then I forget about tampering and then I get excited and then but we'll see. Slower, calmer, we'll see how today goes. And the hope is that I don't know if I'm going to make Monday the thingamajiggy, the Delta Rune, but likely not. I'm worried about my throat, and I think this week maybe just not. And let's see, I can't share my 8-stream streak yet. You're getting there, and I do appreciate you counting. And I would like to say I'm not new. I've been here since like 2024. You gotta believe me. You know what? I think there's a way to check. And congratulations on your 3-stream streak, AD, and congratulations. And I don't know why the notification's not doing its thing. I checked today and yesterday, but it says no. But I can see it. I can certainly see it. So congratulations to you, and congratulations to you as well, Cats on Keyboard. Thank you for your 85 streak ear stirp. Congratulations, and thank you all over again. That timer should have been going. It was not, so we're just gonna, I do remember the name Moon Raider though. I do recall it. And welcome back in all over again. It's always so nice to see familiar names. Let me go ahead and I should be able to click on this guy here. There we are. And hi, Grabs. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello, fellow programmer, artist, VTuber. Hello. Welcome in. I hope your week's been wonderful so far. I'm super duper excited for today. I was not able to get what I had planned to get done. I may or may not have gotten distracted this week with features I was saving for a time when I wanted to add game juice. I'll show you what I mean in a second, but I may have gotten sort of semi-distracted and worked on things that I had not planned to work on this week, and by the time the week was up, the things that I had planned to do this week did not happen, so we're gonna do them today. And then go from there. So we'll start today with the pitch, do a recap of what we've been working on for the past few months, and then we'll continue the tutorial that we've been doing for the past 3 months. Oh my. With that said, you all, and oh, what a twist! And I'm still considering kind of new, but that's because I discovered her voice acting services through VGen. Really? You've discovered me through VGen? That's a new one. I've usually heard it discovered through stream and then VGen. Oh, that's so sweet. And before the court trial, there's a few days left before it. Best of luck, Dimitri and Didi. And anyways, I wanted to pop by in for a second. No worries at all, Adrian. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Hello and goodbye. Thank you. And how shocking, Eris. No one. It's for a good reason, alright? Alright, you all get nice and cozy. I'll be right back. Hold your horses now. Get ready, chat. We're getting kidnapped. This is not a kidnapping. You just happen to find yourself here against your will. But it's okay. It's all right. It is a kidnapping if I'm literally going. Exactly. Welcome into stream. Oh, was it Mastrix or Matrix? I think it was Mastrix. Welcome into Mastrix. Welcome back into stream. I hope you've been well, and I hope your week has been wonderful. You seem to have found yourself in an amazing season octopus. Me stays. You know, you happen to be in this business building, and it seems to be the case that, you can leave in, like, I'd say, probably a minute. You've already pressed the button, and while there is the elevators, there's no other way to go or leave, unfortunately. There's no doors, there's no stairs, there's no windows. There's not really a way to leave, and we've also been over this. You don't have any tools on you, so it's not like you can mine anything, and you can't chew the plants either. They're not made out of plastic, they're made out of a different material, so really, you're safe here, right? And you know what? Hold on. Oh. Great start indeed. I was going to say, before I was really interrupted by buttons, that, I'm here too. You're not alone, all right? Indeed, we're not. You're not alone. Hi. How are ya? And Lyris joins in. And hi, Puff Manator. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Surprised you're not doing gay GMTK game jam? The thing is, I get distracted very easily. So, I have decided to just say no to any game jams until the demo of my game gets released. Otherwise, I'm going to spend all my time working on other games or working on mini games and not actually finishing my game. So the help is first. Do some part of my game, then take a break and do some game jams. And hi, Nima. Welcome to the stream as well. Welcome. And you start laughing like that. It's like, welcome into the elevator pitch. A section I like to do at the beginning of the stream where I attempt to pitch my game to you. The idea here is that if you haven't been here before, it gets you caught up to date on what my game's about. If you haven't been here in a second, also caught up to date. And it gives me a better test of getting better at explaining, many betters here, explaining my game to you in a short and concise amount of time. Hence, elevator pitch. And I'm sure by now you're wondering, Eris, what's the game that you're making? Well, look no further than, there I am! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game I've been working on for almost 2 years now. It's the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in 24 hours, and it wasn't in a day. It was just anytime I worked on it, I had a timer going. So hence, 24 hours. So this will be hopefully my first ever Steam game release, and I'll be going through all of that, which should be a lot of fun. Let's see. And I was looking for a voice actress over on VGen that I commissioned them for my needs in the future. When my budget will allow me. That's very sweet. And hold on. There's joins in there to do that. And I just haven't seen streamers for so long while on Twitch and programming game development related videos on my YouTube feed. I'm mostly watching the tech videos I'm interested in. I see Zoe. hello, Zaccato, or is it Zico? I do feel like I've seen that name before. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in as well. And congratulations on a 90 consecutive stream streak. Welcome in as well. Check it out, derp. My goodness, as I said before, I can't seem to get the notification system working, but I do remember it exists. And speaking of time, when that guy up there reaches 45 seconds, we'll begin. And so will it be 2 Necrotype Cafe development streams this week? Yes, 2 development streams this week. I figured we're getting close to making or finishing the tutorial, so why not kind of just bump it in? That said, 45 seconds. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to prestigious wizard magic academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. Nah, she wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to open up a hidden cafe in the part of the school where she serves her fellow wizard customer students. The idea is that not only is it a cafe sim, it's a rhythm typing game, and that comes into play in the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. So in order to summon spells, you have to type to the beat. So you have to type out poems and doing different methods, doing different beats and rhythms in order to serve your customers. So you have to summon food by spell casting, and you'll serve them going back and forth between different rhythms, different beats, different sounds, and by the end of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone that you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. You can follow your dreams. You'll unlock different wizards like pyromancers, as well as grimomancers, and a lot of different things. And that's my time. I am trying so hard to tamper myself. Because I know if I go too much today, tomorrow's gonna be awful for my throat. But how do you think I did? I would give this one solid 7. I think the ending didn't stick, but the beginning was good. Middle was solid. I always seem to not be able to stick the ending as much as I would hope, but overall, I'd say pretty good, pretty good. And yeah, I know that game jams are like good for you. You get better at making games, but it's so anxiety feeling, not gonna lie. The thing is with game jams, they have deadlines and dates, and I'm not good at deadlines and dates, so I haven't really participated in them. They take a lot of commitment, which I don't have really. And I bring it down to 1 laugh every 5 minutes. I'm doing what I can out here. And we'll need to be waiting another 2 months until we even get the ideas for the tutorial. No one will be able to play this game. Well, hold on now, Moon Raider. The tutorial is, I'd say, likely 30% done. Maybe. And the pitch needs more words, I think. They're pretty important when you're speaking. Noted. Oh my, so let's see, development streams are fun. They are, and I'm hoping 2 days of today, or 2 days of this week, focus on doing the tutorial. I mean, the tutorial will get done sooner. That's also the hope. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I don't believe so. Her laugh's getting more and more menacing. You start laughing like that, it's like, who would believe you? It's a good nature laugh. And the pitch needs more words, I think. They're pretty important when you're speaking. You know what? Sometimes a picture tells 1,000 words. And if for whatever reason that 10 out of 10, well, 7 out of 10 pitch didn't catch your interest, it's okay. It's all right. I have a prototype available for you to play on itch. So if I go ahead here and get off my business suit attire here, hold on, there we go, and get off the suit here, yep, and go ahead and get my programming business associate Bubby here. Let's go ahead and I can bring you into, hold your horses here, I believe, buttons, it's this button. There you go. And once you're in this button, what I can do then is if I hit this button, many buttons here. A nature laugh, like a laugh you would hear in the middle of a nature place, like the woods or a cave. That sounds scary. And yeah, where it's a very important one speaking, more sounds can be added to increase your score. And I did her this so lovely. You should be able to hear the game, and it looks like you can. So if I click on this button here, then I go ahead and click on this button. Hopefully it appears. Hide that button there. And then if I go ahead and do exclamation NECROTYPE, there you go. You should be able to play the prototype, which is on itch at the moment right now. And if I go and slide this guy over here, let me double check on YouTube side of things. We should be good to go, zoomies. I love hearing you talk. Well, thank you, RWQ. How sweet of you. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here and slide this guy over here. So you should be able to hear the game. The game should be up. The link has been posted. Now, we have been working on the prototype of the game. And the prototype, the purpose of it is figuring out the MVP, the minimum viable product. So what makes my game the game? We're not working on oohs and ahs, so I did do that this week, but we're working on what makes the rhythm typing cafe. As long as we can get the rhythm portion down, the cafe down, and the typing down, we're good to go. And then we can start adding extra flares. For example, I would love to add a shop system to the game, but that's not the MVP. That's not what really matters at the core version of the game. So I've been focusing strictly on rhythm, typing, and cafe. And hi, ooh, I forgot how to say it. I believe you said to call you Matt. Welcome to the stream, Matt. Welcome back in. And coding in GDScript is for sheep. I code in pure Python without any game libraries like a Nexus. I don't know how to say that word. Macosist. Nacho. Masocist. Oh my. If it helps at all, I have a background in C++ and good afternoon. With that said, shall we we get the calibration to start. This is the old system. It's the one that's on itch at the moment, but we're working on a new system, a new tutorial, all new things that should hopefully come out in August. Fingers crossed if everything goes well, and good evening, Matt. That's sweet. So let's go ahead and click on start here, and let's see how well I can do. Wait. Oh, wait. Hit. It disappeared, right? I'm not crazy. Hit. Wait. 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 Hit. Alright, we have negative 0.033. So I think that's gonna be 33 milliseconds. A lot of the stuff that you're seeing is outdated, which is unfortunate. But the thing is, I can't update the game until the tutorial's completed. Otherwise, anyone who plays the game won't know what's going on. So the good news is that a lot of this has been changed, and hopefully I can show you some of those changes today. But the hope is that eventually soon, TM, this can be put in the past. But for right now, we have 33 milliseconds as our calibration, which should be good to go. So let's go ahead and click on levels here, and let's go through the tutorial. So what you'll see before you is Gabby here. If we use the arrow keys, we can move around, and a customer has spawned. So let's go ahead and seat them with E. Once they have figured out where they want to eat, they're gonna sit down, look through the menu, and think about what their options are. So they'll read it, and then wave a little arm, and we can take their order. Once their order has been taken, we'll hold down space, and you can see this is our book. This is where we keep our recipes at. And what you'll see before you is that there's a few things going on up here. There's kind of like a pink and purple and this white thing. The idea is that in this world, different wizards are associated with different things and different attributes. For example here, Gabriella is a necromancer. Their color is purple and their flavor is bitter. And anytime you add the bitter flavor to your food, then the food or the song will be fancy and have a lot of fancy music. Whenever you add the attribute of sleep, it'll be super duper easy. And they are assigned to our Medimancer, which is a custom wizard class, and there are healer wizards. So something that's sweet will be super duper easy. So if you make something sweet and bitter, it's going to be fancy and easy. And as you go along, more wizards will come into the game. For example, pyromancers will be added, and they'll either have the color of either orange or yellow. And anytime you use the flavor spicy, it'll be super duper fast. So if you do something spicy sweet, it's going to be fast, but it's going to be easy. And if you do something spicy bitter, it's going to be fast, but it's also going to be fancy. So the hope is that you'll be able to mix and match different song types and different elements, different attributes to get different results. And so, Eris, how does the calibration thing work? Or how does this calibration thing work? Does it just change when you set the time that needs to be clicked, or does it do something else? I can try to answer that. Half the time, it feels like sorcery in its own. The idea is that it delays the spawn time of the notes. In the game, the spawn time, it has a basic time, and what calibration does is it multiplies the time, or it either multiplies or adds or subtracts, but it tweaks the time that the note spawns. And depending on what you get for calibration, so say for example, you need the notes to appear faster, it'll lessen the time it takes to spawn. If the notes need to appear slower, then it'll also lessen the time. So the hope is that calibration changes the note spawn time. There we are. And tricky question, the calibration doesn't work most of the time. The calibration is getting better, fingers crossed. Let's go ahead and follow the skull into the cafe here. Ah, yeah, that checks. That's very true too. If we go behind here, you'll see that we need 2 flavors and a product. So let's go ahead and grab a sweet flavor. Let's also grab a bitter flavor from here. Let's also grab a product. Once all 3 things are on the table, you hold down Q to start your spell casting. And you are given another tutorial, which is a slideshow, which is what we're working on at the moment and fixing and trying to make the player understand as this was always meant to be a placeholder. Everything you see before you are placeholders. They're meant to be nice to look at, nice to work with, but not final art. The hope is that we'll get final art soon, but TM. What you'll see here before you is that when the words reach the right circle, you press them. When this guy fills up, you have completed the spell. Congratulations, this is your progress meter. And if this guy fills up, you have failed. This is your tongue-tied meter. Whenever you miss something, that guy fills up. So you don't want that guy to fill up. Without further ado, let's see if this guy works here. A-N-D space W-H-A T space I-S space G-O-O-D space. Am I going too early? N-D space T-H E space M. Oh, M, that was not M. E space N E-V-E R space B-A-N D-E-R S-N-A-T. Okay, doing pretty good. And let's see. C-H, there we go, 68. You know what? I'll take it. I had a lot of perfects. I'll take it. And as somebody codes, the amount of mental anguish that this would cause me is insane. It has caused me a lot of mental anguish. I can speak from experience, almost 2 years worth of experience. Technically speaking, August 18th is the day I started working on Necrotype Cafe. So next month will be the anniversary, 2-year anniversary, which I'm surprised about, as I had hoped to finish this game in 6 months. And how does the scoring work exactly? It takes into account a percentage value and each point. So like a perfect might be worth 10 points, while an okay might be worth 5 points. So it adds all of the point scores up and then figures out, okay, did you get a score of 162? The best you can get on this is 198. So that puts you into about the B range. So you get a B. That's how it works in a nutshell. I can try to explain it a little better if you need to, but that's the gist of it. We'll go ahead and pick up the cake here and serve it to the customer. The customer will eat it, wipe their mouth, and then they'll be on their merry way. That's the game in a nutshell. There's going to be other things. For example, ghosts are going to be added to the game. They will work like customers where you have to serve them special dish. The only thing is that ghosts have a radius, an aura, and when a customer is an effect of the ghost aura, other things happen. So you'll want to manage the ghost, serve the ghost, as well as serve the customers. So that'll be it in a nutshell. And oh yeah, I remember. You said like March 2025 was when you were gonna Moon Raider, your question about calibration is the reason why I have not finished, as I didn't realize it, but making a rhythm games are hard, especially if you don't know music. And originally, I hadn't planned on making my own music. What you hear before you, this I made this song here. I also made this song, so any music you hear in the game, I had to make as... In order to make a good rhythm game, you have to know how music works, so I had to take a big detour in learning how to make music, as I didn't know how to make music. I still semi-don't, but I think I'm doing decent for someone who doesn't have a lot of experience. But I've been having a lot of fun. I've always wanted to learn music, so this is sort of a detour that was needed and that I had planned to do eventually, but it was a thing of I wanted to choose my battles in the case of I want to make a game, but this time around, I don't want to focus on making music. I want to put a big focus into learning art and programming. And then next time, so the time I make my third game, then I want to learn music. So I've had to learn programming, art, and music. But it's been a lot of fun. I can't say that. That said, let me go ahead. Since you haven't been here in a good second, Moon Raider, let me show you what we're working with for the updated version of the game. If I click on you here and I click on programming, and I need to learn how to code without a game engine for the idea I have. Oh, Neva, I wish you luck. I'm already struggling with the game engine. You know, learn SLD3 and how to operate out the memory. Oh no! All I remember were the horrors of college where I had to learn memory allocation. It was not fun. But I do wish you luck, Neva, as you're probably going to need it by a lot. But that's the fun of it, learning things as you go. And let me go ahead. Let me add, let's see, sandbox here. Let me set the sandbox to debug menu. Nope. I think that's good to go. Okay, yes, let me click on play here. And my game is literally just an organization gardening shop. I would love to do that. And why would you do this to yourself? Mine is held together by duct tape, and it's like the smallest scope ever. How? The thing is, I didn't know. My hope was to make something small. I wanted my first big game as, well, I have made a game before. As I said before, it was made in 24 hours. So it was really more of a mini game, not a big game that has like a save file settings. That's what this game is supposed to be. It's supposed to be small. My mistake was choosing a genre of game that is not small. It's like for your first ever game, making an RPG, and how people say, don't ever make an RPG for your first few games, because it's a big thing. I didn't realize rhythm games were a part of that warning until very far late, and now there's no going back. And I love myself. I need to make this idea happen, and it's kind of performance heavy. Arcadia, yourself. And too much sunshine and flowers and there's this decision making. Maybe. Let me show you here. You should be able to see the game. Debugger, what are we debugging about? You didn't say nothing. Where were we? Right, so here's the look of the new cafe that'll hopefully be updated soon to the website. What you'll notice already is that we are very much zoomed in, and now there's no longer 6 tables, there's now a total of 4 tables here. There's now also flowers associated with each table, and hi Paula, welcome to the stream, welcome in marvelous placeholder text. Yes. Thanks, made it myself. Along with that, you'll also notice that there's candles on the board, as there's a new system for the book. The book UI has finally been updated. The issue was that it took a few months to understand how to do, and today we'll be messing around with this book UI, so remember it fondly. This guy right here. You'll see at the very bottom how it says select chapters and turn chapters. That's what we'll be messing with today and trying to figure out. But what you'll notice right away is that now each table has the associated flower, so this should make this easier. And I see Megumin's hat. I have been told that before. And Pinky, BTS text. And I really like Noita. I played it so much so you can see the flaws. I plan to make an engine. I played it so much I can see all of its flaws. Ooh! And better at simulating stuff like structural integrity and stuff like usual falling sand engines. Ooh, physics engine. And if you mention anything in 3D, I forget that you do not use any kind of language. Just use a game engine, please. Oh my. With that said, you see now that we have a book, and you'll also notice that there's like a ghost meter at the top. Not only do we have this book, there's also another part of the book. As there's multiple sections, you can flip the pages. Isn't that neat? You're cooked. I'm so sorry. We now have a place where you can see the customer profiles. As I said before, there's going to be different wizard classes. So for example, here we have the Necromancer versus the Medimancer, and they'll have different stats that you'll be able to see and unlock. As well as that, you'll be able to see all the different flavor combinations that you'll be able to unlock, and it'll tell you the flavor associated with the wizard class, as well as the description of it. To help us out, we'll be able to add some filler text that'll make it fun and easy to understand what's going on. Along with that, we also have the area for all of the dishes. So you can see here, we have the cookie combinations, the cake combinations, as well as the cocoa combinations. So again, here, this will be filled out eventually. Most of these are placeholders, but the hope is to give you an idea of what the game will look like. And it's interesting how the cookies are outlined. These guys are outlined. Huh, that's not good. They should not be outlined. I'm guessing they're outlined because Gabby exists in them. So we'll have to change that to make sure it's not. And Godot, yep. And hello, Flip with Kyle. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. And, well, got the cool people. Yeah. And this is the best game I've ever seen. Hold on, Moonrider, hold on. Oh my. And what you'll notice is that if we spawn in a customer, so we'll spawn in a customer right here, I can show you a few other things. No longer will the customer have a progress meter that you can see in the book. Now you'll have to guess it by the candles. While you can see idle and queue, that's there, ignore it, it's for debugging purposes. It won't exist. You'll also notice here too, that now you can tell what you can interact with, as it'll tell you, interact with me. So we'll go ahead, have the customer sit down, they'll read through their little book, and then when they're ready, they'll wave their little arm around. And look at that, the candle has now been lit. So we'll go ahead and take their order here. Once the order has been taken, we can open up the book, and you'll see that the icons, these are definitely going to change before the update, but they want a sweet, sweet cocoa. That's what the icons mean. And this is, I did read this one, lovely. So they want a sweet, sweet cocoa. What you'll also see is that if we go into here, the cafe has also been changed. We need to delete the spider, that's for sure. But you'll also be able to interact with everything else. So it lets you know what's in range for you to pick up and interact with. That was the hope behind adding all of these guys here, to make things easier to see for players who don't understand what's going on. This stuff has been added, or rather it wasn't planned to be added for the tutorial, but I realized as we were doing things, the different slice of life additions that will make it easier for the player to know. For example, the things in the UI. And do you use shaders for all of those different types of food and a bunch of different sprites? The only shaders I have at the moment is this little effect here, what is it called? The wave. The wave you can see at the top and bottom, like below the unlock, below the unlock, that's a shader, as well as the outline. The outline's also a shader. The white outline you can see. Those are the only two shaders at the moment that I have in the game, as well as the main menu screen. So not a lot of shaders at the moment. With that said, I think that's everything that's been added recently. We have the menu here. Yep. Oh, yes, so what we worked on last time, what we've been working on for a few streams is that in the game right now, it's a little bit tricky to know how to convey information. The thing is, in this game, I want it to be the case of where the game itself will explain what's going on. You won't have to read any backlog or anything. So I need to convey the idea, hey, you're playing as Gabriella, who doesn't want to become a necromancer and is going to prestigious wizard academy. How do we get that idea across? If you just open up the game, you don't even look at the Steam page, we needed a dialogue system. We had a monologue system that was starting to become a thing, hence the spider thing that was talking about earlier in the cafe that we can go ahead and delete, or rather, we don't even have to delete, we can just hide it here. The spider was going to tell you what to do, but I really like the idea of having Gabby talk back and forth with the spider. Hence why they've been working on a dialogue system, which is now complete, and I can go ahead and show you if I click on play here. And I did really lovely. So this is a new dialogue system, and since the game has the outline shader now, where the customers and the ghosts are have an outline, woo, that's a fair point, Tech. I'm not too sure. We could do both, truth be told. There's no like set thing at the moment, but I do like the idea of having either the outline be different or the characters be different. I think that could be fun. And hydration, sure can do.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed
guy,
hydrate.
Working on it. Let me get some water here. Tasty. Yes, indeedy. We have a dialogue system now. You can see Gabby says hello. Spider says, I am Spooter. Gabby says, meh. Gabby is the spider that says, I am Spooter, Necrotype Cafe, trademark. And I am a familiar of Gabby, Necrotype Cafe. So now we have a dialogue system, which we'll be able to add as a tutorial, as well as the other parts of the game. This was the side quest that I went on, as you can hear the different sounds and music play. I did a few melodies on the keyboard. That's what I did this week. It was worth it. Very much. And it lets you change the color of sprites in the RAM instead of storage. I have heard of that before. Oh, you should look into shading for the sprites. That way you can reduce the file size and make it easier to code. The thing is, at the moment, Moon Raider, I'm not worried about file size since the game's going to be small and awesome. Thank you, Neva. Right now, since the scope is small, the game's small, my focus at the moment isn't on optimization. Right now, it's just making a game and getting it done. And wait, we can curse? Huh? What do you mean? Nah, not really. Yes, you're only allowed to curse in moderation. I don't want you becoming pirates. Well, I don't curse you are, and the scope is small? Yeah? I had hoped at least. And hi, Torin. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. And greetings, Mrs. Potter. Did you do your homework in basic necromancy? Did you raise the corpse we were given? Welcome to the stream, Torin. Welcome in. I do remember what happened last time, and no corpse have been raised, and arg! Oh yeah, no, man, don't need to do the arc like that, but years. Oh my. So now that we have this dialogue system, what we're going to focus on is continuing with our tutorial. Let me go ahead and show you what the tutorial looks like at the moment. As I click on this guy here, I click on play. Also, I can say, and I know she produces more corpses. This has got to be a Deltarune reference. Yes, I have taken a lot of inspiration from Deltarune as I've been playing it recently. Deltarune, if I had to describe, it's like my top 3 games of inspiration and favorite games of all time. I've been thinking about it over the week. It's Deltarune Undertale. There's Minecraft. There's also Hades, which is like a big inspiration. And I really like the idea of how in Hades, at least, how they have all the dialogue trees and system, but I like the UI of Deltarune, so I've modified it a little bit to make my own. And what I can show you is in our tutorial here, this is how the tutorial starts at the moment. No longer are you in the cafe, now you're in the kitchen. The hope is that instead of showing everyone instead of showing the player how to do the cafe first, we're going to show them the rhythm typing. So when you spawn in here, the game's going to go, hey, you can use the up, down, left, and right. You can also ignore the brown box. This won't be here. There's going to be icons above the player's head that'll show them what they can use to control. And Toby Tricky Fox has claimed another victim. What do you mean another? It's been like that from the very beginning. And hold on, I didn't realize my tea was not being warmed. And I mean, at this point, it's a feature, not a bag. Staring at the pile of dead people behind. Oh boy, and I like Deltarune Dialogue's UI, despite the inventory system. Yeah, I really like the way the UI works. I also like the way the character profiles look. I did consider doing something more visual novel style, but I didn't like the look of it. And shader type canvas item, text equals color, texture VM. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Flippakai. Hold on, did I miss something that you sent? Or, no, I didn't. I just read nice. Oh boy, with that said, once the player makes their way behind the desk, they are greeted with this guy here. We'll also need to make it so that the player can't interact with these guys yet, so this shouldn't show up quite yet. But now in the game, you'll have to do the calibration in the system now. You have to do the calibration here. The hope is that it'll discourage or it'll force people to do the calibration. As a problem I ran into while watching people try out the game is that a lot of people skip the calibration. The calibration wasn't easy to understand. So we've gone ahead and done a few other things. For example, here, what you can see is now that there is a progress meter during the calibration. It also shows you that you have to press space. In the white box, we'll have the spider jumping up and down that says, hey, press space, or whatever button the player oh no, it has to be space because this is a space key. But the player will learn here that you have to press space. So it already introduces you to the UI that you'll have to do for the game itself. And now that's how I changed spiders, sprite colors dynamically in Godot. Oh, yeah, I have heard of that before. I'm doing it a little bit for the outlines at least. And let's see here. Only question, why does Gabrielle's skies go down like 5 more pixels than they started at? I have made her more sad. People have resting angry face. She has resting sad face. So one update has been making her 30% more sad looking. And why do you code an assembly or something? And Eris, can you greet the people in your Eris, can you greet the people in the YouTube universe for us? From us? Tell them they are not as cool as the Twitch crowd. Hold on, Torin. Be kind and nice here. We do not tell you there's no YouTube versus Twitch here. Everyone can live peacefully under one single roof. calibration here. So let me go ahead and spam through this. And if I go ahead and hide, hold on here, let me click on this guy here. If it lets me hide the Penku window here, click on you here. It should let me see, hold on here. I was hoping to hide the tutorial, or at least the UI. I'm looking for it at least. I don't know if I can. No creator. I think it's going to be the task menu. Task here. Yep. Manager here. There we go. Game start manager. Nope. I don't know where I put the task guy at. This should be like the task quest system. Either the task screen or, yeah, task screen. Where are you at that you're not a task screen? Interesting one there, but that's okay. What you can notice is that we have a few buttons now. There's a reset button. There is also a retry button right behind the box that you can't see at the moment, as well as continue. So the calibration screen has also been updated to hopefully allow people to customize their calibration, also remember it, and reset it if need be. So they help us to make this easier for people to do and use. And you forgot how much per chance or percent. And Necrotype Cafe patch notes made Gabby sadder, added hair right. And the little sleepy icon. Hold on. Let me double check here. Yeah, the little sleep. I do hope you have a lovely, lovely one, Grabs. If you are going to rest, and thank you for stopping by. With that said, we'll click on continue here. And this is where we left off. Now, the player needs to know how to grab items off of the shelf. Hence why we've added the dialogue system. So we stopped here in the tutorial, and we needed to add a way for the spider to tell you what to do. That's why the dialogue has been added. So, to summarize, what we're going to do now that we have summarized everything, because technically speaking, is we are going to make sure that the UI for the book is good to go. So we'll be adding all the other buttons that the player will be able to press and open and close. We'll then have the player, step 1, go to the desk, or not go to the desk, but go to the shelf. That'll be another thing too. I think while we're at it, we'll also add the UI that lets it so the player has to walk to the desk. So saying, hey Gabby, you can use WASD or whatever keys. And if I click on here and I click onto concepts, I can also show you the plans here. As if I go up to here, you'll see that step 1, movement. We force the player to, well, we don't force them. We suggest they go to the behind the desk. So the spider or Gabby will have a conversation that then has Gabby go behind the desk here. She goes behind the desk, then has to do the calibration. This is what this is here. The calibration will be done. Once calibration is complete, as the hope of calibration is showing the player, hey, you can see this thing here, this thing there, this thing here. So the hope is that we're making the tutorial not very wordy. It's going to have talking back and forth, yes, but it's not going to have instructions like press this button for this thing. Hopefully we can apply through a lot of different methods. Once you have finished the calibration, as it will show you the layout, then what you'll have to do is you'll have to make a dish for the spider. This is where you'll learn a lot about the book and things of that nature, which is why it's important to have the book UI set. So we'll add the book UI at the bottom, as it has been added, but we're modifying it a little bit more. The player will only be able to see certain things in the book, so they won't be allowed all of the access just yet, just a few things. They'll only be allowed to see what they'll need in order to grab off of the shelf here. So we'll need to first add the bits at the bottom of the book, then we'll need to have a way for the player to highlight and say, hey, now that you have, oh, hold on, give me a second for my throat here. Hey, now that you have all of these things done, go ahead and check your book notes. Once she grabs all of the things off of the book shelf and she places them down, then we'll have to say, you can see here it says spelling components and sweeter safe for later. So once you had all of those things, then the spider will say, Gabby, actually, I don't want a bitter thing, or I don't want a sweet bitter thing. Can you actually give me sweet instead? So she'll go ahead and grab the sweet. You'll have to likely use a trash can to throw it away. Once you finish the spell casting here, then the spider will say, thanks, can you save it for later here on this bit, this shelf? So the hope is that we show the player that you can use the bookshelves, that you can use the table, that you can use this here to save it for later, as well as use a trash can to throw things away. That's what this section of the tutorial is about. This is half the tutorial. The other half, which I haven't even drawn out yet because we're not there yet, the other half will be showing the player that they can take orders from customers. So this first here shows you what you can do for rhythm typing, and the next portion of the tutorial will be the cafe part. And we'll have to add the tutorial for the ghost. That won't be added in this update. We'll do it afterwards, but I want to make sure we get this update out here. That way, something can be published and people can go ahead and start finding bugs, because I know that there's probably going to be a few of them. So that's today's hope, and I don't know how hard, knock on wood here, it's going to be, but we'll see. So step 1 first is finish the book UI, and then we'll see about adding all of the keys and controls to show up. So adding a quest for walk to desk quest. So we'll go ahead here and let me clear the sky. If I click on obsidian here, there we go. And let's go click on you here. That should work. And then I click on you here, click on you here. And also gonna nerd out a bit here because writing logic on the GPU is very cool because you use the green, red, blue, and alpha value as logic. For example, R equals 0, G1BA would say that pixel is on fire or something. So you literally store information in the texture, and then the actual rendering is another pass. You're not stuck in the logic color. I have seen them before. There was this one YouTube channel, and I don't remember it off the top of my head, but there was this one YouTube channel where it talked about how they implemented different coloring and different texturing for a character's animation, so they were able to change the colors of the sprite without doing a lot of things, and that's what makes stuff so fast. Yeah, there's so many things you can do with shaders that it's wild. I have no idea how to do them, but I would love to learn at some point. Not at the moment right now. I am choosing my battles. If I didn't have to learn music, for example, I wouldn't have, but I'm glad I'm doing it now. So at one point, I do want to learn shaders. At another point, I'm hoping to do music, so things of that nature where I am choosing my battles, hopefully wisely. Let me click on this guy here. Now that we have made the task UI dialog, as I believe that's what it says, let me go ahead and do squiggly line here. Done, and I believe that should work. Hold on, if I click on you here, and then we click on you here, and I do squiggly done. Does that work like that? Yes, indeedy. Lovely. So that task is complete. Now what we're going to do is add the book controls, and then once the book controls are added, then we'll go ahead and start adding the controls on screen for the player controls. So we'll add the book controls, and then we also need to do, did I do that wrong? No, that's right. Task add book controls, and then we'll also do task here add player controls. So add player controls, C-O-N-T-R-O-S. Add player controls, and one other task is that we need to make it so that the guys aren't hoverable. So let me do here task add players controls, and then one more guy here we'll also need to do is do task here, remove task, remove a book, shelf, highlight, remove highlight, tutorial highlight. I think that's better. Remove book and tutorial-highlight. There we go. Remove book and tutorial highlight. Those are the three things that we need to get done. And doing pre-project research is for nerds. Anyways, the thing is, if I try to do the research before I need to implement it, I forget very quickly. So I only do things when they need to get done. Otherwise, if I try to learn everything at once, by the time I actually need it, like maybe 2 days worth into the 2 days times into the project, I've already forgotten it, which is a little unfortunate. Oh my, with that said, let me go ahead and click on you here. Let me go ahead back into the game here. Let me get a little bit of tea, and then we can get started. And let's see. Did I miss anything? I don't believe so. Lovely. Okay, tea time. Tasty. Today, I don't have any red tea. I have a ginger and, I think peppermint, ginger and peppermint, which I think is good for the throat. Hopefully speaking, I know it has been very soft compared to the other ones I use, which are more on the sweet side. So it's interesting. Tea is a lot of fun to make and try out. You know what? One game, and this is the thing, I have so many ideas for different games, different things I want to do that I am saving them for when I have completed the demo of the game. But I would love to make and I think I'm just a fan of tycoon games and cafe games in general. That was a big inspiration for this. I wanted to make a game like Papa's Pizzeria, but I would love to make like a tea shop game. I think that could be fun. We have to blend different herbs and brews. You have to play as like a witch. I may also have maybe just slightly be a big fan of witches as well. Maybe we can release it as big like Gabby's cousin or something who opens up a tea shop. I can see it being the case. Oh my. Let's see. That said, we need to do the book UI. So let's go ahead and get started there. What we start off by doing is we need to figure out what buttons the player has to use. So if I could click playing Gabby's cousin Baggy. Well, see, the thing is though, I'm thinking at least it could be fun to make like an herbalmancer. I think someone that would want to make a tea shop is like an herbalmancer. So they do want to follow the rules. The thing is that the whole, what is it called? The whole idea, no. The whole feel of the game, no, that's not right either. The whole, the whole theme of the game is that you don't have to be what people want you to be. You don't have to be, if you were born a necromancer, you don't have to remain a necromancer. So the whole point of Gabby's Cafe is that it's supposed to be a melting pot where wizards can come together and try different dishes. So usually, if you're a necromancer, you can only have bitter things. But in her cafe, you can try sweet, you can try spicy, you can try different things. That's the whole point of exploring your variety. If we go here, we hold down space, we can see that it says, hi, Ditas, welcome in the stream, welcome in and welcome back. back. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. Let's see here. What we can see is that there is select chapters and turn chapters. So here we have select chapters, and this is correct. A and D is right now at the moment turn chapters. And to select a chapter, you click F, which allows you to enter in the chapter. However, for this guy, it should not say F here because F should be hidden. So let's go ahead and start by making this hidden. Not at all. Next question. Well, that's unfortunate. I do hope your day is going, well, we'll go better soon. TM. Let's go ahead and we need to remove the select F chapter from this guy here. And hi, Eris. Sorry I'm late. Hope you're feeling a bit better. No worries at all. Please don't feel the need to apologize either. Just you being here and you were right on time. There's no late at all. And hope you're feeling a bit better. I am a little bit. I can tell you, yesterday I could not get through a sentence without sneezing. It was awful. My throat's still a little bit parched, and I'm wondering if maybe it's a cold or something in the beginning. But for right now, as long as I keep my voice low, drink my tea, I'm good to go. I just know for certain I can't go up here for very long. So if there was a lot of orange dialogue in Deltarune, I would have not survived. But I hope you're doing well, Timamamur. I hope you're doing well. With that said, let's go ahead and see if we can tweak the book so that the book's UI does not do what it was doing before. That doesn't make any sense at all, does it? I mean that the hold F tab should not appear for that chapter. And I thought it had been the case that we had made it so that, let's see, can't enter. Yeah, if it's not can enter, then hide that guy. That's what I want to do. So the question then becomes, where are we? Yes, I can close the dialogue manager for now. Where in the book are we using? So where are we using the UI at? I believe it's in the book, but I'm not too sure. Where's our UI getting used at? We have this guy here, which is our task manager. So now, oh, that's bad news. Hope you're getting better quickly. Thank you, Check. Thank you. Today was supposed to be Deltarune, but I would rather do it on a good voice day than try to push it as, oh boy, you can very easily ruin your throat and then you're no good for the entire week. I've had that happen before. We have our task screen here, and we should have our, let's see. I think it's going to be our control screen here. All right, let's see. Control screen hub. Yeah, this guy here. We have our book controls and our game controls. This is what controls everything else. So in our book controls guy here, what we need to do is that if it is select chapters, it needs to be visible or invisible depending on if you can select chapters. And someone ultra evil do a voice actor team. Oh, thank you for reminding me.
just redeemed hydrate.
That won't be redeemed today, or that won't be enabled today. Oh, that's a great one. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. Now that word is expensive, or that water is expensive. Welcome in the stream, Rudy. Welcome in. Thank you for that redeem. Tasty. Well, that's the opposite. What do you mean by that? Do you want someone ultra evil do a voice actor name? It's fancy water. I do hope at least. I think, is it next week? Hold on. And that's not evil at all. What do you mean? Like, the evil as in someone ultra evil do a voice actor name quickly? No, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean then. Next week, yes, next week, there will be some new redeems that are going to be added. One of them is drinking not a sip of water, but it'll be a whole bottle of water in a not fast, so safely drinking a whole bottle of water. I think could be a fun redeem to do. And I only have 700 points left. How am I supposed to redeem IRL word ban? You can't. That's the fun part. And because they redeem hydrate and not voice accent. You know. And whole bottle? Yeah, I think whole bottle would be good. As long as I don't chug it and I just drink it moderately, I think it could be a fun redeem to do. And actually, and what do we consider safe? Not, what would be unsafe is if I chugged the whole water bottle. But as long as I'm drinking it slowly. And how big is the bottle? One of the 16.9 fluid ounces ones. One of those. I think that could be fine. Though I do need to see. But I think it could be a fun redeem. It would have to be expensive, but I think it could be a fun one to do. It'll definitely make sure I stay hydrated. And I have no idea. It's unsafe to chug a whole bottle of water? Well, it's unsafe for me, Abe. You've seen what happens when I drink water in general. It's already a choking hazard. Oh my. So let's see here, Drew. Oh, let's see. Set visibility. So if current game state equals null, otherwise we hide test panels. And we have here show panel, hide panel. So on doing show panel here, what do? We control hint panel the group. So where are we hiding the panels off? Or where are we hiding the panels at? And according to YouTube or Google, healthy adults should drink no more than 32 ounces, about 1 liter or 4 cups of water per hour. Yeah, the redeem would be only for like, I think every 2 hours, 1 whole bottle of water, as that's usually what I do. In one stream, I drink about 2 bottles of water. So if it were, yeah, like per hour as well, yeah. Oh yeah, that's completely safe then. And yeah, you silly freedom people and your silly measurements. Very true. And I'm just gonna drink a bottle of water right now. I'm glad you're saying hydrate, everyone. Hydration is nice and very important indeed. I'm wondering at least, our set visibility and change control panels here, an update screen. I'm guessing, let's see, yeah, change layout position. We take the control screen hub. We have control screen has not been initialized. It has been initialized. This is all for our control screen. What about for our book control screen? Ah, here we are. We have initialize, and we have update here, and then we have set visibility. So our show panels, this is what we need to choose. We can see here our current chapter can enter. And this guy, get child visible, can enter. So this guy here already should be pretty invisible, but it's not, which is interesting. You can see here it says control hint panel type, and if I go to you here, what do we have here? Enter, exit, yep, all of those guys here. So my question is, why isn't this working, as our control panel should be invisible? Hurry, one water bottle down. Remember, Alfie, safely, moderation. You don't want to choke. The water is getting ready for the air. It's water bottle. Hold on. Oh my, I'm wondering at least as I pause the screen here, why is it the case that this select chapter shows up? It should not. If we go into this guy here, I believe I can click on 2D, and then if I click on you, hold on, hide our PanQ console, then close this guy here, and that's true. And that's already incoming, my goodness. We click on the select guy here, possibly is that location marker I see. I don't know if it'll let us see the screen. So our debug screen, our control screen hub, here we are, this guy here. Our book controls, our book control guy should have our select chapters and turn chapters. The select chapter should be hidden. And hello, Alki Apples possibly, or Aki Apples? No, Alki, possibly Alki. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name, but welcome to the stream, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you indeed. Well, you can see here, select channels. This guy here should be invisible because this chapter doesn't allow you to enter it. So what I'm wondering is at least why is it the case that we can enter it? This guy here is select chapters, so we need to hide this guy. It says current mode is single, as in it's a single button. There's type here, if I click on you here, which is none test, and these are all of the buttons. We have exit, turn chapter, scroll, none test. Yeah, that makes sense. So my wondering is, why is it not getting hidden? If we go back into this guy, you can see cafe book current chapter can enter, and it grabs the child here. So control hint panel group, get child visible. I'm guessing what we'll have to do instead then is maybe do panel to index. What we have going on here, where do we use our panel to index? We get our add select chapters, which is select, hold on. Okay, in that case, we don't do this guy here. This guy makes no sense. What we need to do is we need to remove this guy first because that print also shouldn't be there. But instead, what we need to say is in our panel getter add, we need to do panel to index this guy here. So actually, it needs to be this guy here. And then we need to do whatever our guy is. So control hint panel type, control hint panel dot type, and it's going to be the type of select chapters. So select chapters here, select, and then we need to set it true or false depending on if it can enter or not. And I think maybe that'll fix it, possibly, hopefully. We'll see. So I click on play here, and hopefully now that select button doesn't appear. If I click back into input here, click into levels here, click back into here, hoping not to see select, we do still see it. We're looking to make it invisible, so something in the code is going awry, which I'm not too sure about. So we have this guy here. I'm wondering, do we ever run update? We maybe don't. Update book control hint panel, it should be updated here. We do update settings here. Update screen does happen, I believe. It does happen in process. So we do update guy here. All right, let's go ahead and do our old classic here then. Let's set our, what's it called? And wait, sorry y'all, I had to go eat. What happened? No worries at all, Moon Raider. No worries at all. When were you last here? I can hopefully fill you in, or I can at least try to fill you in. What I want to do is I want to print a few things. I want to print out first our utility cafe book can enter and see what that is. So I'll put here, can enter book, can enter chapter, 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 yep, chapter, can enter chapter here. We'll set this to a plus, set this to string, and then this will show us true or false. And then what I also want to do here is set the, hold on, dot visible, I may, visible, visible. Yeah, base int, yeah, panels index. We take this guy here, then we take the index. Oh, I know what you mean. Okay, so we get our add, that guy there, panel to index, get last child index. So we actually have to do our last child, which is going to be control hint panel group. So control hint panel group, and then we do dot get child, get underscore child, get child. We grab the child int here, and then we set the visible here. And it's OOP. I'm out of my depth. I forget. Could you remind me what OOP is? Object oriented programming, I think, right? And you elaborate again. I think it's I don't remember. There's OOP, and then there's another one. Is C++ OOP? I can't recall. That 5 billion found dead, 1 billion injured. She cannot see. Stop. No, hold on. No, I did no murdering. I did no thing, and also didn't appear. So, well, good news is that it seems to be the case that it's not working. When we come back from the ad break, we'll keep continuing in ASC, my beloved. Indeed, ad break will happen. We won't do any programming, so don't you worry if you do happen to get an ad. We'll be back with it. And while we're waiting, I'll get some tea and I'll do some stretches. So do the ad break here, and let me go ahead and get that to you. Tasty, tasty. Well then, while we're waiting for the ad break to finish, let's go ahead and do some stretches, shall we? You want to go slowly but surely. If anything cracks, breaks, or hurts, call a doctor. Call don't call me. I should not be held liable for anything. Do at your own discretion. All right. And yeah, it's an OP. I have claustrophobia. Ew, not C. C++. And I've heard that there's a difference between C++, C+, and C sharp. Or maybe C sharp and C+ are the same thing. I can never remember. It's been a long time since I've even done C++. We'll start off by going slowly to the right here. Do a little bit of a bounce. And then we'll want to go to the left here, do a little bit of the bounce, and then we'll want to go back here, do a little bit of the bounce, and then we'll also want to go front here a little bit. Feels good, man, when there's no Twitch ads for me without a sub over my country. How sweet to meet you. Front here a little bit. Lovely. That's our back exercises done. Let's go ahead now and do some neck exercises while we're waiting. While we're waiting, enunciating words is important to be able to speak properly. Let's go ahead and go to the left here a little bit. And then you want to go to the right here a little bit. And then you'll want to go back here a little bit. And then you'll also want to go front here a little bit. Super duper important. I think we're all good to go. How lovely, lovely. And I don't think I've missed anything else, so I think we're all good. Great. Okay, let me get some tea then a little bit more, and we have some time on our hands, so I can talk about a few things. Okay, well, what if something snaps, huh? You haven't mentioned that in the disclaimer. If something snaps, you won't be able to tell me something snapped.
The underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
I could not tell you, Moonraider, unfortunately. What's the thing? The ads have to happen. If I don't force them to happen, they'll happen at random times. So I'd rather take the ad breaks than have Twitch decide, I'm gonna put an ad here while you're talking about something else. So we do the bare minimum required for hourly and drink the tea. Thank you, Chapel, and welcome to see. Welcome in, and thank you all over again. Let me go ahead and get some tea here. Tasty. Thank you for that one. Indeedy, ads have to be run 3 minutes every hour, or Twitch will decide them to run them whenever or wherever. And the good news is that while ads are going, it does give us a reminder to do some stretches, as if you're on the computer for a long amount of time, in the long run, say like 30 years from now, you might have back problems or wrist problems, so it's good to remember to stretch every so often. So I do like doing the ad breaks, if not to remember that we do have to rest and take a few stretches. I would also recommend, if you have the room to get up and like do, what is it called, calf stretches, where you have a hand against the wall and then you put your knee up and you have to hold it there. Some people also like to do squats. I don't know why. I don't think that's a stretch. I don't think that counts, but I'd say like every hour, every 2 hours, take some time to get up and do some stretches. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. Shall we get started then? In a morning, Chapel. Morning. Let's see here. I did read that as well. Lovely. And Moonraider, I'm not sure if you heard me, but ads have to be run. Otherwise, Twitch is going to run them on their own time. And I'd rather take time out to wait and sit so that everyone keeps everyone has the same experience instead of people randomly getting ads here and there. That's the purpose behind running ads on the hour. But that said, let's go ahead, and I'm wondering why this guy here, book controls 14. Yeah, we have here if we can enter. If we can enter, if this guy's set to false, then we shouldn't be able to enter. So this panel visibility should be set to false, but it's not. So what I want to do is I want to copy this guy here. Oh, hold on. Copy this guy here, and I want to print it out. Our panel here should not be what it is at the moment. So it should be true, and then it should say false here. Is the hope at the very least. Let me copy this guy here, paste this guy here. An evil Twitch overlord's fortune, such a charitable streamer to run ads. And I don't know if I can say that. No worries at all, Neva. The thing is just like calling people mean and evil, that's a lot of negativity. So I try to focus on the positives, and the positive is that we get to do some stretching in between, and we don't have to sit here stagnant. And yes, stretch your calves is a threat. I'm very serious. Hold on now. Threatening's not very nice. Oh my. So we can see it says true and then false. So if it says false, we should hide it. You know what I wonder? Maybe it needs to be updated, like, what's it called? Maybe it needs to be updated when you have, as this goes true then false, and then this goes true. I'm wondering at least, is it the case that this update has to be on process? But it is very effective, and you'll find out soon when they bonk you. Oh my, and stretch your calves, more mother will stretch you. You know what I think we have to do? I think we have to grab this guy, and then I think we have to go into our control screen hub, and in our process guy here, our update settings, this guy should be updated. It should be doing things. I'm not sure why. It is going on in process, and if not, player control utility screen. So we should have the update going on. Then when we do book update screens here, I see. Okay, hold on. Book controls here is it different? Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. This is book control screen, GD, and then we have book controls update screen. Book controls control screen. Are you not what we're looking for? Your book control screen. Something's off. Who is mother? It's an ongoing joke, Moon Raider, and the fact that Bobby's voice is very deep, and he refers to me as mother. Oh my. And let's see here. I do it as well. Lovely, lovely. You can even see the little emote on me with the beard and mustache. Oh my. And yes, that looks like a page of words. Something is off here. I'm wondering, our book controls.update screen, right? When I click it, it links us to this function, which is control screen. So why is it linking to control screen and not book controls? I'm wondering, is it a case we didn't do our function right? Something's not linking up. So what I'm wondering is this underscore update, and this guy here's, I see your games. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to overwrite this function here. So we have to go to book controls here, this guy here, and under our book controls guy here, we have to do a function here, for example, and then we have to do update screen. Then we would do void here, and then we would just do update here. There we go, update, you go there, like that. Yeah, okay. And then do we ever use update? We do use update as well. Interesting. Okay, now we click play. And honestly, I sometimes look over at the code and have no idea how errors doesn't get lost. Oh, I do, Nima. I do a lot. Which is why comments are important, but I don't know if you realize there's no comments here. I used to be an over commenter. Now I'd say I'm like an under commenter. The hope is that, at least, even if I don't comment as much as I used to, that the controls here, the words, the variables speak for themselves. So even if there's no explanation going on, I can read things as a sentence. For example here, panel to index, get or add. I add the control panel type of select, and I add it to the index. Whatever the index is, and index will be the last child. It reads well enough that it helps my memory. Let's see if this works. Now, hold down space. It has been disabled entirely, which is not good. We don't want the entirety of that guy to be disabled. So it's weird. That guy there. Do you have like a way to structure your code? Or does it kind of do what feels right to you at the moment? Yeah, I do have a way to structure it, at least. I keep in mind variables and try to remember that if anything is underscored, that means it only appears in this script. If it doesn't have an underscore, that means I call out of it. I try to remember to keep names as long as possible if they're needed to be as long, so I don't try to make them shorter. That's also something I pay attention to. I try to keep functions that relate to each other also nearby, so if this update happened a little bit lower down here, I would put it here. And the help is that it lets me see things a little bit easier, and I will be adding more comments eventually. But for example, if I go here, it tells me type the screen, settings, ready. The hope is to make it easy enough that even if I haven't worked on it for a week, which I usually do, then I can always come back and see set settings, game controls, initialize, book controls, initialize, then update the settings. So the hope is that the words make it easy to understand in the long run. And after that one comment, maybe it's for the better. Oh man, I don't use comments, and now I just use Control and F to find everything and pray. That is a good strategy too. Oh my. What I'm wondering now is our book controls false guy. That guy can definitely be removed so that it's not printing out everything. My concern is that while this guy is working now, the issue is that everything else is also not visible. For example, here we have select chapters. We also have turn chapters. I'm wondering if we can do turn chapters. Yeah, turn chapters should always be set to visible. Usually, unless it's something else. Oh, you know what? I got an idea. Okay, let's start off first by making sure that our panel here, yeah, that's invisible. I want to make sure that our panel here, visible, is set to be true. So if I just do this guy here and I do dot show like that, and then I grab the type of turn chapters, so turn chapters here to show, so it always shows. Does that fix it? Possibly. And honestly, I think it's just all the abstract Godot syntax that confuses me. If anything, I can say coding in Godot has been a lot easier than coding in C++. What also helps is a lot of the times having the different colors and seeing the yellow as string and then different colors here. That's also helped too. Color coding. And do the exact opposite. Here's an example of one of my variables. Try to guess what it is. Lol. Seekus. Maybe it is a cucumber. That's my guess. Or maybe you see, because this is going a different way. I could not tell you. Oh boy. Levels here. Open it here. Close it. Oh, look at that. Turn chapters is now up here. That's no bueno. Why are you appearing up there? Were you appearing up there earlier and I just didn't see you? Hold on. Did it get rearranged? And oh, definitely. It just confuses if you don't dabble in it more regularly. Hold on. I'm wondering, why is this the case that it's going in the... Oh, it is going up here. You know what I think we have to do? I think we have to use here, and we have to call the update. So super dot update here, super dot update, super dot update like that. And update is not found in base control screen. You have something like it. What is it? Update screen. Super dot update screen. I see. So hold on here. We go super dot update screen, like this guy here. And then we do update here. Let's remove that guy here. So update here, update screen here instead, like that. Now give it a go and see if it wants to work. I thought it wasn't appearing. No, it's just appearing in the wrong area. And it means seasoned customers to track. Oh, it means seasoned customer to track for the end screen of season 1 season. Don't ask me either. What do you mean by seasoned customer? Are you a cannibal? No, definitely. It's just confusing if you don't dabble in it more regularly. Yeah, I can see that being the case too. We hold on space here. Look at it. Turn chapters and then select chapters. It's working now. Isn't that great? It's appearing at the bottom. However, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, now we have turn chapters. What we need is that turn chapters to say flip page when we enter into it. So this turn chapters needs to turn into flip page. Now we need to change the words. So we'll say here, if the chapter is selected, what words to use. So we're gonna go here and we're gonna do, I think a dictionary would probably be our best bet. Const here, and we're gonna call it, flip mode, probably. Flip mode, maybe. I'll see. Flip mode, we're making a dictionary here. And depending on the bool value, so a dictionary, and it's going to be a bool value. So it's going to be bool, and then it's going to be a bool, and then a string. So bool to string, like this, I'm thinking possibly. And then we'll set it here, and what I'm thinking at least, to do an expected initializer, did I miss something? Const initializer, yeah, I thought that was right. And then this would be true, and then you would set it to be this guy here, and then you would set it to be comma here, and that guy there, and this guy would be false. Am I missing something for const? Const, are you spelled capitalized? I can't remember. No, you're minus const. Whew. It's been a second since I've done a, and season customers is like season fries, and it means season customer to track for the end of the end screen of 1 season. Don't ask me either. I like to do that. And no, like season is in fall. Oh, okay. I had to make separate variables because I already stored total customers served using custo. Oh, customer total. Custode. Yeah, see. That I stay away from things like that. I wouldn't do CUSTOT, custode. I wouldn't remember. I'd have to do COSTOMER_TOTL. That's what I would do instead. This makes it easier to see in the long run. I can understand though why you would do something like this. If you know what you're looking at, it makes a lot of sense. And but I need to keep that for a full year in section because I gotta see every season. Oh boy, that sounds painful. I am glad you got something somewhat working for you. That's important. I'm not sure why my constant isn't doing it properly. Let's just go and find an example of constant. We have const here. Oh, hold on. Yeah. It's always the little things. Well, gotta working. Close this guy here and mother season them. Oh my. Let's go ahead, and if you can flip it, then that means that select chapters or turn chapters should be instead turn pages. So we have here, this guy here. Otherwise it's going to be turn pages, turn pages, turn pages, turn page, turn chapters. How do you say that? Turn chapters? If you're opening up the book and you can flip between the chapters, flip chapters, flip pages. I think I like that better. Flip chapters or flip pages. Flip pages, flip pages. And then depending on the bowl, we'll check it here. And wait, I'm adding an achievements right now. I might add seasoned businessman for the fall festival, having no mistakes. Business. And I gotta remind myself about the stream because I'm going to Croatia after tomorrow. Oh, how fun. Gotta catch some cool fish. How fun. And yay, it has a nice time of the year. That does sound like a lot of fun. I do hope you enjoy yourself, Nemo. Let's see here. Right, so in our initialize, we need now to go to our book controls. And our book controls should tell us what buttons we are able to use. So for example, here, if we go to our unhandled input here, there is a button for select. So there's disable tabs buttons, and there's also an action just press for deselect. So we have chapter selected true, chapter selected false. So depending on if it's true or false, this is where we can select it. And yeah, the weather's looking very nice. Oh, how lovely. Let's see here. I then click back to you here. And what we're going to do instead is, instead of having this guy here in our update, we gotta do a few things possible of doing. What we're going to do is do not our type select here. Instead, what it's going to be is it's going to be this guy here. It's not going to be select, it's going to be turn. And I'm actually going to make this instead of turn, I'm going to redo it. So Control Shift F. And I'm going to replace turn chapters, and I want to replace it with, it only appears in 2 spots, good. I want to do flip pages instead, flip chapters, flip pages, and the good news is that we don't even need this flip, we just say flip. How about flip? Yeah, I like flip a lot more. So we'll just say flip instead, flip here, and we also use it here, so it's going to be, instead, it's going to be type flip, so flip here, flip, F-L-I-P. I like it, it encapsulates both of them, so I think they're good. And we'll set this to be flip as well, like that. There we are. And chapter selected has not been declared. Yes, so we grab the flip, and the visibility is going to depend on the book, and it's going to be book.current chapter. And it's not even going to be current chapter. I think we can just do that there. And then if we remove this guy here, oh, hold on, wrong guy to remove. Remove this guy here, like that. And cannot find flip. Yes, type flip here. This guy here is now flip. That should be good to go. Back into our book controls here. Yes, so our type equals flip here. Type.flip. Yeah, control hint panel type. So we have you there. Huh? Okay, save you. Possibly need to be saved. And now, aha, lovely, and GDScript is not as good. What am I watching right now? Oh boy, and I'm going to, oh, water's very nice, oh, and I'm going to watery places for the weekend, and the weather might not be the best, but I might also catch cool fish. I hope to get into swimming again very soon, and ooh, what type of watery places, and what fish are you hoping for? Fish. Let me get a little bit of tea here. Oh, hold on, I'm drinking the tea bag. Okay now. Tasty. All right, I think this should be good. If we can select the chapters, we go with this visibility. But we're not going to go if dot visible. What we're instead going to do is we're going to change the text now. So instead, what we do for this guy is our panel's index. There should be, I believe, a control hint panel dot text, or we should have label hint. Yeah, so dot labeled hint text equals. So we're going to do in here actually this guy here dot label hint. And we're going to set the label hint. Now, I wonder, is the label hint something that we update in our assign? I don't think so. I think it's label hint here. Yeah, okay. So let's do change label function here. And we'll call it change label, C-H-A-N-G-E. Change label here with new label, L-A-B-E-L, new, hold on, new underscore, new label. And then we'll have here a string. And we'll change this guy here to be equal to, or hold on, do a void here, void, and then new label, or sorry, label text, label underscore text here, am I not spelling this correctly? Label text, I guess not, equals new label, L-A-B-E-L, and then we'll also do, yeah, I guess, oh, no, never mind, we're good, here we are, just do this guy here, there you go, and then that goes here, yeah. Good to go, lovely. Okay, so we'll instead do dot change label instead of changing the guide itself. I like that a lot better. Eris, Azra, and Psycho, I am dealing with. So what's kind of cycle am I dealing with, and what you keep your tea bag and your tea in the tea you drink? Yeah? You don't do that? And why is there a good child with a list or dictionary or whatever even is it? Okay, I'll stop yelling. You know my Hold on. Why is there a good child with a list or dictionary or whatever that is? I do appreciate your consideration, moderator. Could you elaborate your horror? Oh my. I want to go back into this guy here, and then I want to set the visibility. So it's actually not going to be this. What we're going to do instead is remove this guy here, and it's not going to be this, it's going to be change label, C-H-A-N-G-E, change underscore L underscore L-A-B-E-L, change label, and the label will be changed depending on this guy here. So then we're going to have to grab our flip mode, and we'll put it here, and we'll grab whatever the bool is here, like that. There we go. Like so, and then let me just make sure it's change label, C-H-A-N-G-E-L-A-B-E-L. I think that is the correct thing to do. C-H-A-N-G-E, yeah, L-A-B-E-L, label. There we go. Okay, I think we should fix it now. I know you're an alien thinking, but normal people don't do that. Do you add lemon to it? Sometimes, yeah, sometimes I add lemon to it, but that's the thing. I don't like drinking lemon pulp, so I add the lemon juice to it, but I wouldn't put a lemon slice in, and then you start drinking lemon pulp. That's not good. I like a smooth texture. But, you know, then happens to be the case that sometimes the straw goes directly for the back. Oh, no. Let me have a little bit more. Speaking of tea, and then let me go ahead and do this guy here, and why don't you just eat the lemon? Ah, yes, let me eat the lemon like an orange slice. You know, I'm starting to think one of us is the eldritch creature and one's not. Check. Let's click on this guy here. Why are you angry? Label hint. Oh, yes, I did something wrong here, didn't I? Chapter book selected. You're actually going to be... you're going to actually be visibility here, visibility, chapter selected, and then you go select here, and you're actually going to be there, flip here. There you go, fixed it now. Close you guys here, there you go. And I tried that. Okay, so control hit panel group, get child, panel index, control hit panel dot type select. What does that mean? Because I get that it's someone else's variable rules, but it seems like some kind of alien language. No worries at all, Moon Raiders. Let's see. If this works, I will explain. And yeah, it's just not advice to add lemon when there is a tea bag in it, because it can pull out the wrong stuff from the leaves in the tea bag, because it lowers the pH level, so it just tastes worse. Interesting. I have heard a bit of a tea nerd. Oh, don't worry, I am too. I can say at least, I remember being told that you shouldn't squeeze the tea bag if you think that might get more of the like flavor out of it, that actually makes your tea more bitter. So you never want to squeeze a tea bag, nerd! Oh my. If we click on this guy here, why are you angry now? Visibility, V-I-S-I-B-L-E. Visible was it? Hold on, close this guy here, click on play here. I can never remember the native variables here. Hold your horses. Okay. So we click on this guy here, click on levels here, click on new here. Okay. Flip chapters. No. Interesting. So it doesn't change it, which is unfortunate, and we also had some Birdly. Oh boy. Okay, to explain this at least, we get the child. Oh, you know what? We could definitely make this easier to read. There's a super duper easy way we can do that. Function 4, let's see, set child, or get child, get panel. How about that? Get panel from index like this, and then we take a control hint panel type. So control hint panel panel dot type, and we're going to set this type to be index. So index will go here, index can go there. Then we set this to be a return, or can we do that? Yeah, that's fine. I think that's okay. Well, no. How can we do this? Yeah, it's fine. We'll do this guy here, I think, maybe. Also, I just had the worst experience ever happen to me today. I had these bag conjoined tea bags, and I tried pulling them apart, and it got ripped in half, and there was just dry tea leaves. Oof. I've had it before where I've accidentally left a tea bag in like an empty cup, and then the tea bag, let's see, return a control hint panel, and then the tea bag ended up getting ripped when I tried taking it off, so I had to let it soak in water, which was unfortunate. We return here if control hint panel group dot has dot children children, get child, find children. I think that'll work. And then we do find child here and do index. If it's not, we return null, and then we do if not you, and then we do you here, and then we return here, this guy here, and then we return whatever the index is here, like that. I think that works. And invalid for find child. Argument should be string. Ah, okay. How can we do this then? The index here should be, or the hope is to see if we do a number correctly. So I guess it has to be an index of control hit panel. So one wouldn't even need to do something like that. But I'm thinking at least, which is easier to read? Is this easier to read? Or is this easier to read? Something like that. Get panel from index and change the label. They're basically the same thing, which is why I'm thinking, probably it reads the same exact way, but I think maybe that one's cleaner. You would then just do this guy here. You would change this guy to be this guy here and do all of this here. Maybe that makes it a little bit easier. So the idea is that you have an index, so the location of the node, and we have different types. So we're grabbing the specific type that we're looking for, and with the whatever specific type, we're changing the label of this guy or changing the visibility. And wait, is GDScript like C and Python combined? Because why are there pointers and nulls? At this point, I'm just gonna not try to figure out what this is. I have heard it's comparable to Python. I've never used Python. I only have a background in C++, but I have heard GDScript's pretty close to Python, as far as I know. And get panel from that. I think this is fine. It's such a small difference that I think it's okay to leave it as it is. My only concern is that something's not right here. We have to select visibility depending on the chapter selected, but my issue is that our update here and then the update screen, something's gone awry. And why is that? We have one flip guy here, then we change the label depending on the flip mode, and the label is changed if we go to and I don't think there are pointers. No, I was a big fan of pointers until you start doing a pointer to a pointer to a pointer, void pointers. No, there's no pointers. What the game, I don't even know if you would call this the same thing. There's signals, and I might be delulu. No, there's no pointers, not at all. I do know that for sure. That was like the biggest change I had to make with learning GDScript, is that no more pointers. It was super duper weird. The closest thing to a pointer I can say is possibly the signals, the globals, maybe. Because you can send a signal to somewhere else. And you should try to learn Python, it's really easy. Or when I finish Flower Emporium, my game, I'm gonna try to learn C# to make my own OS so I can make Python. But Python faster, but damn! Whew, you have ambitions and I do wish you luck on them, my goodness! That's really neat. I do want to learn Java. I can get it, no. Next up on my to-do list is learning C... the stuff for the website. And now you can learn that one. Yeah. I want to learn HTML, I think, and then JavaScript, I think. And GDScript's basically Python. Let me see here. Why are we having issues? If I then click on you hear play again, honestly, it's just Python. Well, that's good news. I'm kind of sort of the way. The good news about programming in general, too, is that once you learn one, you're pretty good and you're pretty set for learning all the other ones, too. I'm wondering, at least, why are we getting such like a... The game definitely feels like optimization. I don't know. Does it feel... We'll definitely add a loading screen. I think that could be a good idea to do. Maybe it's just because we don't have a loading screen that it feels a little bit off. If I open up our book, we only have flip pages. That is correct. However, notice... Oh, never mind. Huh. It broke itself. That's what I can say. Ah, yes. My favorite programming language. JavaScript and HTML are easy. Yeah. And I just hate JavaScript because they are using semicolons. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I remember being really confused. Flip pages, flip chapters. Yeah. So, this isn't right. This is definitely not right. Let's go back into the code here. And what did I get wrong about here? So we have our control hit panel flip and our control hit panel select. So I'm just going to remove this guy for a quick old second here. And if we click on play, why is it getting angry? We just had it working. So we click play on here and we get back in here, open up this guy here, turn chapters. Yep. And we should get flip pages too. But I broke something and now everything else isn't working, which is not good. So I'll hide this guy here. Let's start from the basics. Something broke and I'm not sure what, which is not good. Not good at all. We click play here, click play on here. We should see, yes, select. Select chapters should be hidden. Let's start there, making sure select chapters is removed. This guy here is responsible for the select. You can see the select.visible, and select.visible equals depending on the cafe book chapter selected. So, actually, chapter selected, yeah, chapter selected is a bool. Yeah, I think I did this wrong. Hold on. In our book here, we have chapters, and chapters can enter. Ah, okay, yeah, I did do that wrong. Okay, so can enter is the one we're looking for. And you can see that we have can enter as, I accidentally swapped them around. You should be that, you should be this, and then you should be this. There you go. Hold on, now you should be good. I think we're fine now. Click on that guy here, click on you there. There we go. And then we have super dot update screen, which should make it visible. Yep, okay. And then let's click on play again. You know, I was gonna ask, what's the rule surrounding sharing X's and other game files on the Discord? Or is it a better idea to just link to the GitHub, or would that be self-promotion or something? The idea is, at least for the Discord, that people who are making games can't just pop into the Discord and say, hey, come check out my game, and then leave. Or people who stream can be like, hey, I'm streaming. The hope is that people, what was I saying? It's supposed to be more organic. If you're working on a game you'd like to share, there are parts in the Discord for it. If you're on their Moonrader and during the ad break, I can add you to the certain places, but there's places where you can say what game you're working on and things like that. There's certain spots. That way it's not everywhere. And I'd say it would be probably better to share like the GitHub, most likely. The thing is, everyone knows, or at least everyone should know to heed caution to links, and there is a rule that says to do it as well. But the hope is that at least not downloading files directly from Godot, going to a different one, I think. No, Godot. Discord. Discord makes it a little bit nicer. And why are we angry at this guy here? Chapter selected. Yeah. We have book.current chapter. Okay, you're supposed to be this guy here. There you go. And then you're supposed to be there, but don't you know? There we go. Okay, and good brain rot. Good old brain rot is here. Oh my, I accidentally swapped everything around and I have to swap it back. It's like connecting cords and then going back and forth with them. Okay, flip pages. Good, we have select chapter, flip pages. However, this is not right. Okay, so we need to set this to be not. Okay, now we're good to go. If it is not, it is reversed. So now, hopefully, it lets you know that you can do here. Open the book, you can select the chapter or flip the pages. Select chapter is also not working. Did I do it again? I think I did it again. Hold on here. Change label. Let's go ahead and just set this to be, I think it's here actually. Flip pages will go here. Flip chapters would go here, like that. There we go. Okay, save that now. And yeah, I guess I'll do that then. And also start adding some of my devlogs into the game devlog board. Yeah, that is the help. And hi, Frost. It's been quite a long time. Welcome back in. I see you've made plenty of practice in the game today last fall. Indeed. I hope you've been doing well, as well as your studies have been going wonderfully and swimmingly. Let me click on this levels here. Click on that guy here. Okay, hold down space. Flip chapters is enabled. We can also see, flip chapters here. Select chapters here. And I'm wondering, should flip chapters go before, do you think? Since this is the first guy, select chapters comes afterwards? I could see it being the case. It maybe might feel weird having you go left to right. Possibly, I could see that being the case. What I'm thinking is, at least, what we could do here is do you here, then do that here, and then do hold on, that guy here, and then we just do this guy here, paste this guy here. I think turn chapters might work out a little bit better, like that. There we go. I think that might look nicer. And I have. I hope you've been doing well as well. Indeed. And I did as well. Lovely. Yes, indeed. How nice. Let me click on this guy here. Click on levels here. Click on me here. All right. So we have here flip chapters. Then we have flip chapter, select chapter. And when you select into a chapter, it now says flip pages, which is correct. And when you exit, it says flip chapters. So this is working as intended. And we need to now have a button where if this guy appears, then we need to have a tab for exit chapter. And we also need to remove it, that if you're inside the chapter, then we need to make it, or we need to also hide select chapter. So there's a lot of toggles. That's why I was saying that this guy here is tricky. So this guy, there's a lot of toggle on and offs. So we have here first, and we'll say this too. This is where comments I would add. This guy here controls if you can enter the, let's do one hashtag here. If you controls visibility, controls if you can enter a chapter or not. A chapter or not. That's what that guy does. Controls if you can enter a chapter or not. That's what that is. Select there. Actually, it's this one here. Good thing I'm adding things. And we'll add this guy here. And for this guy, this is going to be controls whether to show ETHER whether to show flip pages or flip chapters. There we go. And what you coding? Hi, Saif. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. Right now we're coding UI to hide and show depending on what's going on, and the Booleans grow in hunger. They do. Oh boy. So we have control whether to show flip pages. This controls whether if you can enter in a chapter or not. What we also need to do is that once we set the visibility here, depending on if you can enter it, maybe we then have to set it to be the case of if you are in the, what's it called? If you are, you know what, I'm just gonna grab this guy here. If you have the cafe book chapter selected. So I'm gonna just copy you here and do utility.cafe. Yeah, let's just copy this guy, make it its own variable. I like that idea a lot more. So we're gonna do a var here for var for can enter chapter. Can enter chapter. It's going to be a bool equal to this guy here. If we can't enter the chapter, or chapter is selected, chapter selected, bool var here for chapter selected. If the chapter is selected, there's a few other things we could do, so we can just remove that guy here. No, that's that. And that, no, they're not. Floats are fine. No. And I'm gonna hate using floats, aren't I? And now I'm gonna hate using ints. Oh yeah, and sometimes you gotta represent half of something in some ways that isn't an integer. But decimals are scary, Frost. Oh my. Let's go back to here. And with that said, if the chapters is selected, so back to here, controls whether to show pages flip or flip pages. If it is the case that we are in this guy here, so this is chapter selected. If it is the case that we can show, or if we can't enter the chapter, so this is rather copy you here. We'll also add another one here for chapter selected. We have here can enter chapter. So can enter chapter, var for can enter chapter. Can enter chapter, like this guy here. So then we'll copy this guy here and just remove this guy here. So if it is the case that we so this guy here. So what I'm thinking is at least we'll say if you can enter the chapter, do so and so. And hi, is it Nomigon the Great? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And some quality nerding is happening here. Not. Well, thank you, and welcome in. And please correct me if I'm wrong in the name as well. And please do indeed. I tend to butcher them a lot, so. Oh my, and I've missed your shenanigans. And that float scared me. Why are they so specific? I don't care if your internal bit. Our values are different. I get what I want. You rebel, you. So we have flip chapters here. We then have select chapters. When select chapters is active, so when I select into a chapters, we then want the select chapters to be exit chapters. So we're actually going to need to do something different. We're going to need to hide the select chapters. And then once we exit the chapter, so there's tab or F. If you can select a chapter, then you would click F. Once you have a chapter selected though, you can't go into it more. So this is where you would press tab to exit chapter. So we need to have a thing say exit chapter, something of the case. And what I'm wondering is, maybe we don't even have to have it like as a, what's it called? Maybe we can have this as a 2-for-1 special deal where we don't have to add another panel. Maybe we can just make it a 2-for-1 panel. I think that could work. So instead of having one panel for tab and one panel for F, I think we could just alternate it. Oh gee, my nerd alert, reading are through the charts. Oh boy. So what I'm thinking here at the very least is that we can do here some sort of pairing with the mode. So it's like a control hit panel mode here. You can see we have turn, select, and book controls appear here. This guy is for testing purposes when you're in the main option screen, and it shows you where the buttons will appear. I'm thinking at least for our select chapters, if we change it to be a different wording. You can see here it's control hit panel type control hit panels type select. What I'm wondering is if we can make it into a tab as well. So what I'm thinking is at least we can change it to either tab or to exit. Tab or exit would be the two we would choose. So I'm going to guess, do we want to combine these two, select and exit? Or do we want to keep them separate and show them true or false? I like the idea of keeping them or true or false, just because it gets rid of a lot of things, but I don't know how you would do select or exit. I'm not sure what you would do. Maybe we could make it a type of enter exit. I think that could work. I do like the idea of that. So we'll do enter exit like this, enter exit. It is a type enter exit. And then if you can enter, we do something. And if you can exit, you do something else. I think that can work out better, possibly. So then what we'll do is that if it's, oh no, we would have to have a bool mode. I take it back if it is enter or if it is exit. Let's do enter and type enter, and then we'll do exit. I like that a little bit better, exit here, instead of select, enter. I think enter is a better one. And then if it is type enter or it is type exit, I don't know. And soft I instead of hard I for Namigon, Namegon. Maybe like that, but Nam is fine. Namegon, maybe that's a little bit better. And welcome in, Nam. Welcome in regardless. And interesting one, I haven't heard that before. Let's see. If I go, let's go you here. I'm wondering, yeah, I would want to make these guys their own. So I would want to do like enter here, and then this guy would be enter here, enter here, enter here. And what I'm thinking is at the very least, we make a function for set enter exit, set CHAPTER, set panel enter exit, set enter exit panel, set enter exit PANEL panel, like this guy here. And then we, depending on the bool, do, for example, here can enter chapter. So we have a bool here for, let's see, bool, and it's going to be can enter chapter. And why is that in great? Is it like this, perhaps? No, that's right. Hold on. How do I do a bool again? It's either this. I thought it was, no. I think it's, oh, I forget. Bool like this? Is that it? Okay, good. And then we have a void here, like that, and then pass here. Like that? Yeah, okay. And, floats suck! Especially if you need perfect math seed for roguelikes, and there's so much freakiness in them! So much surrounding errors and behaviors like 0.1 plus I don't want to keep reading that! I'm sorry, Neva, I can't bring myself to! And, I just checked November 4th, 2024, I subscribed on YouTube. Wow, anyway, I'll quit yapping and go to work on my own thing a bit, and hold on, have a little bit more hope, Moon Raider! I appreciate the good luck. You didn't have to say it like that. And I do wish you luck on your project. And turn ears are terrifying. Best of luck, Moon Raider. Best of luck. I'm thinking at least we have here true or false, and then we match here, or if can enter chapter. So if can enter chapter, then what we do is do this guy or else. So if we can enter the chapter, otherwise we set the guide to be something else. I think that works. So we would set the panel here, our control hint type enter, and this is where I'm not too sure. I do like the idea of setting it to enter exit. That might work instead. Proud answer. No, I will go down lying down. Yeah, that makes total sense. Enter exit. We'll do enter exit here, I think. I like that a little bit better. So we'll set it to be enter exit type here, and then we'll go back to you here. And well, yeah, of course, it just is hints. Oh my, we'll click this to enter exit. And then this guy here is going to be the text. So we'll go ahead and do change label on whatever we do here. So, hello, Coffee Sand VT. Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. And please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. That was an easy ball there, but maybe it's pronounced like Coffee Sand. Regardless, welcome into stream. And I do tend to butcher names, so by all means, please correct me if I'm wrong. What I'll then do here is we want to do this guy here, and we'll change the label. And if it is the fact that you can enter the chapter, then we're going to say select chapter. Otherwise, we're going to say exit chapter. So we can go ahead and do here, const for, and I do like doing const. I think consts are nice. So we'll do const here for enter chapter, enter text. And then we'll make this a string and set it equal to this guy here. And then we'll also do an exit. So exit will go here. And if we ever want to change it, this thing is like exit. So select chapter, exit chapter, EXITCHAPTER. The thing is, it's like, these guys could just be plus chapter. If we ever do want to change it, I don't think it matters too much if we did like plus chapter. That's optimization. I think it's okay to do enter text versus exit text. I'll keep those, and those are a lot of letters. Hi, was it Ivan or Yvonne? I do not remember, but I do remember the name. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in, and indeed, lots of numbers or letters. And I already have you. Fraction is 2 ints. Oh boy. And stand proud. I did read this as well. Lovely. But that said, what we'll then have here is our enter text, since we start off with our select chapter enter. So this instead is going to be this here, and then we'll do that there. And then we have our control hint panel mode here. And what we need to do is, here you can see where it says add control. I want to add one for modify control. And what I'm thinking is at least that if it is select, we change the control. So here it says add control. But what I want to do instead is I want to do like a control and change the control. You can see here, add control, and then what it does, at least, is add a panel, and then we add the specific panel. Is there a way to change control panels? You can do control panel's position, where we change the position here. Yeah, and that changes the position. And the speed you exist is impressive. Didn't think I would stumble to a stream that existed. Well, thank you, thank you. Today it's supposed to be taking it easy, but my excitement had other plans. When I get excited about something, I tend to speak really fast, whether I like it or not. Oh my, you're all wrong. Fractions aren't real. Right? Oh my. What I want to do here is I want to have a way to change the control hint panel, and thank you, Nom, for the follow as well. Thank you, and welcome, and oh, very good. Let's see here, and yeah, that's her common slow mode. I would be a lot more expressive if I could, but I'm having throat issues today. Speaking of, let me get a little bit of tea. Tea has been consumed. Alrighty. With that said, I would like it if we could do a sign here, but I would also want to do something like change label. Yeah, we can change label and then change single button. Maybe something like that. So let's see. And seriously? Indeed. Oh boy. Function, and then we have here change single buttons, change single button, and her speaking at the speed is normal. I'd say I am doing semi-decent at the moment. Not too fast, not too low, not too loud, not too quiet. And hi, Alamic, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Hey, that Minecraft chat is needful. Thank you, and welcome back in as well. I do like a little Minecraft here and there. I do hope to mod Minecraft soon enough. So the hope is that this guy gives me a little bit of inspiration. Let's see here. Function for change single button. I'm thinking at least, and then we'll do a void here. So void. And what I want to, that's not void. What I want to do is I would want to do set single mode here, where you can see single button, set sprite new button here. I want to do instead something like this. So we have new input button. So we do here, new button. And we also need to see what type of mode it is. So if it is the case that it is in single mode, if it's not in single mode, then return. So if it is the case that our current mode, if current mode is not, so if current mode not this, so hold on, I did that wrong. If not, equal, I think that's how you have to do it. If not, you there, equal, and then we have a button mode, so let's see, button mode, what is it called? Mode, what are you called? Mode. You are mode.single. Kept it simple. And you're gonna get seen by Mojang, by the way, and fell out of the word, and yeah, just 1 second, let me do something funny. You think you're funny, guy? Think you're funny, punk? Oh, that's good. If not current mode single, return, and we'll also want to put a warning saying like, hey, actually, we can't change the mode of this button because it's not single. So we're going to do here, could not change single button mode. So let's see, could not change single button to new type. Current button is not set to single mode, like that. And wow, that's way funnier than Eris's jokes. I don't care why she's hating. I'm not hating. What do you mean? And Eris hates me because she wishes she could be me. You know what, Moon Raider? Whatever keeps you asleep at night, it was killed by intentional game design. Intentional game design. Oh boy, not able to code. I didn't read this well, lovely. Oh my, let's see. That said, I want to do single button, set to new button here, and then I also want to change the label to whatever the label is. So we'll add a change single button. I think it would be nice to add a label here too. So we'll do a new button as well as a label. So let's see, we'll do new underscore label here. And if we don't enter in a new label, so this will be a string, string, we'll just set it to be the case of being our already label hint.text. So label hint.text will go here. And I think this will work. So we'll do here, this here, and technically speaking, we could do change label here. I don't know how well I like that, but I think this will work. So we'll do a change label here and then do new label here, new label here, new label, there we go, like that. So I think that'll be fine. And there will come a time when we will see some getters and setters. I have some getters and setters somewhere. The issue is when you do .get, they're already in Godot. So I don't want to override them. We're so smart. And we keep making her laugh. She'll eventually die. I can't see at least. Many have already tried that tactic of laughter until pain. Oh boy. If we can enter the chapter, then we need to grab the flip index. So I'll go ahead and do on here. Can get, yep. And then what we need to do is do our enter exit. So this guy here is actually going to be enter exit like that. And then we can go ahead and do here enter exit. And then we can go here enter exit. Yep, that's good to go. And then we'll go ahead and get our enter exit index. So enter exit index. Int equals enter index here, and we'll set it to be var int index. No, I can't do this today, can I? Int equals like that. Yeah, okay. And then tactic? What do you mean override them? I'm pretty sure like a get. Yeah, there's like get, I think like that, and then this. So I'd have to do like get something instead, and it's really weird. The fact that they're already in Godot, and you'd either have to override these guys by default or change it to like get so and so and so. So instead of adding the get as that, I just do something else instead. But I have used getters and setters before. I can't say that. And Nemo was slain by ancestor using Skull Collector. You write lies, Neva. And you're talking about Jesse. I can say, Paula, that's from what I remember. It's been a good few years since I've done C++, so I could not even talk. I could definitely see myself not making sense at the moment. From what I remember, it's tricky to do. Maybe it's not, and I'm just remembering incorrectly, which I could be doing at the moment, but I'm also in this too far, and adding getters and setters, not an option at the moment. It's already been denied. But if it is the easier version, or cleaner at least, I can acknowledge that too. She's lied for about the... There's no voice acting at the start of the stream. Well, voice acting for an entire stream. I know I'm supposed to be taking it easy. Hold on. Let me simmer down. Go slower. Think about my words and be not as loud. And just do something like this instead. Yes, indeed. Yep. And I wish implementing _get always passed props through it. It only handles properties that aren't defined. Interesting. Breathing. Yes, breathing. Slowly. In, then out. Then in, then out. Oh my. So if we can enter, what we're going to do is set the keys to be a certain thing. Otherwise, we do something else. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do our panel to index. So panel to index, we're going to grab our current index, which is going to be index here. And then what we need to say is, actually not panel to index, is going to be dot get child. So dot get _ child here. Get child, I think it's going to be, hold on, panel to index, get child, hold on. Yep, that's type to int. So that should give us our type to int. So actually, we need to do something a little more, so like panel to index, and then we grab the control hint panel type. So control hint panel dot type dot enter exit, like that. And I love how Iris lowers her volume, but her volume returns to normal before she finishes her next sentence. And one of the hyperlink block is a getter and setter. It's something that was really common in C++. I think it's common in other languages, but I only remember it from C++. And I remember it being super duper handy, especially for like constructors. I don't remember what constructor is, but I remember them being also important. And I love how I didn't realize how lovely, etc. getter. I hardly know her. Oh my. Let's see. So we get the index here with the panel to index, and then we have to do control hint panel get child. So I'm thinking at least now we can grab the index, which is going to be this guy here. And instead of doing our change label, what we're going to do instead, as this gives us our panel. From our panel, what we have to do is this is getting the child of our control hint panel group. Control hint panel group is making a child. So you can see here, we do control hint panel type. So our panel to group get or add. And this is where it gets a little bit tricky, as we need to do dot get set, get last index. Yep. We do panels. When we make our control screen, so our control hint panel here, this is where we do the change single button. But I'm wondering if we have to go down, because this is the control hint panel, but we have a control hint panel group. So if we go to our group here, control hint panel group, I think this is where we have to kind of modify it a little bit. So control hint panel group here, and what I want to do is do control hint panel group and then change it or add it to the, you can see here, show test panel. So this guy here is the actual panel we're dealing with, and we need to access the child. You can see here it says add child. So what I'm going to do at the very least is we need to access a specific child. You can see here it even says add panel here. So what I want to do is, since this is going to be a single child, we just kind of have to slowly add it. And I don't like this. I know that this is wrong. I can already feel it's a generic panel, or it's a general panel. It's a general pattern to handle access to class members. Yes. It's so that you don't have to access them in functions, and it's a, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a way to keep track of everything, in the sense of, I kind of do it in my utility here, for example, where you have a function where I have a set new variable here, or I have a highlight function and a remove highlight. This is basically my setter or getter, and the idea behind doing a setter or getter is that I don't have to access the actual variable here. It does it everything here, and it does it in this one specific spot. So if ever anything ever breaks related to that one thing, I know that I only have to check this one spot instead of checking it everywhere else. This guy manipulates this variable. If ever the variable breaks, I don't have to go searching for Tim or Tim or Tommy. I just have to go to this function. That's the idea behind getters or setters, at least to my understanding. It makes it so that it's easier to track things down, should they need to be tracked down. What I want to do here, and why I'm talking about it now especially, is because, for example, here in our control panel screen, so our control hint panel here, this guy has the, this guy here, pin control hint panel, yep, and we have the function here for, hold on, and this is where it gets tricky. I have changed single button, yeah, and this control hint panel guy needs to be accessed, and we need to modify it specifically. So what we need to do is that we have a control hint panel here, but we have a control hint panel group, and this group holds panels. So this guy holds multiple panels. We need to access the one panel that it has on it. And basically Godot translate variable equal value to set variable value, which means you can do logic on the value each time the variable is changed. I think, no, I don't even understand it. That is it feels as though it might be another topic for another day. But I do want to explore more things about Godot in general. I can't say that. Let's see, control hint panel here. Okay, so we have control panel here, test all of these guys here. What I want to do is, do this guy here, we add the child, I believe, hold on, task screen. I think it's fine. I think we have one panel. We have one singular control panel. I think I'm overthinking this. Our book here, our control screen hub, has our book controls, and our book controls should hold one panel group. So we just need to access whatever panel group that is, and that's why we get the child of that specific panel. So if I'm understanding my own code correctly, which I could definitely not be, I think we don't even have to do all of that. I think we're just okay to do change single button here. So let me go ahead and copy all of this here. And then if I go back into our hub here, so I click on this guy here, go back to our book controls, I think I can just do this, possibly, and expected close, yeah. So we do get child index, and this should get the child of our panel group. So we do dot get child, we need to grab the child, so this is where it gets angry at. So let's see. Panel, oh, I see, I get it. Lovely, gotcha, close this guy here. Get the child at the certain index, and then we do dot, and then we change the panel. Let's see, expecting closing argument, yeah. So let's see, change single button, why is it angry? We have left, right here, get child, and then we do dot, change single button. New button's going to be, for example, here we have our enter exit. So our button's going to be this specific guy here. So our enter text versus exit test. We can go ahead and just do this guy here, enter text, for example, and we have the button and the string. So this is going to be button here and then string here. So it's more so going to be like this here. And then I think if we just move this guy to here, and then we do this guy here like that. But I'm not sure. Oh, no, that's right. And by logic, do you mean like arithmetic operations or what exactly? And okay, I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. So we have here control hint panel, and if we can enter chapter, then we do the enter text. If we can't enter the chapter, then we need to do tab. So instead of button select, now this guy needs to be tab. So we do dot tab. Okay, where is this music? I'm realizing it's piano covers of game music. Ah, you have a good ear then. Exclamation music. All the music you hear is from Game Shop. So a YouTube channel you can find on YouTube. These, what you're hearing right now, are all piano, I don't even know if they're remixes, but piano versions of different game genre songs. So I believe there's Zelda, Sonic, and Mario, Pokemon. Those are, I think, the 4, but I would 100% recommend checking them out. Yeah, the music's lovely. Let's see, button dot, let's see, button dot tab, I think it's going to be tab, or exit, is it? Ooh, what button is it? Tab is our button here, I believe. Deselect is the button. Interesting. So we'll select and then deselect here, and it's going to be our exit text, which goes here. Exit, E-X-I-T, exit text here. So if we can't enter the chapter, we set the guy here, and then we also need to set the visibility. So we also need to do here our visibility. So we can go ahead and copy this guy here, do this guy then here, and I'm wondering as well if we can just get the child already. This is going to be our panel. And I'm going to do instead here, something like, I think, which might be easier a bit, is to do something like this guy here, then grab this guy here, set the index to be this guy here, and it's going to be control hint panel. So var control underscore hint panel, P-A-N-E-L, panel here. It's going to be a control hint panel, so control hint panel like that. And then I think we can just do this guy here. And then if we do this guy here and set this to dot, I think possibly this might work. Or it might just be making a copy. I can never recall. So we do this guy here, we do this guy here, that guy here. And this is where a pointer would come in handy at. So I'm not sure if it's going to make a copy or if it's going to be a pointer. We'll see together. So we'll go ahead and copy this guy here, and then we'll go ahead and just do this guy here, dot visible, and it's going to equal if we can enter the chapter, like that. And other guy here, visible. I also want to make it so that if we can't enter the chapter, then don't even do any of this. So this here, if we set the visibility depending on that. Actually, no, I like it better afterwards. I think it's fine. And we should be good to go. All right. So with all that said, let's see if it does allow us to do enter versus exit, tab versus deselect. I'm not sure if this is going to work for Scribe, but fingers crossed it does. So let's see, let me get some tea here. Tasty. And with that said, we go here to the levels, then we go here to you here. And in our guide, nothing breaking yet, nothing breaking. So we have flip chapters A and D, that's correct. We have here then select chapter. So when I click F, we should then have it say exit chapter and it should be tab. It does not, but it does say flip pages and select chapter. Oh, hold on. Yeah. So don't mind me while I just do a little bit of something like that and then. Okay, so where are we in testing? Let's go ahead and click on play here. The fact that this has happened so many times that I knew the instant why it wasn't working. Okay, now I know ads are about to start. Let's quickly see. Flip chapter, select chapter. Okay, so it's not working still. That's okay. That's all right. When we come back from the ad break, you won't miss anything. We'll have that run, and then we'll continue seeing about the buttons. All right, we're good to go. Say you in a bit. Oh, bye. Oh my! Click on that guy here, and I get to get a little bit more tea. How lovely. Tasty indeed. How wonderful. Well then, since the ad break is happening, what can I chat about while we do some stretches? Let's start off by doing some neck stretches first. If anything happens, breaks, cracks, or what was it? Crack, right? Crack, snaps. If anything snaps, breaks, cracks, or does anything else, a call Dr. Caller, don't call me. I should not be held liable. Do it your own transgression, all right? And we're supposed to go easy on the yapping. Right. Right. Easy. Thank you for reminding me, Chuck. Yes, let's start off by going to the right here, slowly, at a proper volume where we don't overextend it. And then we're going to go to the left here, slowly but surely, in a calmed and relaxed environment where nothing will harm. Nothing harmful can happen. Surely. Let's go to the left here. Let's then go front a little bit. And then let's also go back a little bit. And my neck's not done, I'm dead! Well, I already did the warranty and the warning, so I'm not held liable. What an unfortunate twist of events that I could not see coming. Oh my. Let's do some back stretches then, shall we, while we're waiting. Let's go to the right here a little bit. And then let's go to the left here a little bit. And then let's go to the back here a little bit. And bruh, no insurance? Never mind. I'm not dead. Oh, my back. Oh, that is just a little bit more to the front. I like how you changed your tune when you realized you had to come out of your own pocket. Oh me, oh my. Well, we have about a minute or so left. What I can talk about, and hi, Miss Enderpina. That's a name I haven't seen in quite a second either. Hello, how are you? Hello. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. I hope your time away has been wonderful, as well as your week and your current day. It's all going wonderful, or in her time down here as well. And you didn't disclose things for popping. See you in court. Right, popping. I should have known. I don't know. Can you pop your back? Can you pop your neck? I thought popping was only for sockets. I don't think there's any sockets. Oh, I guess your neck socket. I take it back. I think there's sockets in your spine. I'm not good at anatomy. This is why I'm not a doctor. Oh boy. Let me scroll this as well. And hi to Darvin. Welcome in the stream. And I do your question. It does Mr. Sandy's awesome use your brain to work. For the moment at least, to answer your question, my goal is to do everything 100% on my own. So I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just doing my own thing and seeing how far that gets me. To answer your question, and I'm working hard or hardly working. Working hard and hardly working. I'm hardly working. It's a lot of fun doing these streams, especially since I get a lot of time to focus on my game, and I know my eardrums pop on listening, and that's great. Thank you as well. Yeah, the thing is, it's like, I want to learn as much as I can and try as many things as I can. So I'm just worrying about this right here, right now. And welcome in the stream as well. Welcome in. And I know my eardrums popped. Oh, I did read that. Lovely. Well, welcome. And actually, hold on. Actually, Your Honor, I disclosed that the guy might die if I shoot him, so it's actually his fault. I'm pushing it! I forget! Calm! And again, I don't know if the nerd voice is very much pushing it compared to everything else. I think out of all the voices, nerd's probably the easiest to do. Oh my. With that said, let's go ahead and see if this works. Welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. Let's see here. As I save this guy and I get a little bit of water. I have to get more tea. Tasty, and wait, do you... Oh, flip chapters, select chapters. So for some reason this guy isn't being called correctly. Maybe we have if can't enter chapters, do enter text. Otherwise, do this guy here. Let me see about clicking play on here and where it gets us added. Oh my. Let's see. And yeah, prop easier than your regular voice. Oh my. Let's see. We enter into this guy. Do we actually enter it? We do. If not, current mode equals single. The current mode should be equal to single, so we should continue. Yep. And then we set the new sprite to the new button. The new button should be current value 12. And we set the sprite. The sprite should be changed. And the sprite should now be instead a tab button. I'm not sure why it's not set up as tab. Could it be the case that the button's not properly made? Or rather, is it the case that the tab button isn't linked to select? Oh, you know what? I think it is. Okay, I think I know what the issue is. In our game input button here, do we have a button to set up? Yep. We also have button to action. There's also button here. So there's action to button, which does a string to button. There is button to string here. There is also button to string here. Okay. Never mind. Button, string, button, string, button, string, button. Yeah, that's not the easiest to understand. What I'm looking for is the fact of I want to see whatever the button is for our button select, which should already be tabbed. So that should be fine. If I go here to our button, for example, hold on. Let me just click out of this guy. Our button, B-U-T-T-O-N, button icon. Here we are, button icon. This guy here controls what button is used. And I should pick up Godot, but I'd rather work on 20 different projects. See, this is exactly why I haven't done any game jams. I would definitely go down that line of doing 20 different projects because I like doing a lot of different things, but I'm making sure I stay focused. We have type here, and I'm wondering at least if the type is set to be deselect, does it get set to tab? If we go back into here, we set the sprite list, button string, yep. So sprite list here, and our sprite list, okay. So if that's to be the case, I'm going to say possibly that our button deselect needs to be specific to what it is. And I made a trijam, never heard of that before. My friend says it's just short enough to keep my attention span. Or I made a tri-jam, maybe like a game jam, or tri-jam, 3 games, 3 game jams, 3 games and made it 1 game jam, maybe? Possibly. Oh, that sounds like a lot. I'm wondering here at least, our sprite list is a string to a texture. And we add a lot of different sprites. So you can see here, we have a function for set sprite, and then the sprite gets set depending on the type. So what I'm wondering is, if it's a specific type, then we have to do certain things. In our case, the tab is set to be, no, that shouldn't work. This guy should work as it is. For example here, if we click on you and we drag you to just the center of the screen here, and I were to click on play here, the button icon should be, and try jam is a game jam, you have 3 hours. Oh, that's painful. That sounds like a lot of fun, though. 3 hours to make a game? Oh, that's intense. And oh, no, I am late. No worries at all, Kevin, as I said before. No apologies and no lateness. You are here where you need to be. So welcome in. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. And what are we doing? Oh, yeah. Hello. hello. Welcome into stream. For some reason, our tab button isn't appearing as tab. If I make this guy just a little bit bigger here, hopefully you can see it now when I click on play that appears in 3 hours. It's really short, but I was able to make a small HTML game. Ah, you know what? Congratulations. Oh, how neat. That's lovely to hear. I have not done a game jam before. The only thing I can come close to is that I've done like a personal jam where anytime I worked on it, it was 24 hours spent. That was the first game I made. It was more of like a mini game. So my hope is that, at least with Necrotype Cafe, less mini game, more of big game, huge game. We're going to set this button icon to be deselect. And if it's set to deselect, we should get tab when I click on play here. Do we get deselect? It should be tab. Tab should be the default. We do get tab. So this guy's working fine. Somewhere else, it's not working properly, which is okay. But the good news is at least that our tab guy is working as intended. So I'll go ahead and undo all of you here. Don't save at all. You should not be saved. Let me just make sure our button guy is not saved. Button icon seen here. Yep, okay. So what we need to see is why is it the case that the control screen is not doing what it needs to do? If we go back to our script here, we go to our base controls here. Yeah, so it's change single button. We change the input from button select to enter text to button deselect. My question is then, why is it the case that our set sprite new button is not working as intended? Deselect, that is what we set it to, right? Deselect, yeah, if it's set to deselect. Now, it's not working differently, so that's good. Oh my, the thing is, the base, the core value, it's functional on its own, which means something else is messing with it. That's what I was trying to point out. Oh my, so for example here, our change single button, and then the set sprite, I'm wondering at least for our button here, if we go to our button here, our button sprite here, our button icon, this is where we change the button icon at. So my wondering is, this button icon dot set sprite, if I had to guess, this is why it's not working. We need to set the button sprite. When we change the sprite of something else, if we go back to our, where we add control screen hub, this guy here, and we do change single button, we are doing single button dot set sprite. So never mind, because this is the button, this is the set sprite, so it sets the sprite of the button icon. Yeah, that does work. So why is it the case that it's not? Hold on, we'll do print here, and then we'll do a print, and we're going to do game input button, game input dot button dot find key, and then we'll do our type here, and then I'll go ahead and click on this guy. This should say deselect when I click into the game, and I'm late. Hi, Noi. There's no lateness here. There's no Cobber. There's no lateness here. Don't worry, you're not late or tardy. That feels creepier. Welcome into stream though. Welcome in. I hope you've been well. Oh my, we need to close this guy here for a second, and what I need to do is see about if the type is wow, let's I figured maybe not the best thing to do. Oh my, but welcome in, Noe. I'm glad to have you here. Oh my, let's click on play then, and let's go ahead and do here, click on you here. They're all set. We can go ahead and enter into this guy here. So step into, and then we have, if not current single mode, which is true, we then set the sprite. So we step into this guy here. This is where it comes into play. Our new type is 12. What's the new type? Well, let's see. Game input button. That kind of looks like 12, and I got a physical chessboard, and now I can think about anything else. I have seen before, or very recently, there's this chess game coming out, and all the pawn pieces are cats. It's adorable. I don't do chess, but I've read so many comments where it was like, maybe now I have a great reason to learn chess. It's adorable too. The king piece, whenever he takes a piece, he just belly flops until the other piece give me the like. Hold on. Oh, let me see if I can find it very quickly here. Yes, it's just called cat chess. Yeah, that's it. Here you go. Oh boy, there you are. Yeah, the king just belly flops upon the cat. Let's see here. Our deselect, that does kind of look like a 12. We go into this guy here, and then we do type, and then this is where I want to print it out, so we continue into this guy here, and we should print out deselect. So deselect does work. We then do get key name as string type false. So is this where it gets a little bit angry at? We do get key name as string type false. Yeah, if not game input, key code button to action. So this is where we're getting the map. So the game input should get tab here as the key name as string. So we should get back something that says, and that was fast, feline speed even. The good news is that the game is easy enough and unique enough that if I just type in cat chess game, it pulls up. Oh my. We should get back a return key of tab. Let's see, we go here, step into, step into, step into, step into. We get back the button string. Button string says tab, so the sprite should change. We step into this guy here. We then should get the texture of the sprite, which is the tab guy here. We then do new tab, new label, exit chapter. Exit is spelled a little bit off, but that's okay. And then we do here, step into here, change label then. So if we go back into our remote guy here, we should be able to see in a game here. Oh, the game hasn't shown up. Maybe something's off there, but that's okay. In our remote, since this guy is running, what I then want to see about is our turn chapter here, select chapter. Our select chapter guy should then have its guy here, control margin container here, button parent. This is where our button goes. The button is set to be single. It is enabled. So why is it the case that it does other things? Single button here. Does it maybe get changed? Possibly. It's set to exit here. If we just ignore the break and we keep going, open up, flip chapter, select chapters. They've all been hidden. Where did our buttons go? Was it today Deltarune Day? Yes, today was supposed to be Deltarune Day, Noi. However, I woke up and my throat, yesterday. I started yesterday. I don't know if I'm catching a cold or something, but my throat is not doing too good. So I don't think I could do a whole 4 hours of voice acting of doing like high-pitched voices and low-pitched voices. So for the sake of my own throat and keeping it good, today was swapped, or not even swapped, but today has been replaced. That way this weekend my throat has time to recover. So if I am coming down with the cold, yeah, there we are. If
the
I am coming down with the cold,
Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Ruined entirely. And thank you for the redeem, Chapel. Thank you. Yeah, we're just taking it easy today. And by taking it easy, I mean hitting our head against the wall as we figure out if this code works or not. So, easy. Let me get some water here. Thank you, Chapel. Thank you. And even Eldritch Prince's horror succumbed to feline authority. Very true. When I gotta drink that tea for the Deltarune stream this weekend. Oh yeah, I usually during like the Deltarune streams, I already do drink like 2 teas, 2 cups of tea, and then I have so much fluids, but I can already tell. I know my throat's getting bad when I can't sing. When I lose the ability to sing properly, like as I'm brushing my teeth or as I'm making my breakfast, then I know I'm in trouble or I'm in danger. So I realized, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen today. Oh my. We have panel to panel index here upon doing initialize. We can go and remove this guy here, save that guy then here, and let's go back to here. Okay, so I'm wondering, at least we have our control hint panel here. We do have this guy here. Why is it the case that our button's hidden? Our button just all of a sudden it doesn't want to show itself, which is odd, super duper odd. And hi Agape, welcome in the stream, welcome back. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. I'm wondering, did I ruin the button? I might have done something to it that I can't undo now. And question, how can you sing while brushing your teeth? I can hum. I realized I was very off tune. And when Eris can't perform Flower Man, that's when you know you're cooked. On teeth. The thing is, I don't think I've gotten to Flower Man yet. I'm guessing that's when you fight Flowery. All I've been listening to on repeat right now is Who Might You Be, and I'm hoping by the end of the year, I will be able to do it on the piano. I'm not sure if I'll be able to succeed, but that's the song I want to learn at the moment on the piano. Who Might You Be? It's such a good song. Let's see. Deselect. Oh, you didn't have to say it like that. I'm wondering why. What did I break? I don't know what I broke. That's for starters there. Why is it hidden? And the aqua thing, it's so good! Oh, Nayana, Eris, you can use piano, Eldritch talent is charming! I can can semi-do piano. What I can say is that, hold on, I had to learn piano in order to make the music for the game. Since it's a rhythm game, it's important that music has been received. So all the music you hear here, has been me learning and figuring out how to, the melodies. I usually play around with piano, figure out the melodies, and then I put it into a program, modify it a little bit. So all of these is the result of me sitting down at the computer, at the piano. I can say specifically that this here, hold on if I do dialogue here, this was a direct translation of me using a MIDI file and using the piano. So all of this is actually me on the piano. And pedal dance is the fight music for all the flowers. Yes, who might you be specifically? So all of this here, piano actually done by hand. And I just transformed it into a MIDI file and called it a day for now. But all of this, piano actually. And I'm so happy to see it. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get to adding it to the game today since the book UI is giving us some problems. But the good news is that this is working. I can swap out the music whenever I want to. For example, here, if I type into here, I think it's Gabby voice lines. We have this voice line here. Hold on, I don't know if you could hear it. Let me up this a little bit more. There you go. Got that one there. We got, let's see, we got this one here. We also have this one here. And then we have this one here. And then we also have this one here. And then we have this one here. So I have a few that I can mess around with to keep me company that are all temporary. For example, the spider's just the lower octave of all of these guys. You know, actual piano? Yes, actual piano. I actually recently got a new piano, keyboard piano. Like, it's a piano, but not like the big ones, it's a keyboard piano. I think it's Yamaha. Yamaha is the one I have now. I had a different one before, but the keys broke, but I got it. So I'm very happy. I just need to use it more often is the issue. But yes, I do have a piano, and we've done music streams before, and hopefully we'll be able to do some as well. And listen to man_ness OG, I love it. Is it part of the Deltarune soundtrack? If so, I should be getting to it soon, hopefully. Now, yes, gotta love Yamaha. Yeah, Yamaha was the one. Out of all the research I did, it seemed to be the one that should get me to like another 10 years. And okay, I thought you had like a grand, no. Not at all. Not those like motorcycle guys. I would not be able to tell you. Oh my, let's go back into the game here. Let me click on play. And Eris would have been ballin'. No, the thing is, I need a keyboard small and compact enough that I can plug it up to the computer. If it's too big, then how am I supposed to use the keyboard and the piano at the same time? I need to think about space. Even right now, this one's super duper big. And Yamaha keyboards are not cheap, but I mean, like, you're paying for the brand and quality. Yeah, the thing is, Dimitri, I really want to get into piano. Piano has been a hobby I've wanted to get into. Hold on, music's doubling. It's a hobby I've wanted to do for a long time, to the point I know that even if I start and stop it, I do want to do it in the long run. It's like learning game development or something else. It's a hobby, it's a skill I want to do on and off. So yeah, it was an investment, but an investment in the sense of, I know I'm gonna do it eventually, soon TM, but it's gonna get done. Oh my. I'm wondering, why is it the case that these guys are invisible? What happened? We go back into remote here, cafe, this guy here. I'm wondering, let's go to control hint panel, control screen hub. Control hint panel group here, local here, control hint panel, maybe? Control hint panel, no, it seems to be a great time for some Tohu trivia. Zun Delta detunes his piano, so the sounds of Tohu music isn't any real piano. Toby Fox says it. I've heard, yeah, how it's like a thing of when you press the button on the piano, it plays a different note. So you can kind of link them up to different things. Yeah, it's so neat. And if you see my YouTube channel, I've been uploading piano videos. Oh, how fun. For Black Mini specifically, since 2014, but sadly those were played by the computer, not me. Well, you know, you gotta start somewhere. And I know at least all the music that you hear in the game. So for example here, this song here, this here, this is played by the, what's it called? This is played by the computer. This, yeah, not me actually doing it. I figure out the melodies, mess around with it, and then I clean it up and the computer plays it. So not me actually doing it. The dialogue sounds were me doing it because I wanted a placeholder. Very big difference. And dude, wrong stream. Tohu. Oh my, with that said, it's all good. Tohu, the thing is, I do want to at least look into it, even if I might not play it. I've heard so much about it that I'm convinced to at least check it out. Oh my, that said, I wanted to see about our control panel here. Control panel, or is it maybe just panel? Panel. We go back to our panel here and we see control hit panel. Yes, that guy here. Is it the case that the button is hidden? The single button is not hidden. Oh, our null type is not visible. This guy should be visible. Why are you not visible, good sir? You should have... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah. That's why it's not visible. Oh, and kind of just gotta do... Yeah, what? It's okay. Deltarune is a Toki child. We share the same blood. Oh my. Okay, so now, yeah, now the buttons are properly working. Okay, so my question is then, why is the select chapter still an F? It should be a tab. So this guy should say select chapters, and it should then say deselect. So it's not even saying deselect. So the good news is that we know somewhat. And while we're at it, I'm also going to make a backup just in case. And of course, as well as being under the own mother. I have no children. Oh my, we'll go ahead here and set this to be start book UI fix. There we go. Start book UI fix. Click on commit and click on push instead. Bobby's just an associate. We've fallen in dirt. Oh my. I'm wondering at least if we go back to here and then we've declared everything. I'd make a terrible parent, I can tell you that. Have you seen how many times I forget Tommy's name? Poor Play Brothers, yeah. Have you seen how many times I've forgotten their names? Truly the end of the world. It was the ends of times, it was the start of times. I'm going to close this guy here. So our book controls, we have changed single button here. It should be enter text versus exit text. Why is it the case that this guy isn't changing? It's not updating our button. It is doing it here, I think. You know what I'm curious to see about? No, I forgot. I forgot the one that wants oats already. The poor kitten isn't your child. Can't he be an associate? Then again, I feel like he is an exception. I had to bottle feed him, so you know what? I guess he gets a pass there. Oh my, let's see. Change single button. Why isn't this guy working? We have single button, set sprite, single button, show, change label to new label here. The new label is a new string, but it doesn't want to show, which is what I'm confused about. Oh, you know what? I think it has to do with this guy here. Yeah, see? If we do instead of this, if we were to duplicate this guy, I think I know what the issue is. And then we were to do, let's see, index here, we set it to be an int. I think this is what I was talking about before. And then if we go ahead and set this guy to be, remove either here, oh, hold on, the wrong guy to remove. This is what I brought up earlier, and I completely forgot about that. And the fact that I brought up this point, and the error is forever! Eternal. Oh my. Save this guy here, and then what we have to do is do control hit panel get child here, set this to be index here, and I think that fixes it. I think the issue was that we had control hit panel dot this guy here. I think it's because we made a copy and it doesn't like a copy. It needs the exact guy that we reference. I think that was the issue. It was what I brought up earlier. So now if we do this here, click on play, I think that'll fix it. Perhaps, fingers crossed. Let's see. So we save it, we let it load, do all of what it needs to do, click on levels here, click new here, and we get hoppa, 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 hoppa. Nope. So that wasn't the problem. At least we got something sorted out. And let's see here. And child, did I hear child cries and missing the oh mother? You see how quickly I delete the children here, no? Oh boy, let's see. I'm wondering at least can enter chapter here. Control hit chapter if can enter chapter. Why is this guy not working as host? Controls if you can enter chapter, not controls. I guess that guy also makes sense. Control whether the show can enter chapter here. We do can enter or not. And then we have panel to index. We grab the index here. Then we do get child. but it's not doing get child correctly. And then we have a print here somewhere, and this is why I try my best to not use prints, because you can see select, deselect. It should not say that. It should not have that anywhere. So where are we using print at that's not getting tracked at the moment? And delete the child from this row. Print here, we do this guy here, we do fine. This is gonna be painful, painful, painful. Let's go back here. We have print hashtag here, print total, all of these guys here. We have print here, parser here. Yeah, this is gonna be painful. What if we just do print here and then we check to see about if it's control hint panel? Is it in here possibly that there's a print? Aha! No, not aha, anti-aha. What if we do like this and then we do match case? Like, no, that doesn't work. Okay, maybe if we do anywhere here. Nope, that doesn't work. It's not here anywhere. And hi ruler, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. No pain, no reward. Isn't that how the kids say it? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I believe it's no gain. It's no pain, no gain. I'm cool, right? I'm hippity hey. Let me go ahead and go back to our button guy here. Is it the case that it's not printing? Oh, I know why. I think it's because our single button here. Yeah, I got ya. You have been dialogued and noted. Okay, so back to here, our control screen hub. We have our book controls here. This guy here controls our get or add panel index. We do type get enter exit, and then we should be able to just do enter exit here and then just get the index. Possibly. So we get the index here, which gives us type to int, and then we take that int and we do get child. This is not what we do. Get child then fetches the child, and then we can just do it from there. Find parent, find children. What's find children do? Finds all descendants with nodes. Find child, finds the first descendant, and who names matches a pattern. Matches. What's the difference between find child and get child? Is it returning null if match is not found? The match is done against no names, not the paths. Interesting. If recursive, if own is true, I guess find child is a true or false. Maybe it's a pattern here. Oh, done by names. Ah, got ya. Never mind. Answer my own question. Hi, Rockstreet. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Eris, you are cool. Thank you for streaming. Well, thank you. And you're cool too. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And Eris got no game. And it's not a combination of she's like Willie Afton. That sounds horrifying and horrible. She was the purple guy all along, so we could see all of this coming. Oh my, and let's see here. Gym chants don't motivate me as I avoid a gym. Fair enough. And greetings. Glad to see the rhythm game is coming along. Last saw you draw pixel hairstyles. Indeed, we do a little bit of everything, and Flowseed Air shows a great degree of skill. Yeah, I missed a lot of messages. I didn't even see them popping up. And file child ceases to exist. Get child returns the actual value of the child. Yeah, and find child also does it by the child's name instead of by the index, which is interesting to see. And the person that said thanks for the streaming, Iris, is certainly the kindred spirit of mine. Oh, did I miss something? Hold on, I see yours is forever. Are you dying? Huh? Did I miss something? I think we're good to go. Yeah, unless I did miss something else. Oh no. Let's see. Hold down space, flip chapter, select chapters. Nah, and the value of the child. This is why, parenting, not too good. This is flip chapters, flip pages. But why is it the case that our select chapters isn't being modified? And perhaps YouTube chat? I have seen YouTube chat. I'll double check again. Nope. We should be all good to go. I am caught up on there too. And hi. Oh, Aeoltrix, possibly. Well, please correct me if I'm wrong. The name does ring a bell, so welcome back in. Welcome back in, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. That censoring tends to happen here. Why you no work? I have questions. We have can enter or can't enter. If you can't enter, we set it to be enter text here, or we set it to be exit text. We also have here the button set to be select or deselect. The thing is, our exit text isn't working. I'm gonna do something, and I just want to see. I just want to talk. If we were to do it to be the case of doing here, I just want to see if this actually is working or not. If we grab this guy here, do it by index. If we set it to be the label and we set the label to be instead, blah, 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 does that work? I just want to know. I just want to see. And I see that, Redeem. You stay away with that. No, I'm not sure what evil you're going to use it for, but I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Let me click on you here, So is it even going in? So it is. It is doing it. That's good at least, right? It's going into it. So, level up. Did work. That's good. So this does access what we needed to. That's great. The question then becomes, why is it the case that our single button here does not work as we would have hoped? Change single button here, and it should be enter text. Otherwise, it is you here. Exit text. But the thing is this guy not even doing what it should be doing? We have change single button here. We do this child, get this child, this is control hint panel. And that's a lot of redeems. Oh my. Let's see. We go into here, and then can someone please explain to me that no matter what I do, when you change one thing in your code, you have to debug it for like 20 minutes to fix that one change? That sounds like coding in a nutshell, Moonrader. Yeah. That's ominous, Noi. I don't like that one bit. Ominous. Let's see here. I'm wondering, if not current single mode, so and so and so and so. We have then our single button here, and I'm wondering at least our button direction single button. If it is set single mode, we have set sprite to new button. New button is whatever this guy is. So my guess is we do here. What if we do this instead? The thing is, it's not even changing our label. That's what I'm really surprised about. We have change label here, which takes a new label. It should at least change the label from select to deselect, but it doesn't. And I have to go pack my rags for a weekend trip. No worries at all, Check. I do hope you enjoy your feast. Good luck with avoiding the sickness and having a good time this weekend. Thank you, Check. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little bit. I hope you have a lovely one here. Yeah, this select chapter should already be changing the name, but it's not, which is super duper odd. And touch grass? Oh my. I'm wondering our new label hint here is going to be, if it's not filled in, label hint.text. And then we go ahead and change the label here with a new label. Yeah, why is it the case? We have changed label here, label hint.text if it's not reading correctly. But for some reason, it does go into here. That is true. But it seems to be the case that our change single button does not work. And if I were to, again, just checking things out, if we were to change the label in this guy here, like this, hold on, like this, does this work properly if we do that there? Or actually, let me change it here instead. So we have this guy here, there we go, and we paste it in to be this guy here. Does that work? Perhaps, perchance, we click on play there, yeah. We get, let's see, we get, have you here, and then that there, and then select chapters, enter, deselect. So no. Ah, okay, hold on. If that's the case, then if can enter chapter. So we're checking for the visibility here as well as this guy here. So bool equals utility. I want to copy you here, and let's just print out this guy here then, because we're not even going into exit, or if else, that's not even being entered. So are we even getting true or false, or is it always equaling true? That's what I'm starting to think at the moment, that it's always set to be true, which is not good. So if we go back into here, it's false, yeah. And we go back to true here, and then we have you here, flip pages, select pages, yeah. So this isn't changing. It's doing a value that's not even what we're looking for. Okay, so we have can enter chapters here. Chapter selected. Oh, yes, actually, we don't even need can enter. We need if the chapter is selected. Oh, okay. So this guy here shows if you can flip the page or not. So this would be can enter. I did it again, I think. This guy goes here, and then I think then this guy goes here, like that. And can enter is not declared. Yeah, it's going to be rather, hold on, can enter chapter. That's what sets the can enter. And chapter selected equals, rather, this guy here goes for this guy here. I think that is the issue at the moment. We click on play then, and then, let's see. Click on you there, and then we go you here, click on you here, flip chapters, select chapters, and then we enter flip pages, select chapters, deselect should be enabled. But flip pages at least is doing it properly. I think we're at flip pages, and we deselect, flip chapters, flip pages, flip chapters, flip pages, flip chapters. Okay, in that case, so this guy is working. I'm wondering then, is it a case of this guy here, and then we do can enter? Maybe, because that is the bool we should be looking for. Something's wrong with these bools. That's the issue at the moment. So if I go back into here, we go back into you here, we go back into you here, open up the book, flip chapters, select chapter, flip chapters, select chapters. Yep, and then we're in here, flip pages, exit pages, flip pages, exit pages. We wanted to say true and false in the comment as I'm selecting and deselecting. So the fact that it's not doing that, it's not saying that, that's the issue at the moment. And I thought at least it should be here, and it should be this guy here, chapter selected. So if I click on you there, then chapter selected. And then depending on the visibility of if we can see the chapter or not, I think that's the issue. So we go back into here, open this guy here, flip chapters, flip chapters, flip chapters, flip chapters. Ah, okay. And then I think we have to do this guy here. And this guy is going to instead be this bit here. And this guy depends on if we can enter the chapter, which is this guy here. And since we only use it once, we shouldn't have to have it as a variable. So I think if we just remove this guy here, set it to be that, and then we do the index, and the index here as well can be set to be control hit panel flip. Okay, we do use an index here, we do as well. So I can kind of just copy this guy here and do this guy here, and that guy sits for that there. I think that's good. And even better, touching grass and water. Oh my, what an evil cackle. I've never seen something evil, Lillard. Let's click on you here, and we get false here, flip chapters, exit chapter. So this needs to be not instead. That should be it. Okay. And then the guy here also needs to be changed, but the words are wording now, which is good. That's great. So let's go ahead then and see about making sure that this is not. So we do not here, there. And then we also do remove this guy here. Oh, hold on. Else this guy here. And then now it's the case that some reason our deselect button is not visibly. So we're kind of back where we were, but it's working in a way. That's good. The things are moving. They're not moving in the direction I had hoped, but they're all right. So now we're in here. We're in here. Flip chapter, select chapter. So you can see A and D, flip chapter, select chapters. When we select into the chapter, it says to exit the chapter, which is going to be tab. So for some reason now, it's not saying tab. So let's see. Yeah, select chapter, exit chapter, flip chapter, select chapter. So let's see. I'm wondering at least flip pages. Yeah. So this guy here, the words are wording correctly. Now there's an issue with the guy here. So we have change single button. So this deselect and the select are working properly in a sense. If we go ahead and save this guy here, I'll go ahead and make a backup here. So enter, exit, somewhat working, enter, exit, somewhat functional here. Enter, exit, somewhat functional. We'll click on commit, we'll click on sync, we'll click on push. That way, if there is a problem, we have a save. So there is a backup for our backups, just in cases. Oh boy, do I need backups from here to here every now and then. They are pretty important. With that said, let's see. I'll click on you here, click on you here. That way I can save it and see things are good to go. Lovely. Okay, so click on you, then here. Next up, since this is working now, it means that our problem lies in this function. Since we are getting the text, we know that we are able to go into the function, but for whatever reason, our button can't be changed to the single button, which is odd. So let's go back to our control hit panel here, go back into this guy here, and we have change single button. Right now, it does not do as it did before. So we'll go ahead and do this here, and I think we can just do set single button here. So we'll do this guy here, set single mode, and then we'll go ahead and do our new button here. So new button will go here, new button goes there. Set single mode, like that there. And I think now, possibly, perhaps, may chance, it will work out well. We click on that guy there, we click on levels here, we click on you here, and now we get flip chapter, select chapter. Look at that! Oh, that's neat. Yes. Now we have flip pages, and we have... So one more thing we need to do is that if we are in the chapter, and it's a chapter that can be scrolled, we need to have the ability to say, hey, scroll. Scroll should be enabled when we are selected. So there should be like an up-down button for our selection. So when we can go up and down, that's the last button, I think. So we can go left, right, and up and down, if it is scrollable. So we just need to add a thing that says, if it is scrollable, do so and so. So what we can do is save this guy here. We need to add another guy, which should not be too hard, knock on wood. What we can start off by doing is going back to our book here, and there is an option for can scroll already. Look at that! Look at me being productive here. And what we can say is that if you can scroll, then show it. So we can go back to our control screen hub, our book controls here, and we're going to add another guy here. So this guy is, instead of going to be our button select, it's going to be up and down. So it's not going to be single, it's going to be direction. So it's going to go here, and button direction controls, press menu left, right. So this is going to be up, down. So we'll just do this guy here, we'll do this guy here, scroll, and then we'll have here, scroll, S-C-R-O-L-L, and then we can have this instead of left, right, it can be up, down, so up, down, UP, if it already is, yes, up, down, lovely. And then we're going to make this guy here, as we say, oh, hold on, that needs to be scroll here, and you need to be scroll here, like that, okay? And then we need to have this, instead of being enter, exit, it's going to be scroll. Type scroll, like that. And then what we can say is that if it is the case that we can scroll in the menu, then we want to set the visibility to that thing. So back to here, if set enter exit panel, not chapter selected. And then what we can say is, actually, let's do not chapter selected. I don't like adding that not. So we're just going to do this guy here, and then just do this guy here. So we'll add the not here instead, and else we'll go here. That changes that. That way it's not a lot of if, else, nots, or trues. So we have set enter here. So controls whether to show flip pages or flip chapters. And this guy here is going to controls flip pages or chapters. controls flip pages or flip chapters, controls flip pages or flip chapters. This guy then here controls enter exit chapter, control enter exit chapter. So control enter 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 exit 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 enter exit chapter chapters. Let's also just do a little slash. I do think the slash is helpful. So enter or exit, and then we have flip pages or characters. So let's just do flip pages slash characters. That makes it easy to see. So something like that there. And then we also need one here for one more here. So this is going to just be the visibility. So I can go ahead and copy you here, and this is going to be controls if you can see the scroll. So controls scroll guide visibility, control scroll guide visibility. And this guy here is going to be control hit panel group, not enter exit. It's instead going to be scroll, and our scroll is going to depend on if our current chapter can underscore scroll. Can scroll here. However, it doesn't appear only if it's for can scroll, but if we are in the chapter. So it is already true if it's visible for can scroll, but then we kind of need to do it here as well. So under here. So it's kind of like a double true and false. So I guess rather show scroll visibility would be show scroll var show scroll equals a bool, and it's going to be set equal to if chapter is selected. So if the chapter is selected, so chapter underscore selected, oh, not if, chapter selected equals true, and if we have can scroll. So we can do this more so here, set this to be here, and do this guy here, and do this guy here. So something like that would work out a little bit better. If we can scroll and the chapter is selected, show can scroll, otherwise hide it. And with that said, hopefully that should be good to go. We'll see. I'll click levels then here. We'll go back into this guy here. So we should see flip chapters. That's good to go. When we go into here, we see flip chapters as well as select chapter. When we enter into this guy here, that guy needs to be changed. I don't like that. It seems to be the case that we need to modify it so that it has to be, or it is already added in, or the visibility is like true or false, something of the case. But when we create it, it has to be set up. So I'm wondering if there's a way to have it set up. I don't know why it decided to do it that way. That's no good. We should do get or add and then hide and show, something like that. So we have panel to index get or add, yeah, and this is where we do get or add, and then we have to initialize it is the thing. So are we not initializing it here? We do initialize it here and we do control. So I guess maybe if we set the panel to toggle so that it gets created and then not, maybe, possibly. We do hide panels here. Maybe we do show panels and then hide panels again. So if we do hide panels here, hide panels and then show underscore panels, show panels here, maybe that'll fix it and it'll do like a really brief flicker. Maybe not, maybe so, I'm not too sure. Let's see if I click on you here and then I click on you here, click on you here. We have this guy show up and then we go back to here, select, no. Yeah, we don't want it appearing, that's the issue. So in this case, I think it should not be held to, or set to visible. It's probably going to have to be the transparent instead, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. So instead of doing dot visible, we would do, and I think there might be a way to do it instead, hide or show, where the button panel gets to keep its position, possibly. And hi, hello, hi, going to make mom's dinner while I hear you yapping. Hello, Grimmery. Welcome back into stream. Or was it Rex? I can't recall, but welcome into stream. And please correct me if I'm wrong. And I hope your mother has a wonderful dinner and that it is delicious. So that's very sweet of you. How tasty. What you making, if you don't mind me asking? Let's see. What I want to do here is not set the visibility. Rather, I want to set the as if the visibility is giving us problems, if it's getting angry, what I would rather do is like hide and show it instead. So there's not visible here, but I think we might just have to say like, because it's not visible here. Yeah. Oh, that's tricky. And air speech is beyond. Yep. How sweet. I do try my best. It is a little bit hard because I have to remember to go slower, but hopefully it's not too much of a big difference. I'm wondering, how can we set it so it doesn't get angry when we do that? Yeah. I'm thinking at the very least, we can have it set to be the case of we set it to be visible or not, depending on okay, what I'm thinking is we do visible equals show scroll, but we set the okay. I'm thinking if show scroll, what we do is do else we do this guy here, like that. And then instead of doing show or hide here, maybe what we can do, I'm going to comment this out for just a second here. And I mean, it has more value than just, yeah, full house sweet, and chicken thigh. Ooh, I do love a good chicken thigh. They're very high in fat, which is super duper healthy. Yes, chicken thighs, my favorite part of the chicken. Let's see, save that here, save that here. If show scroll, maybe what we have to do is do dot here and do modulate maybe. So if we do you here dot modulate, so dot modulate, I think it's going to be dot modulate, modulate, and we set it to be color dot, and then we set it to be transparent or white. Maybe that can help it. So we do this guy here, or we do this guy here, which is going to be if show, this is going to be white. Maybe that can work instead. And then we save that guy here. And I thought your favorite part was the skull. I have not had chicken skull. Thank you very much. Not happened. Never going to happen. However, I can say, you know, speaking of skulls, I was researching cat food. What type of food to give cats? Apparently, there's this thing out there called the raw cat diet, and there's people who feed their cats like whole animal parts. It's healthy for them, which is interesting. But I'm thinking to myself, when am I ever going to buy a cat skull? Or not cat skull. When am I ever going to buy a chicken skull? There we go. Oh my. It's buying parts of the animal. It says to the, of course. Oh my. So this guy here, cat skull. No. That's not what I said at all. We have this guy here. So it kind of sort of works. So that's why you'd have to, no, not at all. That sounds awful. Oh boy. What if we set the transparency to transparent and then we set it to white and hide? What if we do that? What if we do something like this here, right? And then we go ahead and just do this present menu up down, set it to be that there. Then we go ahead and show. This is going around the mulberry bush, but it might have to work. So if we do this guy here, right? And then we do let's see, and how Eva for the Eldritch lady. Oh boy, I'm telling you, it ain't so right. Let's see. Then we go here, and then if we set it to be visibility and we do dot show here, dot show, this might just not work at all, I'm thinking. And hide panels, what's hide panels do? I see. Yeah, hide panels, show panels. I knew it. Control hit panel dot group modulate. Yeah, I got ya. Okay, so yeah, we do true or false, or we do hide and show here. Got ya. Okay, so let's do show, I think, and then hide. Maybe that'll make it work better. So if we do here, hide, for example, here, and we do show panels here instead. So show panels, maybe that'll work. Show panels here. Anyway, I'm back now. Welcome back, Moon Raider. And I'm convinced that God has abandoned us a pretty good coding session. Oh my, let's go back up here. You know, you can't lose hope that quickly. Hope's pretty good. It's pretty good for the soul and heart. I heard it. It's healthy. Let's save this guy here, and then let's see this guy here, and ears constantly just replacing. Hold on now, I'm an Eldritch being. No, what did I go? I'm an Eldritch princess, not goddess. There's a big difference here. Nah, Bobby, well. I'm wondering, how do you think we can get rid of it? It happens only once when we add it to the screen, when we show it the first time. So it makes me just think, is there a way we can make it the case that we show and hide? I'm not sure. But for some reason, it modifies itself, and I really want to get rid of that bug. It's not important to get rid of, but it's something that I think is going to hurt in the long run. Why is it the case that Godot decides, yes, when I make that new panel, I'm going to expand and then get smaller again? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And yes, I apologize, Monsieur the Mother. Hold on now, I told you. Mother would be quaint. I am merely princess. I get off on, I don't get any responsibility. Oh my, I'm wondering here if we have to do update like this. Maybe if we do that instead, possibly we do update screen and then do screen update. Does that at all fix it? Maybe, maybe not. I want to see. If we do this guy here, then do this guy here, and then do this guy here, we open it. Okay, and then maybe we do update screen here, and would princess imply the existence of a kingdom? Indeed, a kingdom of universes and creations of the stars and cosmos. It's very intricate, I tell you a lot. Thought this out by a bunch. Nope, it still does the thing. Okay, so that's not the thing. How can we modify it then? Why is it angry? We do update here, and then we update the screen. Maybe if we do show panels here, hide panels, only joy. exactly. Let's see here. Dot visible equals show scroll. I thought this would work, but it doesn't. And my question then becomes, what if we do true here? Like if we set it to be true and then false, does that work? Visible dot show. What if we set it to be dot show here? And then if we do here, and the stars laugh at us. That sounds creepy. Like, ah, yes, the stars are always watching. It sounds like Santa Claus. I know when you've been naughty or nice, it's still doing the thing. Okay, I don't want to worry about this too much, but I do kind of want to worry about it a little bit. Why is it the case that it is doing all of that? It's moving somewhere, and that's why it's getting a little bit confused or angry. I had hoped at least in our initializing here, it would show everything, and then we wouldn't have to worry about hiding. For example, if I remove our hide panels here, right? If I remove this guy, I think, and then I also remove this guy here, so we just copy this out, I think that should make it visible. And when air is gone, and would nighttime be a time when the stars are not shining? Well, you see, Noi, the stars are always shining. The sun's just the only thing bright enough for us to see during the day. Let's see, if I click on you here, we click on you here, and I click on you here. Yeah, so scroll does appear, and it appears properly. So it makes me wonder, at least, do we go ahead and have this guy only show then? We do initialize here, right? Don't do hide panels here. What if we then set it to be the case of being this guy here now, right? And then click on play here. Does that remove the glitch? What's it even called a glitch? Or what's the difference between a glitch and a bug, do you think? I don't know if I've... Oh, no, it didn't fix it. Never mind, I take it all back. Didn't do nothing. All right, well, hide panel at least works there. My question then is, and bummer, I thought the constellations would just stop shining in the absence of the princess. Nah, they shine even brighter. That's the whole point of being an energy booster. No explosions or anything, but just lots and lots of energy. And hold on, let me get this tea here. It appears I am now out of tea, unfortunately. What a shame. Let me click on this guy here, and let's see. So, I am just wondering, why is our panel not moving properly or not showing properly? That's what's really unfortunate, and I'm not sure how it can be fixed. If we save this guy, is the panel being created? It should be created. It's being hidden and shown, so it should be doing things. It should definitely be. If I click on here, we... Oh, no, it's not appearing. Never mind, I take it back. I thought I fixed it for a second. No, we didn't. And then we enter the tab, exit the tab. Yeah, okay, never mind. But what kind of tea would an eldritch horror drink? Today I'm drinking ginger and lemon for my throat. I like it and it's delicious. I'm glad you asked as well. What if we... Oh, hold on, okay. What if we do this here, and then we do this here, and we add it afterwards here like this, and then we set it to be afterwards. Maybe it's an order of operation. So if we click on this now, I ginger tea with a passion. I'm not a fan of it. It's too spicy, but it's good for your throat, so I happen to be drinking it. Usually I like drinking the redder teas, so things like hibiscus or raspberry or cranberry. There's so many delicious ones out there. Let me click on you here. Yes. Nope, that doesn't work. Well, I tried something that didn't work as I intended. And yeah, I might be a fan too. They're delicious tea. There's so many different types out there that I do recommend you trying them. What if we do hide panels here then? Show panel, hide panel. Click on play here. Hibiscus, yeah, hibiscus is delicious. I have not yet had it as an iced tea, but the moment I get my hands on some more hibiscus, I'm going to try it as an iced tea. I've heard a lot of good things about it. We have here. No. Okay, what could it be, do you think? Where it's working properly the first time around, but then what if we set the visibility here and hide the panels first and then do it here? So what if we do something like update here if cafe equal you there? What if we do show panels or hide panels here like that, and then we set the show or hide depending on the visibility? Maybe. And it's just been cold? Yeah, so I've heard. I like it when it's, I've had it when it's cold, I've had it when it's lukewarm, but not cold, not at all. Let's see, I'm thinking at least we go here, we control the flip pages here, so this gets the visibility and changes the label. We should also do show here, since flip pages is always visible. So we can do here, flip pages, and set it to be visible, like this guy here, and we have hide panels here, and then we have show panels here. I'm wondering if maybe this will work. So hide panels here, and then show panels here on our update. So show here, maybe that'll work if we hide panels, show panels here, possibly. Maybe. If we click on play, then we get, let's see. We get you here, you here, you here, you here, you here. We get you here, you here, you here. Oh, okay, that's not it. That's not it at all. What if we just remove show panels? Does that at all change it in the slightest? Just curious to see. I won't worry about it too much if we can't get it working. It's just gonna bug me. That's the issue. It bugs me because it's a bug. And okay, that's interesting. So we have hide panels that does that there. Hide panels and then show panels. So that's what I'm wondering about at least. It has hide panels, and when you hide the panels, it doesn't do the thing there. So it makes me wonder, show panels, hide panels. And then we do hide panels here. Maybe we do hide panels, or not even do that guy here. We do that here, and bugtastic! Oh my, we do show panels here, and we have this guy here. We say this guy, and then click on this guy here. Why is it the only one that wants to change or get added or removed? I'm thinking it's adding it or removing it somewhere else, but I don't know. Everything else is working fine, but it's just that one guy there. We do, oh, there and there and there, yeah. Why is it the case that it has to be really updated? And that's what I'm not too sure about. What I'm thinking, at least for our update, is that we hide the panels, show the panels. I thought that would work, but it doesn't at all. So it makes me wonder, why? For why? We have update screen here, which changes the layout position. So I thought maybe if we update the screen here, or possibly, oh, you know what if we do here, right? We do update and we do update screen here after we initialize. What if we add the super.update screen? So we do this guy here, or possibly just do this guy here instead. Update screen, update here. Something like this here, maybe that'll work then? Maybe because we aren't updating the screen, it's not working. And posture check, sure can do.
Noise 70 just redeemed posture check.
Posture check being done. Let's see. So then we're in here, and Princess health check is important, indeed. I want a long life of rolling, very important. No, that doesn't fix it. Okay, so there's this guy here, that guy here. Yep, we then selected it and we can scroll. I'm just wondering, why is it the case that it is entering, exiting? It's only the first time you load up the game. I'm going to restart the game, and then I'm going to open up this guy here, pause the game, and actually before I pause it, let's just see if we open up this guy. Okay, so restarting does work. So we're going to restart it here. Then what we're going to do is open up the book, pause the book, and we're going to enter now the book. So the book is going to be in our cafe here, then it's going to be in our control screen hub. It's going to be our book controls here. We have a control hint panel. We should see a total of 3 hint panels here. We have turn, select, as well as scroll. Scroll does appear. Scroll appears just fine. But for some reason, scroll, hold on. Let's click on play here. And we go ahead and close and open it. And then if we go ahead and go to the next page here, scroll, select, scroll. Hold on. Did I just fix it? If we do scroll and then we do this guy show, possibly, and the sound of pianos. I'm wondering then if we do this guy here as show, maybe that'll work here if we go for our scroll and do show, and then it'll do hide on its own. So we do show here, like that, maybe. And then we click on play here. That's what I'm wondering, at least. Outbreak's about to start in 30 seconds here. Hold on. Quick speed run here. Speed run. I am speed. Go here. No, that doesn't fix it. Okay, I'll keep looking around for it. This part here, I'm not too sure what support. We'll wait for the outbreak, but I'll let you know if I do find the solution, and if I do, I will explain it. So the outbreak will be productivity, but you won't miss a thing. I assure you. What that said, click on this button right here, and we'll see. Okay, so I'm wondering at the very least, this guy here, it only needs to show once, and then it's good to go. So it almost makes me wonder if we can just go through all of the children and show all of the children, and then update the screen. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Like, what if we do 4, and then we do panel to index, and if we were to show all of them upon doing initialization, maybe, for panel in, panel to index, so panel in, panel to index here, and this is going to give us an int, and then we have to go to you here, panel to index, So we do control hit panel, panel to index. We grab the int here, and I got caught in the ad. Oh boy, no worries at all. Well, you're in the ad, no, but you won't miss a thing. This is just me attempting to do more trying out. And hi, Dirt the Zalix, possibly. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Now for all the secret stuff we talk about behind the safety of our ads. welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Oh my. Usually I wait, but since I've been stuck on this problem, the problem wasn't today to figure out UI. I'm going to do, let's see, show here, that, not show. I want to move on from this problem, but I also don't want to just leave it as is and worry about it later, because it's one of those things where I'm bugged by it. I am bugged by it a whole lot. We have this guy here, we have this guy then here. Nope. So even showing it doesn't work. So that's not the issue. It's just for whatever reason, when we do it the first time, we do show. What if we do show and then hide? What if we do that? Show and then hide here? Like that? And then no, if I boot the stream on my laptop. Look at your creativity, Noi. Oh my. Let's see. Maybe if I do this guy here, and I appreciate your dedication as well. We have you here. No. Why is it the case? It's almost like it's making a new guy, but it's not, or at least it shouldn't be. What if we do an update screen here as we do show panel? So we update the screen here, update the screen here, possibly. What if we do that there then? Though we might get an error because the screens haven't been created yet. We go to level here, you here. Yeah, we get an error, don't we? Yep, we get an error because it is empty. So back into our book guy here. Where are we at? Yep. Update screen. We just need to do actually our super update screen. So super update screen here, and then this guy here will do our super update screen. So now if we do that guy there, possibly, and I'm thinking maybe if we update it each time, but that just sounds wrong. That sounds very wrong, very fast. We have show here, hide there, so that doesn't do a thing there. So that's not important to this guy here. We also have show panels here, and I think that show panels also didn't do anything at all either. So let's see, that guy there. We don't want the panels, and maybe that's something we can also add to the game right off the bat too, was the fact that, and let me do hide panels here. Hide panels here, I think that'll work here. Hide panel, and then we'll click and play here. Ad break's just about up, but adding a loading screen I think would be important for all the times that it's kind of buffering, especially for places where the game's kind of booting itself up and doing different checks. I think that could be helpful too. This guy is still wonky. Ad breaks are back. Welcome back. You've missed not a thing but me trial and erroring, and nothing worked. I just thought maybe if I did the update screen and did the super first, it would work. It did not. I can let you know right now. So it makes me wonder almost if I were to do this guy here and I were to do update screen here, does that at all help if I do this guy here? I don't think it will, and I don't know. And then it gets an ad too, for real. Oh my, they want to hook you in, Noi. Let's see. And I'm just wondering if there's an easy way, but how is there a way we could like hide it or do something else? I know it's changing itself, so maybe what we can do in update screen is hide it and then show it. What if we did that? Like, or will that cause it to flicker, do you think? Ooh, would it cause it to flicker? Hide, show. Maybe it would cause it to flicker. I'm curious to see. Does it do that? Oh, hold on. Close this guy here. Remove that guy here. And you missed fireworks and an adorable koala that curled up and fell asleep on the screen. Oh, how cute. That's adorable. I do like koalas, though. They're very mean. I do know that much from the stuff I've heard about koalas. They're very mean, and they're scary, and they can do a lot of damage if you're not careful. I'm wondering here. Okay, we're good to go here. Let's do hide, I'm thinking, and then if we do hide here, and then we do show here, so hide, and then we do, oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do hide here, and then show here, like that. Like that. If that works, possibly. If we click on play here, I think it might flicker. That's my guess on what it's going to do, since it updates every frame of processing mode, but I'm curious to see. No, that doesn't even work. Okay, it might be a future me problem, but I don't want it to be a future me problem. I don't want future me. I'm looking out for future me. And just in Apple, no more shouts for the year. Oh, my hydration sure can't do.
Jotun just redeemed hydrate.
Lovely. You know what we'll try doing instead then? And thank you for that redeem as well, Ame. Thank you. If it is the case that we're having issues when it shows or when it chooses to show, then we're going to go ahead and do here this guy, and let's do if we can scroll. Actually, if we cannot show scroll, so if show scroll. If not show scroll, I want to see this. So I'm going to click on this guy here, and then let's see. And I choose health over chaos! That's a good thing, that's a good thing, that's a good thing to keep in mind. I also like the little shaky eyes. That's adorable. Let me click on this guy here then, and we go here, click on pass here, pass. If not, show scroll. Ooh, okay, hold on. If show scroll, let me just do that there. Okay, and then let's click on play again for now. Oh my. Let me go ahead and stepping through the script with breakpoints won't work? Could you elaborate what you mean, Dirth? I am so curious. Stepping through the script with breakpoints won't work? Do you mean I said it wrong, or that it won't work for what I'm looking for? We should be able to scroll, or we should be able to scroll here. And then this is where you would show the scroll, so you would hide it here. And scary voice. Oh my. So it's working here. It's working as intended. And then this is where you would click on hide. So if we go into you here, step into, change layout position, all of these guys here, and we set the offset ratio. So I'm wondering, when does it do the little funny thing? It doesn't look like it does the funny thing that time. So if I close this guy here, click on play here, let's see. I click on you, I click on you, I click on you to save, and then if we don't do the breakpoint, it looks like it fixed it for some reason. Scroll is now shown, which is not what we want. So that is not the case. If show scroll there, and if error is healthy, indent, everyone happy. What do you mean? What's indent? I forget. Is it the tab, right? Yes. And I mean setting a breakpoint before the scrolling script and setting it frame by frame until it breaks. Hold on. I mean setting a breakpoint, stepping through the script with breakpoints won't work or will work. And setting a breakpoint before the scrolling script and stepping frame by frame until it breaks. I'm not quite understanding you, unfortunately, Dirth. If you wouldn't mind elaborating. And yeah, Python tab. I see. Let's see. If show scroll, you there. I thought this would work, but maybe not. Because I did do this, and it's just, And honestly, how hard would it be to have a redeem that allows us to have a laser pointer on screen so we can point to something out? Also be useful in Pixel art? I have seen it before. I remember we even rated one person too, where you could write on screen. I don't know if it would be hard, but it would probably be hard for me, actually, incredibly hard. I think it could be fun. Oh boy. Select chapter here, do this guy here, do that guy here. And then, yeah, why is it going up and down is my question. What if we do, because this shows screen, scroll screen, elaborate. Let me see if I can. Thank you. Yeah. So this scroll bar here, it is appearing in the code when we do update, but for some reason the visibility doesn't work properly. It almost makes me wonder if, for example, I were to do here and set it to false, if that would work. So if I were to do here and just do hide, would that at all change it? I'm not too sure. And wait, isn't that the child? And that's some screen seeking through Twitch. Probably honest, no idea how I go about it, but I might research it. I know that it's possible. I've seen it before in someone we rated recently. Select you there, up and down. Nope, not that. Go there. So hide. This is what makes me think at least we would do show. And congratulations, you got the reference. I have a laser pointer. Oh, a rules card. I see. Perhaps if I use a laser pointer. I see. I'm going to do, and what I'm thinking at least is that this guy here, if we don't do it as center and we set it as beginning to end, maybe that'll work a little bit better. And I mean, in a channel reward, you'd only be able to send XYZ coordinates directly. I would imagine only the overlay plugin could work better, but I have no idea how to make them. Me neither, but I would love looking into it, especially since I do want to do some redeem changes and upgrades since the anniversary is coming up. Indeed. Let's see. I'm wondering at least if we make our control hint panel, and if it is the case that this guy here, our H box hint rectangle, yeah, our control hint panel, so panels here, and I'm such a rules card. Oh boy, you know, at least one of us has to like rules cards, so I'm glad it's you, Deem, if you got that covered. If we do group here and do our page group control panel here, my points need to reach 50k, not 0. Let's see here. If I type into group, page group controls, we need control hint panel group. I'm wondering, is it because we set it to benign? If we set it to be center, like this here, and we click on play, is that the issue? And then if I click on you here, and I were to click on you here, and we do this guy here, and we do this guy here, and then we do this guy here, and then we do this, nope. So that doesn't do what I thought it would do, unfortunately. Our control hit panel group, anchor size, all of these guys are working. It's just that one guy, and I'm wondering, I know at least it's the case that it happens when we open it, and then I'm thinking at least it rearranges itself beforehand. So it realizes, okay, I actually need to be in that place, and then it adds it. But my question is, why does it go up and down on that specific guy? And then it's good to go. It's good and go. So my wondering was, if we were just to do like a quick test, can that work? Can that be a possible thing where we just test it very quickly and then hide it upon initializing? I thought maybe that could be an idea to do it. So I would think, for example, here we could do updates. For example, you could do, and I guess that doesn't work, does it? We did try that already. How could you fix this? I thought maybe if we went through all the panels and did show, but that didn't work. We did try that already. Get children or get child panel to panel index. We go through all of the children here. That doesn't work, unfortunately. I did try that already to loop through all of them to see if showing them would work. If we didn't then do, oh, you know, actually, if we do update screen here and then we were to do show, what if that works? So we do update screen and then show, maybe? Possibly, if we move it to the other guy. And then we click on play here, we click on you here, click on levels here, click on here. And what are your thoughts on mosquitoes? Nice. I don't like them. I don't like them one bit. I know that they're good pollinators, but that matters none to me. Not one bit. That's why I like bats. Let's see, update screen here doesn't work. And I'm wondering as well, maybe if you did like update screen here, update screen. So we show all of the panels here, and we do dot show, and then we do the dot hide. So if we do that guy there and then do update before and after, maybe that can work. So if we click on you here, 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 and then do you here, you here, you here? No. Why is it the case that when it enters the first time, it's that first time it opens up? And I wish there was, and I'm wondering if there is a way to replicate that in the code to have it run through one time. And hi Jaxus, welcome to the stream, welcome in. Been a while since I've seen the tutorial, and man, we have like 999 more pollinators specifically where these guys can vanish. welcome back in, Jaxus, welcome back into stream. And yes, that thing, yeah, you make a fair point, Noi, but pollinators exist for a reason. When you get rid of one of them, it goes downhill from there very quickly. I'm wondering, maybe we can go through all of these here, or I did try to do the update, and the update made them all visible, and that didn't work because we set the visibility here. So we create all of these guys. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's not working because they all haven't been created yet. As in the case of we are initializing them, but they're not finished being created yet. So maybe once they're all done, so if we did like a wait, maybe? Ecosystem, why would you be so weak? And I did think it was done when you were still working on dialogues with the current task. And we're mosquito net 24/7. I like the way you think, Paula. The current task is figuring out why our guy is breaking. As in, right now, everything's going well, it's going fine. What we're working on right now is making sure that the UI of the buttons are showing up when they need to. For example, if I go to this guy here, when we open up the book, we have the ability to use A and D to flip the chapters. Good, that works. And you can see that when we are in this chapter, we can click F to select. Sure thing. You see how it moved just then right there. When you have the ability to scroll, it does a little jiggle, but it only does it once. Now if I exit and enter, it doesn't do it again. So it only does it once. It may as well have, it's just as I flow through my blood at all time at this point. I'm wondering why here. It's working now, but it only works after the first time you use it. So it makes me think something hasn't been loaded up yet, and that's why it hasn't been initialized. So it makes me think at least we need to do like an update screen when the book opens or something else. I'm not too sure what needs to happen, but I think at least on book open update screen, we have here, for example, an on update if cafe not utility. So I think at least a utility utility dot book open, book is opened, utility dot open book, maybe here we can do dot connect. And then if we set this to be our update screen, maybe that can work. And that way when the book's open or closed, it updates it automatically. And from my understanding, if you set the breakpoint script gets interrupted when the breakpoint is example print hello, shows you a line of print. Yes, I tried using breakpoints earlier, but they didn't work, so I stopped, I stopped using it this time around. We can definitely try them again, but yeah, breakpoints are handy, and sorry it's a lot of help and it's concise. Yes, it is. You're talking about how breakpoints let you see the debugger tool here. That works sometimes, sometimes not. I'm usually more of a fan of debugging with strings, but this is the one case where I think it might not be possible to do, unfortunately. We have a signal here for open book, we have here find, and this guy does do connect open. So what I'm wondering is, maybe it's the case that when the book opens, we update it as soon as it opens. Maybe that can help, possibly. So for example here, if it's either way, it's a simple hacky fix that would make the pop-ups invisible, and it's the same problem with these pop-ups being added. It's not the same thing that was a problem when these were added. The thing is, they're all added at the same time, but it's this one specific guy that decides, I want to add. You can even see, right? If I do here, reset, we only have one pop-up, one guy. We go to the next screen, now there's two. They're fine. But then we add the third guy, and that's where it starts having problems. So it's only when that scroll guy gets added. What if it's the case the sizing needs to change? Could that be it? Like if our control hit panel by default is wider, but it shouldn't need to be that. It's already one wide. I know at least that these two guys are working fine. So it's only when the third one gets added that it gets confused. We go back to our control hit panel group here. I'm just double checking here. We aren't doing panel height. Yeah, panel height and the size. This is fine. This is setting the size and width, and that's all good to go. I don't think that matters not a bit here. The size, do we even use the size? No, we use it probably somewhere else. And is it because scroll has a button on top of each other? No, shouldn't be the case. This should allow us to have, you know what? Let's try it out. I say it shouldn't be the case, but you know what? I could be greatly mistaken. To check, what we can do is just do our control screen hub here, go back to our book controls. If we set it to be up and down, so I just copy this guy here, set this to be up and down for a book presence. Let's see if that's the case. If it's the up and down that's making it angry. If it is the thing that's making it angry, we'll be able to tell. If I go back into the levels here, we'll go back into here and go back into here, open up the book, fine. And it's, oh, hold on, flip chapters. This should not be the first one. Let me undo this guy here, turn chapters. That's like cheating. That's kind of cheating, sorta. Let me do this duplicate guy here, remove this guy here, and then let me set this to be this guy here. There we go. Okay, and test. We'll set this to be test here. There we go. Okay, do that guy there, and now let's go ahead and click on you here. Now let's give it a go. So I click on you, and now the second guy that pops up should be up and down, not the very initial guy. So we go into levels here, we go into you here, we enter into now you here, and now we cannot change single button, that's fine. And we go back to this guy here, test is not up and down. Did I do up and down for you? Nope, left and right, hold on, up and down, there you go, save, click on play. You could ignore the red text, it does not exist if you did not acknowledge it. Let me click on play here, we then go to you here, go on to you here, open it, go to next guy here, so flip changes, test. I don't know if I did it properly, so let me restart again. So it's restarted, we're good here. If I go to the next tab, it does not go up and down. So even if it's up and down, it does not do the funny glitch thingy. It's only when we add the extra guy, it seems to be the case of, which is why I'm not too sure. We have left, right, up and down's fine. It's not the thing that's giving us the issue. It's because, no, it's not, that's not the issue, which is the good news, but also bad news, because if it was the issue, then we would have, maybe we would have had a little bit of easier time solving it. And so specifically when a third pop-up gets added, maybe if we do here, and then we do this guy here, the thing is they're all added here. And then we're disabled, and we disable them, and then we re-enable them. There we are. Where it said, hi Stars Puzzle, welcome into stream, welcome in. Why did you choose Godot over other engines? I like the fact that Godot looks visually appealing, as well as the fact that it's open source. Those were the two big main things. I don't like the way Unity works or looks, as well as Unreal. I've only ever used Godot. Up until this point, no other engine has been used, so excuse me. At some point, I do want to try out Unity and Unreal, but at a first glimpse, looking at all the other engines, Godot was the one I liked off the bat, and the fact that it's also open source was another big contender and why I decided to learn or start with it at the very least. She's on the go! Oh my. What I want to do is, if I set this guy to be here, and we paste this guy in, so we just do this guy here, if we then do this guy, and it should add in, I think that's good, yeah, okay. We click on you there. Oh no, it won't work. We have to change it to be a different one because it's part of a dictionary. And a dictionary needs to be something else. Let's just do select or flip. Let's do enter, or let's do test. Sure, test works just fine. And thank you. Hold on here. Let me grab that name. We have thank you. I'm guessing on YouTube since it didn't show up on the thingamajiggy. Thank you subscription to Andros for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome into stream all over again. Let me go ahead and click on you here. Click on then you here, like so. And now there should be 2 guys that pop up. The thing is, these guys are already created, and why are we angry? Yeah, the scroll. The scroll does not appear at the moment. It's non-existent, so we kind of do need to comment that out for just a quick second here while we're doing testing. And let's see. So my guess is that it's not going to be the issue, but if it is the issue, that can help us a lot. My thing is that we do already have things going on, but before I do that, open up this guy here, select chapters, add it. So no, that's not the case that it has to be the thing. I'm wondering then we can do if we swap this guy out. I'm curious to see if we swap this can scroll guy out, so this guy here, and instead we do our test guy here. So if we just swap them out, does that at all work? And I can't believe you didn't end this sentence with a dot. That's right. Oh boy. Let's see. If we go there, open up this guy here, flip chapters, select chapters, enter chapters. So, yeah, it's only when these guys are already opened, it seems like, and you're doing that. But the thing is, it's like when I open and close and exit, it doesn't have that problem. I'm entering, exiting. Once it's already been created or set, but the issue is that they're already created, which was the weird part. If I do this guy here and we do this guy here, so we can remove this guy. So it's not because it's a third panel. The thing I was talking about was the fact that they're created here. And my question is it the fact that it's not done being created and maybe element wrapping freaks out the first time? That's what I'm thinking, at least. Maybe it has to do with element wrapping. These guys are all visible. And in the beginning, they're created here. So everyone gets created at this spot. And then we update screens. And the update screen does this guy here, where it shows the true and false. And it also does the super update. And this guy here is responsible for modifying the screen look. So, is it the case that we have here current screen settings here, settings is position top bottom, we take the top bottom position, all of these guys here. I don't think it's because of panel width. We have panel height, but not width. Width is fine. So, let's see here. We have show panels, all of these guys here, turn chapter, scroll, all of you guys there. So this should be good to go. Excuse me, I'm all good. Let's see. Set, enter, exit panel there. Yep. And that does it there. We then have update screen. I thought at least a good idea would be to modulate it, but I don't know. And I'm thinking now maybe modulation might be our best bet to have them all show up, then modulate them to hide. That's what this hide guide does. We update the screen. We should hide panels, show panels here. And I thought that might work. Hide panel, show panel. And show panel doesn't do the modulation. So I'm thinking at least what you could do is do hide panels here, for example. Hide panels here. Hide panels. We do the update screen. And then we do show panels here. But my worry was that it would start flickering. But I don't think it's going to, truth be told. I think maybe update screen. We update it and then we show it again. And it's modulated. It won't center, I imagine. Could you elaborate what you mean, Paula? I know at least that the panel group here is set to B9. Begin. And the begin doesn't matter. I did test that already. Alignment doesn't matter. It doesn't if it's begin or if it's center. So that part doesn't matter at the very least when I did do the testing. And benign group or begin group. I think that's begin. That looks like begin. Let me click on you here. And now you're enabled. Click on you here. So, seems to be the case at least. Maybe when the game loads, we can go ahead and hide this guy. So if we go back into our control hit panel group, we go back into our control screen hub. Book control here. Hide panel, show panel here. Yeah, I'm wondering if we do like a function for open book since that guy didn't work. What if we do initialize managers? Initialize managers, that's a function that has it set when everything is being created. So I'm wondering if we do update screen here and do initialize managers, maybe that'll be a place I wonder if the panels are being placed in a weird spot. You said they are created just invisible? Yeah. I wonder if the invisible panel is physically in a strange location and shifts the other panels. That's what I'm starting to think at least. We open this guy here, go into here. Okay, so at least it's doing that there. And then if we do this guy here and we save it to be that there, and I mean that if, and hi Ava, welcome to stream, welcome in. I see a dev click, or I see a dev stream, I click. Hi there, hi, hello, welcome into bugs. And I mean, if instead of enabling panels, we modulate them, the layout won't recalculate. Yeah, that is what I do already at the moment, Pala, but not for all of them. It's the idea that if the look of the center will be off. If, for example, I have one that's enabled, disabled, then enabled, then it looks a little bit off because they're spacing. Maybe not so much. Maybe that's just the thing I think might look off. But we can definitely think about doing modulation, as I already do it. I can show you here even how I do modulation, so we can see if modulating the single panels themselves might be an option. Maybe. I could definitely see it. And I'm here to learn. Well, you came to the right place, as I'm here to learn too. And I finished some fan art. Oh boy, I'm a little afraid. And it was a lot of fun to mess around with a different style. You scare me, Nima. You scare me, I say. Yeah. The thing is, it's like, it showing up a little bit oddly. But I guess, truth be told, you know what? I take it back. Let's go ahead and try to do the modulate idea. We do it here, but let's do it for the singular panels. I think that might be a best bet instead of doing the visible scroll of that. And you should. And try to learn stuff for a project too. I do wish you luck. This is the second project I've ever made. The first game I made in 24 hours. Anytime I worked on it, I had a... Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold that thought. I want to make it its own guy here. Let's see. Modulate clear, modulate show. I want to go to utility here. First game I made in 24 hours. Anytime I worked on the game, I had a timer going, so it wasn't like I made it in one day. And now this is the second game I've ever made, so I'm still very much a beginner. What I want to do here is take the panel to, let's see, item to, let's see, object to change here. And then I want to do here, whatever the object to change here is going to be. And it's going to be modulate here. And then I want to do modulate hide, modulate, modulate hide. And then I want to do modulate show here. So modulate show here. And then, let's grab the object to change. We don't know what the object to change is going to be, so I'm not going to call it something. I usually would try hard coding it, but because we don't know if the object to change is going to be a control node or a different node, I'm not even going to list it. And also, did you make the art? Yes, indeed. I made the art, the music, and the programming. And if you'd like to try the game out, I can also list, hold on, exclamation, Necrotype. Yes, everything you see here, I have made 100% myself, for better or worse. It will be next month a total of working on this game for 2 years. And it's taken 2 years because I didn't realize making a rhythm typing game already hard enough, but the fact that I decided to add rhythm to it, rhythm games are difficult. They're like RPGs. You really shouldn't make an RPG as your first ever game. And that's the mistake I did, basically. If I go ahead here, I want to do modulate here, hide, and show. And that way, I'm thinking at the very least, what we can do then is go back into our control screen hub here, put controls here, we do hide panel here. Instead, we're going to do utility dot, and it's going to be utility dot, and then it's going to be modulate, so modulate hide and modulate show. And then we just grab the control hit panel group here. So modulate hide, modulate show. And we'll do this instead, I think. So modulate hide, modulate show. So modulate show. Then again, what we can also do here is do set modulate visibility, depending on visible. No, I don't like that. So we're gonna do this instead, show and hide. I like these. These are basically setter and getters, if I'm not mistaken at least. This will be like a getter or setter. And it's an RPG. What did I say? RPG? I might have said something else, 100%. Let's see. Modulate show, modulate hide. Why are we angry? I expected at most 0. Yeah. Modulate show, modulate hide. Why is it angry? Save this guy here, and then go back into book controls here. And I get her. I already know her. Let me go here, save that guy to be here, and I think we're good to go now. Yeah. Okay, so now what I'm thinking is at least our visibility here, visible equals. So if show panel, do show or hide. So if here, if you show scroll, we set it to hide or show. So then we can just grab this guy here, and we're going to do you here, and we'll do this here, else this guy here. So utility dot hide, panel hide, modulate hide. We set that to be this guy here. We do modulate show. I mean, our very first project is an RPG. When you said that, it's a bad idea to have an RPG as the first project. Oh, And at 3 and 1, I'm only handling the art part of the project. Oh, well, I say, it has been told, and I have heard a lot of people say, don't make an RPG. Don't let that stop you. Just know that you are taking on a very difficult task. And it's just knowing that you're setting the difficulty hard. I was going for something easy. I did not choose something easy. That's where I have a bit of a hard part at. But by all means, if you're passionate about an RPG and you really want to make one, I suggest you should. The main part of making a game, I think, that a lot of people miss is the passion. If you run out of passion for your game, you won't want to work on it. You won't want to work through the good times and the bad times. So it's important to love the game. Let me do hide here, modulate. Oh, this is going to be show, actually. Modulate show here, show here. Now, not making an X game is a very common recommendation, but it's only there if it makes it easier because there's like a lot of involved. And yeah, that's the thing. It's difficult because there's a lot of different aspects of it. And with rhythm games, it's difficult because music is involved and knowing how to do calibration and latency input. Those are the reasons why it's labeled as difficult, not impossible. But if you're looking to make an easier game, then those are the genres usually that are recommended not to start with. And our way, yeah! I wish you luck. That's the spirit. Crazy. We'll go ahead and copy this guy here, so we should be able to do this guy here. So the visibility will be set here. I think the visibility gets set here as well. Yep, dot visible. So we'll go ahead and do this guy here as well, and this will be control hit panel of enter exit. So I should just be able to do this guy here, set this guy to be this guy here, and it's going to be instead if you there. So I can just do. Hold on, copy you here, set this to be this guy here, and what type of art are you doing for it? Are you doing pixel art, or are you doing like digital art, or maybe you're doing traditional art? Let's see, I'll go ahead and grab this guy here for our true and false, and then we do this guy here, and then we can go ahead and delete this guy here as well, and then we have this guy here, what's your anchor about? We have error closing argument, of course, you know what, I understand, maybe. And I just started an RPG project using RMMZ RPG Maker. I haven't heard of that one before. Then again, I haven't looked much into RPGs since I've tried my best to stay away from the difficult stuff. Oh my. So we have here our hide and show. In our hide and show, I think this will work possibly. Control scroll guide visibility and controls and exit enter. So now if we click on play, does it work? If I click on you here, and a pixel art, because I think that's more possible, is the same, yeah. If it's one thing I've learned, I found that I've had an easier time learning pixel art than regular digital art, so yeah, I agree. Pixel art all the way. We go here, we enter here. It feels a little odd, but it's working, so we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it. Thank you for that suggestion. I believe you were the one that suggested it, Paula. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'll keep it. I think it's fine. I think we're A-okay. So as a recap, now our book, I think, has all the buttons properly. We have here flip chapters. And then if you go to the next guy here, it says select chapter. When you click F to select the chapter, then we get exit chapter, flip pages, and scroll. And it allows you to scroll with W and S. When you exit the chapter, scroll goes away as it says select chapter. And one day I'll open Godot again. I think you should, Abe. I certainly think you should. And because I have to animate, yeah, animation too is a big thing. And there's a stream art videos occasionally if you want to join those. Yeah, we'll be studying how to draw pixel art animals, ocean, sea animals, so sea animals specifically. As I've been having a hard time drawing octopus, which is pretty important with the art I make, so we'll be studying how to draw pixel art sea animals. Let me go ahead, and with that said, okay, our book is good to go. I'm going to close this, I'm going to make a backup of it, and we're going to call it a day there. Close you here, we're then going to do here, book controls working, there we go. Make the backup, go ahead and version control that guy here, sync and save, and we can go ahead and do a little squiggly line and say it's completed. And I have, because this is my first time too making pixel art, well, I do, what's the word I'm looking for? Encourage you to join, but by all means, if you don't wanna, that's okay too. And I got called an analysis paralysis between coding movement and then needing to figure out how to do sprite animation. Oh boy, can I tell you, animations are a pain. The thing is, I'm getting a lot of animation, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm getting a lot of animation experience because I work on the template. So I kind of, it's good and bad in the sense of it's been painful for learning animation, but it's been a lot of fun, you know, I can't say that. And hold on, Let me grab. Oh, I don't know why I closed the guy here. Hold on. Let me grab that name here. I click on you here, and then I click on you here, we should be able to see the person's name, which is, thank you for the follow, Artisan, maybe, possibly, and welcome in the stream, welcome in. I think it said same words, yeah, and they look kind of moving, down, platformer. With that said, what I'm gonna do is I wanted to add a squiggly line to add book controls. So what I'm gonna do here, squiggly, done, add book controls. Next up on the list was, as I save that guy here, we need to add player controls. Not gonna do that at the moment. Let's go ahead and remove the book and tutorial highlights. I think that's the easiest thing to do next. We don't have a lot of time, unfortunately, left, in which I think falls into platformers and fun is really different for artists, isn't it? Yeah. It's like people who find debugging fun. I don't know how they do it. I like doing refactoring, which is just where you clean up code to make it more pretty and optimize it a little bit. But solving problems when it comes to things not working out, don't like it, don't think it's fun. But there's people who do. I don't know how they do it. But then a lot of people out there also don't like refactoring. I don't know how they could. It's such a good fun thing. Oh my. So we have flip chapters. Now, what is the thing that I'm thinking I need to change? When we go into here, do you see how the cookies are highlighted? The cookies should not be highlighted. The cookies should not. And I think they're highlighted because the player's in range. The idea is that we have a highlight whenever the player's in range of something, you can see a highlight going on. So I'm thinking the cookies got that highlight and they won't lose it. So I think we're going to have a thing by default that says, hey, if you're in so-and-so, then do highlight. If you're in so-and-so, then don't highlight. I think that could be good. And solving problems is the fun part in Mjort. I agree. And oh no, do they try to do stuff like coyote time? Oh boy. And just learning basics of Godot was putting me to sleep. Yeah, I need a fun and enjoyable and interactive project to keep me awake. So to fix this problem for our book should not be too bad. If we go into our book already, we should have some guys going on here. You can see this is our book scene here. This is where books are spawned. We have a customer chapter as well as a dish chapter, and it's specifically our dish chapter that we have to pay attention to here. You can see we have a dish tab, we have our cookie dish, we have our cookie dish page, and all of these pages here, which are actually cookies. This is more of a cookie dish page. This is like cake dish, but this is fine to be labeled that. You can ignore that. What's important is that when we spawn in our dishes, so we go here, you can see there's initialized labels here. And what I'm thinking is, where do we spawn in our dishes at? That's what's important at the moment. And solving problems is a fun part to me in art. I can like it. It depends. And I eat wall climbing. Oh, how fun. And I have how many people are working on your project. And I'll see, let's say flipping, etc. And that's what's in there. Some GDScript movement player, half of it's doing stuff. I would love to make like a game physics, which is why I probably wouldn't. But I'd love to make a game that's all about like swinging on webs and getting momentum and then being able to like go forward and backwards. I think it could be fun. It would be painful, but I would love to do that. And me and my coders too. I'll have fun. I have heard of that before. It's like a two system here. It reminds me of Deltarune or Undertale, where it's one artist, one programmer. It seems like they're the dream team. And so kind of like webbed. I think so. I did try out webbed. I don't remember it, but I know it had puzzles, and I am not good at puzzles, so I stopped playing it. I did try it, and it was very pretty. And Pixel Art Spider-Man would be fun. Yeah, I do agree. Let me click on our book here. Go back to this guy here. We are in our dish page. Our left page and our right page. Our right page is where we spawn in all of our dishes. So in here, we have this guy here, our right page. Where are we spawning in our guys? We have new panel, set our grid container here. But where are we spawning? That's what I want to know. Dish unlock tab. We have set panels here. We said here, new panel dot set values. Okay. And do you have a top highlight as you are a dish info panel? Which then has a dish here, yeah, dish type. We then create the dish, I'm guessing, yeah. We set the panel sprite type. So we do dish sprite.set values here, and this is the highlight and not highlight. So here what we're going to do is we're going to set it to be new disable as item. New disable as item. What are you? Disable as item? Yeah, you know what? If not, disable as item. Disable as item. If not, disable as item, which should be true here. And I think if we go back to our right page, it'll say, if not disabled as item. Oh, no, it's not true. True. Disable as item. True. Set that to true. Just try doing that there. True. Surely something won't break, right? And lots of fun ideas to no ability to make it. Yeah. That's the thing. I could be an idea machine. And a superhero style game, I love superheroes. That's the thing, too. I would love to play a game where you play as, like, Superman. That's what... Okay. My favorite DC superhero is Superman. My favorite Marvel superhero is Hulk. I think it would be fun to have like a Superman simulator game where you have to live. I know Dispatch, I think, is the game. It had superhero stuff, but it was more like a visual novel. I would want a game where you have to play a superhero. Maybe that's what we can set it to be as the next try. I would love for something like that. And yeah, in the same place, I'm in the same place. We're gonna keep doing stuff, taking breaks when necessary, and eventually we'll make it. Yeah. That's the thing. A little bit here, a little bit there. If we go into here, these guys are still getting highlighted for some odd reason. Yeah. Why are you getting highlighted, Cookies? You should not be highlighted. But for some reason, they are. Very odd. Yeah, and are all of the cookies getting highlighted? Or specifically the cookies that we use here? If I go into enter in here, yeah, all of our cookies are highlighted. Maybe it's just cookies by default. Hold on, if I just go ahead and spawn in a cookie here. You know what? Yeah, maybe the cookies are highlighted by default. Cookie sprite, a sprite here. No, cookie sprite, cookie scene, cookie dish sprite, Cookie, are you highlighted? Yeah, you're highlighted. Okay, click on you there. And now, so it's all built together just on a meaningful pace. Yeah, the thing is, 2 years, I've given up on the idea of meaningful pace. Now I'm just hoping for the best. And I would love Superman Man as a character, a casual slice of life superhero game. Yeah. And I say, you know what? Let's make that a thing of planning for it now, but then I'm going to forget, and I might get more ideas. But I would love to do a superhero game. Now, I would worry about copyright and things of that nature, but Superman-esque, like Superman, maybe we can make it so it's not copyright by adding like Powerpuff Girls, because they're like Superman basically, but a character that has all of these things. Yes, I would love to make a game like that. I think it could be a lot of fun. Open this guy up, and are our cookies good to go? Our cookies are now good to go. They're not being highlighted. So as long as you don't see a name, the powers are open for use. Yeah. And I think a solo game that definitely requires to be a little bit of a jack of all trades. Yeah. Oh, yes. I hope to become a polymath. That is a person who has a lot of different skills and a lot of different things. A polymath is different from a jack of all trades. A jack of all trades does a little bit of everything. A polymath is an expert at a lot of everything. So I'm hoping. I think that calling it that instead might be a little bit easier to do. It's not really scary to make ideas and give opinions. It's just limiting those ideas to keep the scope. Yeah. The thing is, if I have ideas, why would I want to make the idea small? Why think small? Nah, think big. There's big things out for you. There's big things out there for you. Let's see. I'm going to do spawn in cookie here. I just want to make sure these guys here, we can grab them, so they're good to go. The highlight is being highlighted bull, and then we have here scope creep. Yes, this game has scope creep. I'm just saying ideas in general, not for this game. This game has scope creep in mind, but if the game hasn't been written on paper, I'm allowed to think as much as I want. Let's go ahead and spawn cookies here. I just want to make sure this product, I don't remember what cookies are. Are you cookie? You're cookie. Good, cookie, good. Okay, with that said, we'll go ahead and save that as a mini bug fix. So no longer are they highlighted in the thing. So no more cookie highlights. There we go, H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T. Yeah, I can have grand ideas. Yeah, big. Now, whether or not you can think as much as you want, but when it comes time to actually do the thing, that's different. Right now, we're just putting things on the wall and seeing if they stick. And they'll stick if we have, they won't stick if you have a skill issue. Oh my, we'll go and save this guy here. And then I just think it's the most possible, I think of the most possible ideas first, and that would be our scope. After that's achieved, we expand the scope and add more ideas. That's a great idea, Ava. I do think that's a good idea. I say though to that, I thought a rhythm typing cafe game would be a possible idea. So, because I don't have skills and I lack experience, I don't know what's easy, I don't know what's hard, so even if I think something will be easy, it actually might not be, and it might be the bane of my existence. Let's see here. The next thing on our menu to do is not only remove book, we also need to remove the highlights during the tutorial. And for that, how can we do that? If tutorial override. I like that idea. And it is different, and it takes effort, and I think that's good because effort allows you to care more. Hold on, did I miss anything? I just think of most possible ideas, and if it is different and it takes more effort, I think that's good because the effort allows you to care more. Yeah, that's the thing. If it's not a project you care about, why are you making the project? You gotta have passion, you gotta have heart, you gotta have soul, you gotta have determination. That's important too. What we're going to do is we're going to go to utility here, and we're very quickly going to make a bool for our highlight. And this is why it's pretty handy. If disable tutorial override, if tutorial override, enable tutorial, tutorial underscore highlIGHT, enable tutorial highlight. If enable tutorial highlight, then return. There we go. If enable tutorial highlight, return. Tutorial highlight is going to be a bool we're going to use, so we're just going to go up here and do we're just gonna put you there. How about that? Var, and then we'll do tutorial highlight, set that to be a bool, equal it to be false here, like so. And lurk, can do. Okay, you know what I just realized as well? Enable tutorial highlight. We'll also need that to disappear if we are, so this is fine. Yeah, this works. So we have here if enable. So if if not new, no, that's not it. If enable tutorial highlight here, we'll also do this guy here. So this guy would go here, as well as this guy will go here. And then we're also going to do our cafe here. So cafe, and in our cafe, we'll also set it to be the case that if it is a tutorial. So we have here set level data. Yeah, where do we do tutorial at? Set up tutorial. Here we are. We'll do this guy here, and then we'll go ahead and do utility dot. And then if it is tutorial, enable tutorial highlight, set to true. There we go, true. Yep, there we go. That's a good idea instead of just sorting, or that's a good idea instead of just storing all of it inside my brain. And hi, clone, welcome to stream, welcome in, and audio reference. And let's see here, most possible, this different, and I started using a spreadsheet listing ideas inside of 4 category, must, should, could, won't. How fun, ideas get labeled with a tag. That sounds like the Eisenhower method, I think it's called. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Eisenhower matrix, maybe? Eisenhower matrix is what it's called. Hold on, let me go ahead and just save this guy here. Let me save the image as, just so you know I'm not crazy. I know that's the thing that is thought, and I don't know why. This thing here, it's a little bit difficult to see. Let me do instead then, we'll just grab this guy. Hold on, I can fix this. Let me click on you here, like this, and as well as a written synopsis, and then we'll go ahead and click on, actually no, never mind, I can't fix it. Let me just see if I can get a different picture. That would be easier. I can copy you, grab you, then here. Is that it here? Yes, okay. Save image as, there we go, okay. And then we do this here, there we go, lovely, okay. The Eisenhower decision matrix. The idea that you can categorize them into 4 parts of do, decide, delegate, or delete. I think it's interesting. I have seen before that if someone can, it says who can do it for you. If you can't delegate it, you could also do like automation. Can it be automated? And there's so many things. It's just effectiveness, but that's what it reminds me of. And delegate is very limited to our, delegate. I would say delegate would fall into like automation. So for example, like let's see, what's the best way to describe it? If there's a systemize, maybe that's better. Systemize, if it's becoming a difficult thing, you can make a system of it. So having like templates, that would be delegate, I think, would be a better way to explain, I think. Yeah, of delegate. No, hold on, my notes. I'm all good. Let me go ahead and delete that guy there. Yeah, so you can swap out delegate with like automate or systemize. I think that's the best way to describe it. Let me go ahead and remove this guy here. Yes, so let's see. I like writing my ideas on paper and sticking on the wall. Yeah. Delete the lock. Thank you, Dirth. Thank you. So let's see. I want to enable tutorial highlight here. And then what I also want to do is for our control hint panel, if it is the case that we are in the tutorial highlight disable, I don't want to do it, or at least don't want to show the override. And because I specialize in art, but not in coding, and reverse for others. And let's see, I did read this one, I think, yeah. Specialize in art, but not in coding. Yeah, that does make it. And delegate, I did read this one. Copy. Let's see. Click then into our not our control hint panel, our control hint panel group here. Nope, we need to go instead to our control screen hub here. Yeah, this guy here. And what we need to do is enable this to true. And if it is true, if it is the case that our controls can't be shown, so here, for example, we can say, if not, utilities can show control screen, hide hints. So what we're going to do here is if not, or utility. And also makes me think of, there are two different settings. So we have tutorial, enable tutorial highlight, or not enable, or enable tutorial highlight. Yeah, or enable tutorial highlight. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, or not. So if that's, yeah, okay, that's reverse. Or enable tutorial highlight. Enable tutorial highlight. Hold on, do that here, Control Shift F. We're going to find it and I want to replace it. So replace this. We're going to make this enable tutorial highlight override. So OVVERID. If it's set to true, then we override. If it's set to false, then we don't. So here it's set to true. So if it is the case that we do want to override it, is that how you spell override? Override. 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 I think delegate in this context would be outside your team of two, so reaching out to someone. Yeah, the thing is, Dirth, if you don't have money to reach out to someone and you're doing everything yourself, then I'd say delegate's more of like an idea to systemize something, make templates for something that you do repetitively. Let me see, yes, OVERRIDE. What did I type? Override. And that reminded me of something I want to do, which is a Mario Party style game, just as mini games. I do like those as well. Let me rename this guy here again, replace you here. Yeah, you're actually gonna be OVERRIDE. So let's see, override. Find and replace all. Yes, okay. So if this guy is set to true, then we need to hide the hints. And then when our tutorial is over, so once calibration is done, then we can go ahead and set this to be true again. So, or false again, in the sense of, hey, the tutorial part that we need to not show any hints, we're good. We don't want to show anything on screen. So the hope is that when we're in the tutorial here, nothing is highlighted. So we're not highlighting, we shouldn't highlight here, we shouldn't show anything here. The only thing that the player should be able to see is the skull as well as this hold Q. And then when we finish, when we get out of the tutorial, that's when it should be the guys being enabled. So here then what we would do is say that once the calibration is complete, once calibration is done, then we want to set this guy to be true. So what I'm going to do is see about grabbing that guy. So if we go to our task guy here, our task screen, so our task screen, yep, that's right. This guy here, we have a move to desk. The next task would be to complete the calibration level. Once the calibration is done, then we go to the next step. So that's the hope. So let's go ahead. It's 4:53. I think we have time for it. And I'm just really trying to optimize my game making, although it's bad, because I just need to do it and not think about it too much. So that's the stuff I learned by making my game. I also is also useful in college. If I get there, next year's finals year, I really have an enema. And to make my life easier, that's partly why I chose to make my game in C++ and SDL3. It is a task, but I think you can do it. Let's see. So we have a task here called move to desk. Let's have now a task here for complete, 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 CALIBRATION, complete calibration. And we have here our next task, we're going to set to complete calibration here. And our previous task, complete calibration, is going to be this guy here. And then what we're going to do here is do hold, and this guy here is actually going to be hold. I forget what I call it. Buttons. Hold on, let's just go to buttons here. What do we call it? Our button direction controls. It's called up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right. I'm looking specifically for our input, game input. What are you called? You are called a hold. You're called hold. So it would be this guy here. We click on this, and then it's going to be hold, and then it's going to be hold, and it's going to say, right? Yeah, okay, it's little dashes. Hold this guy here, and then we say hold, and then it's going to be this guy here to start spell casting. Say STING to start spell casting, something like that. And this is where we would now add in a signal. So there's lots of signals here already. There's customer seed, let's see, made dish, served dish. Yeah, so for this guy here, what we're gonna wanna do is have a specific signal for our calibration complete. So if I go ahead and click on our calibration guy here, or rather, yeah, this should be fine. Our calibration screen. So our calibration screen is this guy. We'll want to have a signal for when the control button or the continue button has been pressed. So once calibration is done, once the player has clicked continue, that's when the next part of the tutorial should start. So if we go into our calibration spellcasting screen here, that's not that, calibration panel, yep, we can go back into this guy here. We want specifically the signal to be sent on continue. And is your RPG going to be public? Is there a public page for it yet? Could you elaborate what you mean? Oh, I see. talking to Ava. And I'm really trying to optimize my game by making all those bad, so that the stuff I learned is making my game is also... Oh, I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. So let's see. Let me see about our continue button here. So that's going to be, I think, you here, you there. Yep, you there, you there. Ah, our button calibration for continue. Yes. And we want to have a signal for on button pressed. This is where we say spellcasting continue button pressed. This is where it would be emitted at, and this is where we would grab it. So anywhere do we use this at? Let's see, find. We use it here, and we do it here to connect in our spellcasting screen, which is interesting on continue button pressed. So we're actually just going to grab this guy here, which shouldn't be too bad. So let's go to our task guy here, task guy or task screen here. And this guy here, we can see player reach target. And we have here task tween and all of these guys here. So hi task screen, player reach target here. We're going to have our utility spellcasting has been that guy here. So we do dot connect. And this is where we are going to say, hey, the player has finished the thing, so do the next thing. So it's going to be dot connect, and then it's going to be function for continue. So we have player reach target here. We'll also have a function here for continue after continue, continue after calibration, calibra, calibration completed, on calibration completed, on calibration, on calibration completed, on calibration completed. We'll do a void here, have it be for now just a pass. We'll then copy this guy here. We'll then go put it here instead, and then we'll have it do utility dot tutorial tutorial highlight, enable tutorial highlight equals false. So we'll remove the highlight, or add the highlights now. And there's a working system, very basic way, but the placeholder definitely need improvement. I do love a good placeholder. And is the code more zoomed out? It could be. I can zoom in a little bit. I might have zoomed out earlier and didn't even realize, which is possible and plausible. So ad breaks are about to start, so we'll let them run and then we'll see where we're at. And don't we worry, well, since it's the case that we're working on something else and it's not problem fixing, we'll just let them run and I won't do anything. So I'll have some tea, I'll have some water. I have no other tea, but I'll have some water, we'll do some stretches, and then we'll wrap it in, we'll wrap it on and bring it all home. So save this guy here, save this guy. Let me get a little bit of water here. Water has been consumed, and I didn't realize, well, lovely. Okay, well, let's go ahead and do some stretches slowly but surely. I believe it was, do at your own transgression. If anything cracks, snaps, breaks, pops, or dislodges, then you should call a doctor, call her to call me. I should not be held liable for anything that happens. Let's go to the right here slowly. And then you'll want to go to the left here a little slowly. And then you want to go back here a little smidge. And then you want to go up front here a little smidge. And then you want to go and start doing some neck stretches. Let's start off by going to the left here. And then you'll want to go to the right here. And then you'll want to go backwards here, just a smidge. And then as well frontwards here. And another one you can do is hold this for about a minute or so, but we don't have time for a minute, we only get 3. So I'd hold this for about a minute here. Another one you can do is that from here, you would go downward, hold on, I'm freezing. You would go downward here, that's another one. So you would hold like a minute here and then hold a minute downward there. And so I don't know if it's already public, but I don't know how the devs work, so it's plenty. Okay, I see. So let me go here a little bit, and then go down here a little bit, and get my own neck stretching out. And I believe I did read everything, yeah. So right here a smidge, and left here a smidge. I think out of all the neck stretches, this has got to be one of my favorites. I know there's like there's people out there who will crack their neck like this, and I don't know how they do it. They put a hand on the top of their head, a hand on the bottom of their head, and then they crack. It's scary. I'm not one for destroying necks, as I don't. It's not possible. I'm incapable of doing any harm. I am a pacifist through and through. But there's people out there that do it, and amateurs do it, or amateurs do it. Now, you know, funny enough, Abby, you made a pun. Armatures do it out your hands. Was that intentional? And just think of what you do to your victims, and that's basically what you gotta do. I have no victims. If any victims exist, I ask that you come forward. I don't see any victims. No, but I'll take it. Oh boy. Let's go left here a little bit more. And then we'll want to go to the right here, smidge. And then we'll want to go back here a little bit. So let's see. What are we going to do once today's over? As I think we'll be able to get to everything possibly. The 3 things I think were add player controls. I think we could do that too. And now I am a victim of your joy! Well, that's not a victim of violence. That's different. And yeah, no, I think my fan art perfectly encapsulated that. Oh no, Nima. Now I'm really afraid. We can take a look at it together, as there is another announcement I have to make regardless, so that works out well, I suppose, but I'm a little afraid. Not a little, I'm a lot afraid. Super duper afraid, even. Fearful. Oh my, but this is the community's back, so welcome back from the ad break. Shall we bring it on home then? What we need to do here is we need to connect the tutorial. So we can see here that it says, if player reached target, you can see here as well, it says move to desk, and our history guy, not our history guy, we click on, hold on, this guy here, we have move to desk as the first guy here, and there should be, where are we at? This guy here, that guy there, yeah, I don't want history, I want, inspector. How odd it had history there. So you can see it says action player moved here, and then it says next task. So what we need to do is we also need to set it as an action. All of these actions are already a thing. I won't delete them just in case. We're going to do here at action 4, completed completed, completed CALIBRATION, completed calibration. We'll save this guy here, and that'll be our action, completed calibration. It's not that there, it's not that better, don't worry. You say that now. I know these games. We'll go ahead then and go back to our task screen here. And what we can see is upon doing initialize, if first task, we activate the first task, we set the label and the description, and then we set the current task. Upon the first task being completed, so you can see here it says update screen, on calibration completed, on player reach target arrow, this guy here, we have utility task action done.emit. When this task has been completed, we should move on to the next task. You can see here it says current task equal next task. So then what we have to do here is, upon it being on calibration complete, as that'll be our next task, we'll go ahead and set it to be the case of, hopefully, if this works the way I think it will, we'll go here and then set it to be a function here, and then we'll have here on calibration completed that oh no, I already did it. Lovely, look at that. Already doing things. So we'll go ahead and set that to be the case, and why we want to use that enum is if utility, or if current task, and then we set this to be if current task dot action. So current action, if current task dot action equals is, or I think equals what you have to do. Action dot action task dot action. How do you describe yourself? Yeah, task dot action, apparently task dot action. It's going to be dot completed yeah, completed calibration. We do this guy here, and we set it to be that guy there. So what we're hoping to see is that if current dot task dot action current task action. There you go. Okay, so what we're hoping to see is that once we go behind the desk, we then want to see it say hold to start spellcasting. So shall we see it? It's not that bad, and do not worry. Oh no. I didn't even realize that. My mind automatically filtered out Woo's card. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Oh my, let's go here. So right now it says to move around, that's good. When we go behind the desk, we want it to say to do the next guy. It does not. It should say that our task has been completed, but it does not. Oh, there we are. Hold Q to start spellcasting. We got a few errors here, which is not good. Why are you angry? Cannot change the state while fleshing queries. Do Q define? I see. Not quite, but I kind of see. Sorta, kinda. What we can do here possibly is do task action done.emit, if not current task action done. Yeah, I wonder why it's giving us this error then, do you think? We have move to desk, and once move to desk is done, but why is it the case? Oh, I see, okay. Cannot change while fleshing. So, spawn debug tutorial path follower, we need to delete the path follower when we get behind the desk. Is it not getting deleted? I wonder. If we go back to here, and we do here, we do task action done, emit, we should delete the tutorial guy. So let's see, utility dot disable tutorial pathfinder. Hold on, pathfinder. There's a spawn. Is there a delete? Delete item players holding delete path follower here. Delete path follower? No, that's not right. And hi, Kitty Pie. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Yo! Hello, and welcome in. We have here on our task screen, no, it should be in cafe, I think, our path follower. So we have here our spawn path follower. Where do we delete the path follower at? Where do we do that? Or, hold on, actually, I need to do path follower here. Yeah, where do we delete the path follower at? Do we do it anywhere here? We should do it, or control F, rather. There we go. Okay, we have spawn. Where do we delete you at, possibly? on spellcasting area bodied, delete path follower. So it already does get deleted. And we do delete here on Q deferred. Is that what it's asking for? You do call deferred. If tutorial path follower, Q free, call deferred. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I think we just have to do call underscore deferred, possibly underscore def deferred, like that. And then we just do the function here, I think, like that. And then I think we just do this guy like this here, like that, I think is what you have to do. Something like that. And then if we click on play, maybe that'll work out, possibly, I don't know. Let's see, I click on play here, and then we get debug 1, why are you angry? Then on expression, oh, I see, no worries at all. We can just delete that there, that's good to go. We'll click on play now, and what do we get? We get and now you can also write q.free called, ooh, fancy. Hold on, I like that a lot better. Let's go back into our cafe here. You're saying we would have to do undo here, and do dot call deferred like this. No, q free call deferred, q free dot call deferred. Oh, interesting one. I see. I didn't know about that one. Thank you, Almic. Interesting. Okay, we set that to be that there. That should be good to go. We'll save that to levels here. No, go back into our tutorial here. Hopefully now he's good to go. This skull that you see should get deleted eventually. So right now, this is step 1. We need to move the arrow keys and go to the desk. Let's go to the desk. Now that we're at the desk, it says hold Q to start spellcasting. But for some reason he gets spawned again, which I'm not too sure about, and I don't know if we can fix that. Yeah, why are you getting spawned is my question. When are we spawning you? Why are you getting spawned? Spawn tutorial path follower. Yeah, when do we use you? We have find here, your spawn task activated dot connect spawn tutorial path follower here. Yeah, we have you here. Oh, I see. Task activated. Hold on. Yeah, actually, it's not going to be that anymore. It's going to be this guy here. Yep, there we go. I think that should fix it, possibly. Let's go back into our task screen. And is this a cafe management game? Yes, indeed. Yes, it is. I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game where you do. Yeah, you serve customers. Customers enter here. They sit down. They have to look through the menu, order what they want. And once they order, you have to do some spell casting by typing out poems to beats. You type out the poems to beats, and then the customers are served their dishes, or you have to go serve them. Yes, it is a cafe management sim. I am a big fan of them. Let me go back into here, but it's also a rhythm typing game as well. Let's see. I'm wondering at least, this guy here, our path follower, where do we emit that at? We have you there. Yeah, where do we do spawn tutorial path follower here? Spawn tutorial path follower, and where are you added at? I don't think you're added anywhere. I think we're good. I think what we'd then do here is do copy you here, actually, and then let's just do task activated.connect. Yeah, okay. And then we'd have to go, I think, into play here. And I think then if we go play on here, it shouldn't get angry. We go back into here. Oh, wrong guy. We need to go into the tutorial. Go into the tutorial here. It shouldn't spawn. And we need to have it spawn when we start up the tutorial here. So upon doing our task screen here, for our very first guy, when we do our first task, what we're going to then do is do utility.spawn, and it's going to be spawn path follower to desk. So spawn path, or spawn tutorial path follower, I think. Hold on, spawn tutorials, spawn, there's path follower to desk, I think, but I don't like the way that sounds. What happens here? Where do we use this guy at? We use it in our cheats, and we also use it in utility here, but I don't want the cheat is the thing. You know what, let's just see what this does. .emit. What if we do that there? And we save it, and we click on play. Does this go where we want it to go, or is it going to start at the very beginning of the cafe? That's what I don't want. So we click on this guy here. We click levels. We click on this guy here. Does it spawn it? It does not spawn it. Interesting. Huh, okay. Why is that the case? It should spawn this guy. We do this guy here, .emit, and then we should have a .connect in our cafe, which spawns our debug path follower. I see. We don't want debug. No. We want to do spawn path follower. So let's see. Utility.spawn. That's SPAWN. Spawn TUTORIL. Spawn tutorial. Or I guess, yeah, spawn tutorial. PATH_FOLLOWER. Spawn tutorial path follower. And we're going to connect this to spawn path follower here. Path follower here. Spawn tutorial path follower here. And I think this might work out instead. So we'll do this guy here, this signal of spawn tutorial path follower. We'll go to here where it says delete, then make a signal here. So SIGNAL, we'll do this guy here, set this to be guy to be that guy. And then back into here, now we can say it's a spawn tutorial path follower. Spawn tutorial, spawn, nope, not customer. Spawn tutorial path follower. That emit, that one should connect, and it should connect to our tutorial guy, which I think will work out better. Why are you angry? Dot connect should be pretty important. Click on you there. There we go. Close on this guy now. Click on play. Let's see. Yeah, we don't want to spawn the debug. We want to spawn the tutorial. Very different. So we click on this guy here. Click on this guy here. Click on levels. Click on you here. Okay. We get a debug. Why do we get a debug? Initialize error calling. Callable expected an argument. That's understandable. That is understandable. Why are you expecting an argument? You should have no argument here. Task screen here. Hold on. Go back to cafe maybe. In our cafe, when we spawn in our tutorial path follower, task goes to task here. Yeah, why are we putting in our task is what I'm wondering about. Do we ever use, we don't even use the task. Interesting one there. Yeah, nope, don't need you. Click on play now. Okay, so now the task has been removed. Hopefully it works now. We click on play here. It should be no argument, so it should be fine to go. Yes, okay, so now we have the path follower. It should now be the case that when you enter in this area here, it now says hold Q to start spellcasting. We might have to make it so that the UI, the area around, is a lot bigger, as right now you have to go here behind the desk, and we would like it. It'd be nice if when the Q appears, that's when you can start spellcasting, but that's something that can change. For example, we can make like a rug on the floor that the player can step on. That might make it easier to see and understand that you stand here. What we can notice right now is that everything that we're near, we can't go on top of. And for some reason, there's like a big, oh, this is right, the tutorial wall. that should be there. So right now, nothing is being highlighted. However, if we go through the tutorial, or go through the calibration rather, and I just kind of do all of that, and I click on continue, now everything around us should start highlighting. So I click on continue here, calibration has been done. Now everything highlights. So this will be the next part of the game where we'll have to have an arrow key show up. You can see that arrow there. That arrow is going to animate above our bookshelf and it's going to say, hey, you can now go to this guy. And the player will have to open up the book, do all of those guys there. So that's what we'll be working on Sunday. Now that we have gotten through it. Oh, right, one more thing I think. And the character looks so good and cute. Thank you, Cutie Pie. That means a lot. Comment from someone named Cutie Pie. How lovely. You know what? One more thing we can do. We can also enable and disable the UI for the player so that we can tell what buttons to do. That would be something super duper quick we can add. Thank you though. I have made all the art you can see, music, and as well the coding. I don't know if you can tell about the coding part. What we'll have here for our player is if we open up our player here. So for our player scene, we're going to have here this guy. So our button directional controls. This guy here, oh, we can't see it actually. Interesting. Oh, I see controls, yes. We'll have the controls here. We want to enable or disable the visibility. For example, I think if I click play, this might work, we'll see. But if I enable our control, there's a lot of controls here, interestingly enough. We click on you here, click on you here. Does it allow us to see like, yes. So we want these guys to appear when you start the game because this brown box is here for debugging. This won't be here in the game. I might have the controls animate, but I don't know yet. We'll also have the players talk back and forth too. But the hope is that you'll have this here to show you. I can't even show you because you can't see, but you'll have the arrow keys show up. So what we're going to do here is say that if it is the case, or rather we'll have a button direction controls. Where do we use that button direction controls at? Button direction controls, hold on, Shift F, button direction controls, I don't see you, button direction controls, Control F, button BUTTON, button direction, It says that you are a guy that exists in the player, but I'm not seeing you on the player. That's okay. We'll have you go here since you're an already var. There we go, taking notes, animations. I should just be able to drag and drop you, and you shouldn't be visible, or you shouldn't have a duplicate because it says you don't have a duplicate. So when we do this guy here, upon the game starting, we'll want to do this here. We'll want to enable the button controls or disable the button controls. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a function and we're going to enable and disable it. So function here for enable button controls, enable player controls, CONTROLS, enable player controls. This is going to be a void. And then we can kind of do pass here. Actually, you know, I'm just going to duplicate this guy. And then I'm going to set this guy to pass. And then we're going to set this to be disable. So this guy gets to DISABLE, disable. And we'll also set this to be pass here like that. So this will be set to pass. And the thing is as well is that if it is the case that it is a tutorial, then we can go ahead and just say, hey, enable the player controls since it's a tutorial. And then upon saying to delete the path follower, then we can go ahead and disable the controls. So what we're actually going to do here is do button directional controls dot hide here. Oh no, show. It's going to be dot show here, show, and then it's going to be .hide. So then what we're going to do is do here, .show, and then .hide. We'll then have to make a guy here to show, allow player movement to set settings based on cheats. We'll also have here the utility enable player controls, player PLAYER, player CONTROL. Actually, we don't even have to do that, truth be told. We could kind of just go to the cafe here, go here, since the cafe knows about the player. That's easy enough. And our tutorial here, if it is a tutorial, if we're starting the tutorial, then it is important. So we can just do setup tutorial here. And on our setup tutorial, what we can say is to enable the player controls. So enable or player dot, because we already messed with the player's position. So this is fine. Player dot enable player controls. However, because we are accessing it out of our player guy, we do need to kind of remove that underscore. So that's not too bad. We just go here. Our enable and disable to get removed. I think we might just, yeah, it should be fine. So then we'll go back to our cafe here, and in our cafe, we are going to enable the controls here, and then we just disable the controls. So upon deleting our tutorial boil here, so we should have like a delete, disable, delete path follower. Yep, this is our tutorial path follower. So we're also going to have here disable, since it's not going to be needed anymore. DISABLE, disable player controls. So now hopefully, when we spawn in the game normally, the player controls don't show up unless we are in the game itself. So let's see, let's just do a quick check here. If we go into levels here, no tutorial, player controls should not appear above us, and they don't. However, if we go into main menu here, and we go into levels here, we go to here, you can see that the player controls are enabled, and hopefully when we go behind the desk, they should get disabled. Yes, they get disabled. Now they're no longer here. So that's also something that we've just done. So the good news is I believe those guys are good to go. So I'll go ahead and do task done here. Task done on this guy here. Done here. There we go. And we also have here, do task done on here. So we'll do here, done as well. So that's all three done. Look at that. Very effective day today. It wasn't exactly what I thought we'd have to get done. I thought we'd be able to do a lot more things, but it's working and it's moving along. So, and why does the character eyebrows look like she's sad? Do you know how people have resting angry faces? She has a resting sad face. So she eternally looks sad, even though she's not sad. That's just the way her face looks. I like the trope of resting angry face. And I'm a big fan, if you know about Steven Universe, I really liked how Blue Diamond has a resting sad face. So I decided to give her a resting sad face because I thought it was cute. We have here, so once the tutorial is done, once we finish spell casting, next up, and this is what we'll be doing on Sunday, now we can continue with the tutorial. I think on Sunday we'll be focusing on also adding the dialogue to the very beginning of the game. That way we can already get it out and it can already start doing things. As our dialogue here, hold on, as just a reminder here, our dialogue manager, this guy here, our dialogue manager will have to go up so that they can talk back and forth. That'll be important for the tutorial. So I think on Sunday we'll add this guy to the game itself now that it is functional and working. And never heard about something like this, but okay, I see. There is, I know, for I've heard it a lot, resting angry face. That does exist though. It's called something else that I can't say. Oh my. We have here our dialogue manager. So we're going to plug this guy into the cafe for points where the tutorial would be important. So yeah, we will do that on Sunday. We'll add in our dialogue manager. We'll then add the part how the arrow will be able to hover over the bookshelf here to say, hey, go to this guy here. So we'll be able to finally continue with the tutorial, which I think is just lovely. We're getting through things. And I'm hoping by August that we'll be able to have this version out on itch. However, what I can say is, if I do, exclamation NECROTYPE, NECROTYPE. There we go. Exclamation Necrotype. If you'd like to give the prototype on itch a try, it is up on itch currently. It's not the updated version of this game, but it does have the rhythm, it does have the typing, it does have the cafe. So you get the MVP, the minimum viable product. What the game is supposed to feel like. It doesn't have a lot of the slice of life changes, quality of life, for example. The tutorial, non-existent. The candles, books, flowers, that's non-existent either, but it has the game idea, the game core, the game loop. What we're doing right now is adding a lot of additional parts and making it feel nicer, as how is that eventually this will go up on Steam. That said, what I can now do is if I click on this guy here, I click on then, let's see, this guy here should be good to go here, there we go, and then I should be able to let's see if I don't miss things. I click on you here, I should be able to then click on you here, and if I go ahead and click on back into our planning screen here, and I will try this. I do suggest you do, Cutie Pie. Warning, it's difficult. The tutorial, I've been told, is difficult. That's another thing we're changing about the tutorial, is making it easier. But you should be able to get the cafe of the game. You should be able to try the rhythm typing. And yeah, you should be able to try the rhythm typing. The game itself, the idea is there. If I do !DISCORD, I do implore you all to join the Discord if you'd like to keep up to date on development or just things in general, as next week will be the anniversary of me streaming for, not next week. Yes, next week. Next week will be the anniversary of me streaming. And then following that, since I started working on Necrotype Cafe on the 18th, August 18th. So we'll also have an anniversary, I think, for Necrotype Cafe, which should be a lot of fun. So August is a month of anniversaries back to back to back. And one of the things that I do need you all, if you do get a chance to do, that I do suggest you do, is if I click on this guy here, you should be able to see the Discord. Possibly. If I click on that guy, lovely, you can see the Discord. What you'll be able to see is, if you go from the welcome screen all the way down to questions here, you should be able to see that there is currently, and I might have to pin this, but there's currently a poll going on. Right now, you're all here for streaming. So this is what we're going to do next week. So if you have suggestions on what we should do to celebrate it, right now there's the idea of doing either draw together, as every month, once a month, we draw a pixel on a big old board, a big old screen. Is the idea is that since we do a lot of pixel art studies, like what we will be doing tomorrow, we'll be studying how to draw pixel art sea animals. Since we do studies weekly, the idea is that at the beginning of the month, we get to draw pixel art for fun. So whether you want to have 3 or 2 draw together streams, or do you want to play Minecraft, or do you want to do Mecha Chameleon, I think that's how you say it, or maybe we can look at some old art, or we could do other. And right now at the moment, the winners are Mecha Chameleon, that game, or as well as refresh some old art. So that's currently, I'll also remind you tomorrow, as well as the day is tomorrow, as the deadline for this guy here says 2 days left. So if you haven't voted, I suggest you vote, as that's what we'll be doing next week, and you get to decide. And thank you, Artiverse, for the follow. Thank you. And Mecha, like Mecha, not Mecha. I've heard it's Mecha, right? I think it's Mecha. There's a way to say it, but it's not Mecha. I thought it was, but I've been told otherwise. Please don't say Mecha. Oh my. With that said, yes, I suggest you vote here. And if you want to get caught up to development like what you can see here, I recently posted, before we even went live today, the idea of the dialogue system. So that's there too. And I swear it's Mecha. And it's not. And gotcha, Chameleon. With that said, if you're on Twitch, I suggest you stick around. It's always fun to see if we can find new Godot game developers, specifically Godot, since Godot is a very small game development community. It's a small engine that doesn't get a lot of love, that I'm hoping one day all will be lovers of Godot. And I think that's how it's supposed to be pronounced in Japanese. Yeah, I think it's Mecha, but I don't remember specifically. But I know it's not Mecha. Mecha is what you think, but it's not. And it's not that small anymore, to be honest. That's good. That's good. It's working then. So if you're on Twitch, I'm going to go to the end screen. I'm going to end on YouTube and come back on Twitch. So if you'd like to stick around to see if we can find a good fellow Godot game developer, I do suggest you do. And I'll remember this time to make sure to check the chat. Check the chat privileges. That's important too. With that said, if I don't see you on Sunday, I hope I see you tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, maybe I'll see you next week when we get to play some games and do things like that for the celebration. That'll be a lot of fun too. With that said, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I hope to see you all soon, all right? Bye-bye.